Correct.
Yeah, but before that, it was burnt. You know, the log was burnt for 12 days, sacrifices, something like that, were made, and
I
to
I have
celebrate
no clue.
the return of the sun, of the unconquerable sun. Yeah.
Hey Siri, Timer auf 8 Minuten. Um, have you ever seen this image from masonry? You see the do you see the pillars and how the heavenly bodies are? I mean, you literally see that it's not heliocentric cosmology being depicted, right? So within their own little club, the truth is that it's still a geocentric depiction of Earth.
What is G,
Oh
God?
yeah. Well, I think G stands for genitalia. I mean, come on, man! They're so obsessed with putting rockets in the air and putting obelisks
Gangster.
everywhere. I think it is what it stands for, and you know they're the the thing that they wear, right, with the symbol of Freemasonry is it's right in front of their genitalia. And what is it referencing? It's referencing Adam and Eve when they eat of the fruit of knowledge, and they covered their genitalia with an apron or fig leaves, I guess, which is the symbolic representation of the apron. But you will see since the brotherhood lies to each other, and you will always hear different things. So obviously, some Mason will say that it's geometry, or some Mason will say it's God, right?
Gravity.
Oh yeah, gravity is also a common thing. Yeah, but I
Or
really think the true meaning of the G is much more sinister, much more, like, oh golly, you know.
well, the rays that's coming off of the G, that's the sun, actually, right? So
Where you gotta
and then
also
there's the
understand
moon,
that symbology in
sun and the
itself,
moon. Yeah,
the symbology in itself always adheres to secrecy, right?
yeah.
So
There's a
they
moon.
they they hide certain things in plain sight.
They have a saying, the sun is my father and the moon is my mother. You know, the Mason say. Oh,
Yeah.
I read. Yeah, that's what I read. So there's the sun, the G, and there's the moon next to it, and there's some stars on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stars. Of course. Sun, moon, stars.
I mean, what the heck is this even supposed to mean, right? Right here under the pillars, it says, "Awake not his slumbers." No, 1 second. "Disturb not his slumbers. Let Washington sleep. And neath the bough of the willow that over him weep. His arm is unnerved, but his deeds remain bright as the stars in the dark valued heaven at night. Awake not the herd. His bells are let him rest undisturbed on Potomac's fair shore, on the river's green border, so flowery dressed with the hearts he loved, fondly let Washington rest." Ah, it's about him being dead. Okay. "Awake not his slumbers, spread later on his grave over free man. Tis liberty's moan. Thy name is immortal, our freedom you won. Brave sire of Columbia, our own Washington, oh, wake not the herd, his battles are old. Take him rest calmly, rest on his.
I
Man,
mean,
this is so
the
weird.
first the first president of the United States and all the people that were, you know what I mean, kind of managing all that were Masons. So I guess you could say Freemasons
Yeah.
built America.
Yeah, it is. No, the
Secret
US
society.
is, since the beginning, the US is funded on the principle of Freemasonry. They don't even hide that fact. I think the first cornerstone of the US, first cornerstone of the US is actually a Masonic ritual.
They make you memorize all that shit, man. Like 7 years ago. Our fathers brought forth. I was like, our fathers? The hell?
Well, they also make you do the Masonic symbology when you sing the national anthem of the US. You put your
Bro,
right hand on your heart, and it's literally a
on your
Masonic
heart.
sign.
Yeah, and then you have to pledge your allegiance to the flag every morning before school starts, right? The whole class has to stand up, do that, and say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I can't believe I still remember it. Right?
Yeah,
You gotta
of
put
course
your
you
hand
know
over your heart.
it's
like,
an
what the
oath,
hell?
and I hope you cut through the blood of Christ. You cut that oath and rebuke those whatever ties there might be, right? Because this is what they inherently do, right? They make people also part of their weird thing. I think the US itself is a Masonic, like every part of the land you walk on, it is Masonic. For them, it's a Masonic tabernacle, so to say. It's like Masonic land, right?
Oh yeah,
And
it's all
the
Masonic
people,
land. Yeah,
yeah,
federal,
the people,
federal. Yeah.
yeah, and the people who dwell in that land, they, uh, become part of it, so to say, more or less.
Yeah. They claimed it for the Pope. Because
Well, yeah, it's
they don't have to
I
pay
mean,
taxes.
it's founded on the on Roman foundations, Roman principle.
Yeah. Freedom of religion, my ass.
So it's all smoke and mirrors.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, bro. It's all bullshit.
Look
So
at the
they say
Roman
that-
symbology on the thing I posted.
So they say, oh, okay, I see. You were talking about the fascista. I think that's how they say it. So they say the Illuminati was created in Austria, was it? Whatever, blah blah blah. But the Pope could actually
No,
be the head
Germany,
honcho.
Frankfurt.
Okay, but the whole thing could actually still lead back to the Vatican.
Yeah. Jesuits.
Ah, I never thought of that. You see,
You know,
they'll take you in one
yeah,
direction and make you think that they're different factions when they're all one faction.
yeah, the John D. Bacon. What was his face? Yeah. Those guys.
Richard Bacon.
Hey, the time of
Sir, the guy that wrote, yeah, the Rosicrucians. Yeah, that's the word I was going.
Maple Curebrick.
Yeah, the Rosicrucians. They are now. Yeah, they just changed names over the years, right? But
all roads lead to Rome. That is exactly it.
I mean, look, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, all the presidents.
Snoop Dogg.
So they say that the saying, right, all roads lead to Rome, is connected to the vast network of roads built during the course of Roman history, which stretched more than 250,000 miles, 400,000 kilometers at the height of Roman Empire.
Yeah, America is the military might of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
And the Vatican is the religion, and London is the city of London is
Financial.
the money. Yeah, exactly. Gold.
I suppose for its day they were talking about the English empire was the biggest and all out there, but for its day Rome was probably better. Still going.
By the way, there's a cool movie on Apple TV where it's about the Indian people that got rich from all the oil that on land they possessed, and how they killed. It's after the true story, and how they killed many of the people to inherit the right of the land. And the funny thing about that movie actually is it's with, I think, Brad Pitt.
The what people?
No, not
Sorry.
Brad Pitt. Indigenous people. There have been indigenous people who had land and they sold all the oil from that land. They got very rich, and then the white folks, quote unquote, married into the families of these indigenous people. And it's after the true story. Anyways, they essentially, the guy who is responsible for the killings is actually a 32-degree Mason, and they even show a Masonic lodge in the movie.
Oh, sorry.
Very strange.
That was DiCaprio, Children of the Flower Moon or something. Leonardo DiCaprio, Children of the Flower Moon. It was actually a very good film. A lot of people thought it was crap. I thought it was freaking brilliant. Based on a true story, yeah. And then they sort of did away with their wives that they married and all that. They're murderers and Masons, yeah. De Niro was in it as well. It's a very good film. They were evil.
Probably too long. Was it too long? I imagine it went for like 4 hours or something.
What was that, Daz?
That movie,
Oh, Children of the... Yeah, it was long, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I started watching it, right? I just, and like 15, 20 minutes into it, I thought it was just a made up film, and I thought, wait a minute, this is starting to smack of truth or something. So then I Googled it and I was like, no, it's based on a true story. And then, by the end of it, I was kind of flabbergasted. I was like, kind of, well, fuck me, that's some story there. Sorry for swearing. People recommended me not to watch it. They thought it was that shit, but I had to. DiCaprio, De Niro, and your man who made it. Just had to see what it was about.
Have you watched the movie?
Yeah, I just said that for the last 2 minutes, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, I was AFK because of my pizza. You wanna get
Nope.
hungry?
No excuses.
Hey, I'm gonna post a picture and make some people hungry.
Yeah, this better be a homemade pizza, buddy.
Let's make people hungry.
Evil laugh. You must be a Freemason.
Yeah, look, he's posting pizza.
Oh, that does look good. That does look good.
Mm. Man, I haven't had pizza in a long time. But I also haven't had any Glober come in here and talk about the globe.
The Earth
So let's see.
is the shape of a pizza.
Let's see how it tastes. Mm-hmm.
Bro, I was watching Radio last night and they had a literal episode that I seen before. But when I watched it this time, I realized they were showing us that NASA was liars. Crazy.
What?
Pizza.
Wait, what?
Pizza.
No, can you repeat what you said before?
Pizza. No, I'm just playing. No, basically, I was just watching regular show and they were telling us that NASA was liars right in our face.
What show?
It's a cartoon for kids, but some adults watch it.
I see how you saved there.
But no,
Oh,
they
man.
literally they were
But
literally.
some adults watch it.
Fuck you.
I'm just joking, man.
Nah, bro, but yeah, bro, yeah.
Yeah, but no, bro.
Let me see what episode it was real quick so y'all can watch it. Watch it with your kids so you have an excuse to watch it.
Well, I wish I would get fed. But I can eat so much and never actually change. Maybe because I never think about what I eat. I always see people that struggle with fat. They always like, oh, I gotta make sure I don't eat so many of this and that and calories and blah blah blah. Who cares? Just eat.
That's me, bro. I could literally put the wrong fucking food in my mouth and I gained 20 pounds just like that.
Bloop.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Season
oh, man.
1, episode 7, regular show, bro. That's it. Season 1, episode 7. But yeah, I can eat the wrong shit. Like carbs and stuff. Fucks me up. But then
Yeah,
again, I work from home, so it's not like I'm, moving around a lot.
You don't
But I
have.
go to the gym twice, but that's it.
You need a home gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I could eat pizza every day, and I know I wouldn't get fat.
Oh, lucky. Lucky.
You're kind of lean, aren't you, Clay? So you're not like skinny or anything.
Well, yeah, lean. Well, I'm not skinny. Skinny is also something I would want to be. I have muscle. I have. I mean, I'm just normal. How would you? Is it lean?
Average.
The word lean. Yeah.
Average body type kind of. Or?
Well, I do realize that my muscles need a lot of energy because I do. I go to the gym and do focus mainly on my muscles, but essentially, I was never fat. Like I always had like normal body fat. And I had times where I was eating, like, or I think the worst time was when I was playing Counter-Strike and like eating pizza almost every day and drinking like Monster Energy.
Right, Clay, I've got a game for you, right? I'm going to say a statement, and you're going to tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how much you agree with it, right? Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Earth is flat.
10.
Auslander Raus.
Well, that's a bit too broad.
That's what you get if you eat pizza. A bit too broad.
I would say illegal ones, yes, but the ones who are here working, no. I have nothing against, other cultures, as long as they affirm democracy.
What was the second one?
It was German.
Auslander Raus.
Austrian or German.
Can you say it again?
Auslander Raus.
That's not even English. I don't know what he just said. He's speaking alien
I have
language.
no idea what you're saying, man.
Auslander means outsider. Raus means out. Outlander out.
Even in English, that's
German.
not English.
I don't even
Very
know what
good.
that means.
You speak in German.
What's a better flat Earth map, pancakes or pizza?
It basically means the portion of migrants, yes or no. And I said I gotta put it in context. Yes, if they're illegal. No, if they are here and willfully working in the order of democracy.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Okay, next one. Hitler was a communist.
No comment. No comment.
No, yeah, the AFD leader said that, didn't she? If I recall.
Yeah. I don't really follow much politicians.
9.
I also don't really care.
All right, let's do gas pressure requires a container.
What?
Absolutely.
Yeah. 10.
10.
10. There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
10.
Okay.
No
Well,
comment.
just gonna add real quick. The place or the piece of ice that they went to, this is what they call Antarctica. Neither can I verify if it's not just an island or something else or somewhere else, whatever. So, but from the official story, if they say Antarctica and 24-hour sun, yes, it is there and it's observable. Such as the same way as you can see 24-hour sun in the north.
I can name one thing Nathan Oakley said that's wrong.
You
Yes,
see a
man.
24-hour sun in the north, Earth is flat. You see a 24-hour sun in the south, Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thanks for everyone.
Or you can just not know, and Earth is still flat, no matter what.
It doesn't curve no matter how you look at the sky.
Yep.
Well, I
It's
mean, we
true.
all have our views on that topic. But it's certainly caused some mayhem, right? It's caused some mayhem amongst flat earthers.
Oh,
Oh, that's what it was meant to do. That's
Cause
exactly what it was
mayhem.
meant to do.
Cause mayhem for globe earthers, you mean?
No,
We have no
we're,
issue. We
honestly,
have
I
no
just been
issue.
watching you guys implode.
How? We already know it's flat. How did it become a ball?
So from my observation, now we're quite far away from it now, since it happened like over a month ago. My observation was that, well, one, that the lead flat earthers were being all attacked, like the Witsit and Jarens, before they'd even like done
They're
all
not,
like.
they're not lead flat earthers. They left
I mean,
us.
they're celebrity flat earthers.
Like what's it left us? We
Witsit
told him
hasn't gone
to
anywhere
stop,
yet. Witsit's still a flat earther.
and now he's over there doing something with those guys like Jaren. I never liked Jaren, so
Okay, well, let's give me a second, right? So Witsit and Jaren. Jaren did go
three
against
flat
Flat
earth is not a lot of flat earthers.
Okay,
Like
anyway,
three or
Witsit and Jaren are probably people in this room probably watched their
Even though
videos
they
and
have YouTube
agreed.
channels.
Yeah, you probably watched their videos and
I've
agreed with
never
what some of the
watched
stuff
a
they said.
Winston video or a Jaren video in my life.
Okay, besides Radwin,
Yeah.
who only has original opinions, right? He just sounds like Nathan Oakley.
Dude, I don't watch fucking videos of other people telling me the Earth is flat. What's wrong with you?
Whatever you say. Either way, the point is that these celebrities, like a lot of flat earthers, do watch them, right? And then what happened
They're not
was,
celebrities.
okay. Can I just get a sentence out? Just let me finish my sentence. Celebrities in the context of flat earth.
Yeah, let him dig a hole, please.
Anyway, so these like a lot of flat earthers watch them, right? They're basically celebrities in the flat earth debate circle, right? Big YouTube channels.
They are not.
Okay, whatever you say. I mean,
Just skip that
you don't
sentence.
have to like them. Anyway, the point is that like a lot of flat earthers started like taking one side or the other. So you had like the Witsit flat earthers that said yes, he did go, and that can work on a flat earth. And you had the flat earthers like Jenna, who comes here often, who said it didn't happen at all, and he's a liar, right? Like also Flat Earth Dave, he also does it as well, and Eric Dubay, people
But
like that, right?
but dude, I mean, essentially, you are still here, therefore, it really is a meaningless observation. Anyways, point is, why am I trying to talk to you real quick? Is why do you actually adhere to personalities so much? Why not just talk about the obvious presentation of reality, which is that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
In my defense, Clay, I've not been here in some time, but the reason why is because I don't. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a scientific debate or a debate about reality. I think it's a debate more like flat Earth. I mean, in my view, right? Flat Earthers want flat Earth to be true. So the debate isn't really ever going to be about what's reality. It's just arguing for the sake of arguing. Because I'll never be able to convince you.
I noticed something that you named all these people that you watch their videos. Are you obsessed with flat earthers?
I've never watched a flat Earth video in my life.
Then why do you watch all these guys?
I've never watched one in my life.
And how do you know anything that they did?
Because I see clips.
You do watch them.
Oh, clips.
If someone posts like a 10-second clip or a statement, like so for instance, Jaren's statement isn't a video; it's written down. A video? Right? And I know he did an hour rant about flat Earth recently on one of his streams.
Where
is a clip a video?
How do you know these things and I don't? And I'm like here every day for the last month, I think. Like, what?
Well, because you follow like, there's tribes in flat Earth, right? There's tribes. You've got the.
I'm gonna say this.
You've got the Nathan Oakley tribe. You've got the Witsit tribe, the Jaren tribe, and they're all different, right? So a Nathan Oakley tribe doesn't like Witsit, right? I know a lot of Nathan Oakley people don't like Witsit because Nathan Oakley rants about it all the time.
Oakley people.
Do you know why?
People?
Because I think, recently it's because...
One second. I think what is obvious is... Sorry for interrupting you, but I just want to say what is obvious is I think Globers are very obsessed with flat earthers, so much so that I've recently watched McToon and him live streaming the rocket event where the Starship rocket got lost, right? and literally 90% of his stream is talking about flat earthers and how wrong they are. So I would say they're very obsessed with us.
Well,
Yeah.
not me.
That's why you know so much.
After the 24.
Oh, you too, I
Well,
think.
I'll tell you why, Clay. I'll tell you why.
Definitely.
Okay.
After the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, like a couple of weeks later, early January, I thought, okay, I'm done, right? I unfollowed all flat earthers on my Twitter, and I haven't communicated with them on Twitter at all. In fact, I barely come here and talk, right?
Do you want them to be? Do you want them to be arrested and like?
I don't really care.
or
Like,
something?
I do not care what happens to flat earthers.
Really? You don't?
Bill knows. Wanting them to be arrested sounds like I hate them, right? I don't hate them.
Well, what would you be doing if it wasn't for flat earthers?
What I've been doing basically for the entire week.
No, what
Other things.
would you? Oh, what do you do? Are you like a journalist or something?
Journalist. Wait, aren't you a Glober?
I mean, what are you? Are you an investigator?
Oh, we talk about someone else. Oh no, you. Okay, we'll talk. Yeah. I'm not an investigator. I just felt like once it was done, the 24-hour sun, that was the. I came up with an argument recently, and then once I gave that argument out, didn't really get any pushback. I was like, I'm done. I don't have nothing else.
You're a globe fighter. You fight for the globe.
No, I gave an argument recently, and
Oh.
it's just like it demotivated me. You know, I was just kind of like, it's just there's no point in arguing really anymore, is there?
Yeah, man, the sky definitely proves the ground.
My argument didn't include this guy, who's pretty good. You want to hear
Are
it?
you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther?
I'm a Glober. I'm a Glober who's bored of the debate.
Wait,
Why?
you haven't met this one yet.
Oh.
When we first started, he was here every
All
single
the
day
time.
for
Yep.
about 6 months straight until he would just get banned, and those are the only times he wasn't here.
Yeah. Well,
What do you mean?
you know, he's not wrong. I was pretty addicted to the flat Earth debate, but the novelty wears off sooner or later.
What are you talking about?
You've got no
you know,
debate.
you haven't-
You've got no argument for anything.
Whatever you say. Anyway, what was the other guy asking?
I mean,
There's
I
a lot
don't
of
know
this-
what you.
Sorry.
You haven't even experienced flat Earth, so
Been there
you
for about a
haven't
year.
even no, you haven't even experienced it. You don't. You think it's a ball. That's why.
Well, I've been in this debate for a year. Like, I've heard every argument you guys have got, and there's nothing new, so...
And that's why you're bored, because you're a glober, because you think it's a ball. That's why you're bored.
I've tried speaking to different flat earthers. Like, I spoke to the Ether flat earthers, I spoke to you guys in here, I've spoken to, like,
But
EA flat earthers, Twitter flat earthers.
Oh yeah. What do you think about water, though? Do you think that a
Highlight
Yeah,
on
what's
the fact that he just named about 10 different things that he talks to people on Flat Earth about, yet he's not obsessed with us, and he never thinks about it, and he doesn't watch Flat Earth videos.
Yeah, I'm convinced.
do you think a ball, right? If it was big enough, can look flat? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you know that a curve, right, like a ball, okay, needs to have a radius, aka a curve, right?
You're not going to say anything I haven't heard before, Bong.
No, I'm not. But I do want to say, I do want to know where you're at.
1 second.
Where you're at.
From all the videos he didn't watch.
The videos I didn't watch. That is true. But the videos are really like poor quality. Like it's always
There's
like
nothing new you can tell me from
Hard to
all the
watch,
videos
really.
I did not watch.
I'll keep it short, because what I'm trying to say is that if you think about a ball on a table, okay, the table is flat and the ball is not flat. And if you scale both things up to the size of the sun, right, that flat touching the ball, the table touching the ball, is only going to be touching the ball at a certain point and then curve away. Okay, and it's not going to have enough local flat where it's touching is not going to equal the table, because the table is flat.
Yeah.
So as you zoom into that ball, as you zoom in and you try to make yourself smaller and smaller, and the ball is the size of the sun, where the table touches that ball, the ball is always going to deviate immediately after touching the table, because the table is always going to.
I'm not in for a debate. I'm not in for a debate right now.
Wait,
I just wanted to chat with Clay for a bit.
I just want you to visualize what I'm saying. As we zoom into where the table touches the ball, right? It's only the table is supposed to represent locally flat, and when we look at where it's touching the ball, it's never locally flat because the ball has to roll. Okay, do you understand?
I really think Bong,
we make the ball. Go ahead.
With any respect, but I think the guy is not really willing to listen to you. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's an idea that I'm trying. It's freaking math. It's geometry, right? But I think the lie is so ingrained into the minds of people, okay, that they can't even imagine that it could be a lie.
I've had plenty of debates.
Balls are flat, and flat surfaces can be balls, right? Because I thought, wait, if flat surfaces can be balls, then what the fuck is a flat surface? What the fuck is a 90? I've never known a flat, straight line.
Well, I've had plenty of debates, Bong. It's not like a representation of all globes.
It's not about debates. It's not about debates. It's not about plenty of... Yeah. It doesn't matter if you've had a million debates. If you haven't thought about it, then you haven't thought about it.
Well, that's the nature of a debate, right? You have to think about these things, right?
No, well, have you thought about it?
Yes, I've had a whole year of talking to flat earthers.
Yeah. So you think 180 degrees can equal to a curved line? That's what you think?
Yes, because
you think a straight line. You think a straight line, 180 degrees, straight line horizon. You think that is equal to a curved line with a radius?
If you were going to put a Euclidean triangle on the surface, across the surface of the Earth, not like upright, so we're not talking about tangents here, on the surface of the Earth, like flat down on the surface, it wouldn't fit, right? The only type of triangle that would fit would be a triangle with spherical excess, right?
So basically, you're saying there's no such thing. You're basically saying there's no such thing as 180 degree line, straight lines. You're saying that doesn't exist. All of those measured 180 degrees that you guys got leveled, they're all curves.
Well, okay, Bong, just to be clear, right?
As a straight line. That horizon is not a straight. That's what you're saying.
Without going into like a debate, right? There is no such thing as like concepts in geometry aren't reality.
This is not a debate. This is not a debate. This is your logic. You're saying, right, that every straight line is a curved line. That straight lines do not exist. That's what you're saying. Because if I say to you,
I'm not saying.
Show me a straight line. If I say to you, show me a straight line, that's not a curved line. What are you going to show me?
Bong, he's the perfect candidate. He hasn't taken a test yet, and he's going to fail. Watch.
Oh, the triangle test. Oh, please.
If every straight line is a curved line, then what are you going to show me? Show me what a straight line looks like.
Listen. Right. What I was saying was that not all like concepts in geometry don't necessarily have to reflect in reality. Now, straight lines do exist. If you establish some sort of reference point, you can say this is a straight line. But that straight line would form a tangent, right? It wouldn't, or a chord, or something to do with the reference point of a sphere, right? There's like, if you're saying there's no straight lines in reality that you could establish, that's not true. Of course you can.
Okay. So when I say, hey, is the horizon 180 degrees a straight line? What would you say? Yes or no?
The horizon, like, how would you establish it's perfectly horizontal?
Water. What we're looking at outside.
You're saying the ocean's perfectly horizontal?
I can't explain to you any other horizon than the horizon that we all know. I don't know what other kind of horizon you want me to explain to you. I'm asking you, when you look at that line at the ocean, do you consider that a straight line?
What's your elevation?
I don't think that's. I don't think you can establish that the horizon's the ocean up to the horizon's horizontal.
We're going to go ahead and get a baseline established for you. I went ahead and posted something for you, a NASA IQ test. Which of these figures below are not triangles?
Or D, obviously. Now, B is also not a triangle. If we're talking about Euclidean triangle, the only triangles are A and C.
Good job. Good job.
Your final.
Good
So
job.
you know what triangles are, and you know that they don't curve, right?
So what if I told you? What if I told you
Now,
that
go
B?
to the same people and ask them, do spherical triangles exist? And they'll say yes. The same people. The exact same people who gave you that test.
What if I told you A and D? A and C. Your answer A and C is wrong because those straight lines that you're looking at. What if I told you those are actually curved lines? They only look straight. Okay, because it's such a big circle, and you're only looking at a small part of that circle. What if I told you that? That you were
I feel
wrong?
like I'm heading towards a debate, which I didn't want to do.
No, I'm saying if I told you that you're wrong, that those triangles are not actually triangles because the circles are so big they look like straight lines, what would you say?
Earth is flat. Must mean Earth is flat.
Okay, so
Well,
here
you're
you
the
go.
one. You're the one saying A and if you're saying A and C are triangles, then you're saying that those are straight lines, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you know
Those
what?
are
I'm
straight
looking.
lines.
I'm
You're
going to cut to
saying
the
that
chase.
those are not.
What you're doing
I'm
is called crossing Hume's fork. You're talking about a relation of
Can
ideas, like
you
geometric
just
ideas.
answer the questions?
I'm answering
Are
you.
you
I'm answering the.
saying? Are you
Okay.
saying those are straight lines, or are you saying those are curved lines that are forming these triangles A and C? Pointed out. Let's go with C because it's a right
Well,
triangle, right?
they're three straight lines. They're three straight lines.
Three straight lines. No, when we say straight lines, are you saying they're not curved lines?
So straight.
Are
No,
you
I'm saying
saying?
that it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, are you saying that's your definition of a straight line, right? You're saying that those lines are 180 degrees, right? And they're touching each other. That's what you're saying? They're not
The
curved?
images on the image that was sent to me, they are triangles, right? Three straight lines, short distance between 2 points with three interior angles.
Great. And
All
the
right.
second image, is that black thing a triangle?
No one would draw a triangle like that. They would put it face down, and they would say that's a spherical triangle.
So celestial navigation does not work on a ball.
Celestial navigation doesn't use trigonometry.
Wasn't using trig. I was asking if it was a triangle. Here, let me make it better for you. I just posted
What
it.
triangles are used in celestial navigation?
I posted the next
triangles,
picture.
dude.
Is the next picture the same as the picture above it? Are those two the same?
Well, that's not trigonometry. That's not celestial navigation.
All right, let me try this. Is this normal? Is this what is going on?
Now that's more close to reality. Still, it's not how celestial navigation
This
works.
is not close to reality. I drew in the
We've got a
correct.
curved surface, but it's not. It's not
way to
not.
do it.
It's not
in blue and
trigonometry.
black
So it doesn't
lines.
matter. But they're not doing trigonometry, so it doesn't matter.
Guess what? You just failed, dude. You said.
Can you tell me where the trigonometry is used in celestial navigation?
The second picture before the last one. You
Tell
said
me where triangles are used in celestial navigation.
You said the globe killer is not normal. The one underneath it is normal.
Just explain to me celestial navigation with triangles.
You mean this?
Yeah, explain it to me.
Explain what to you?
Explain celestial navigation using triangles.
I just showed you. It's simple as that.
You know the picture where the guy is looking through the sextant to the star? So you'll say there's one star, and there's another star, and there's a third star. And then he uses that information to triangulate his position on the plane. Did you get that?
Yeah. There's no trigonometry going on in celestial navigation.
he looks at his almanac. He's like, "Oh, okay, I'm here." Okay, and then he looks on his
Someone
map.
said it's trick, dude.
Plotted, right? He looks on the map. Oh, okay, I'm over here. See, so like it's a clock. That's and it's helping him
Give me a second. I need to charge my keyboard. 1 second.
keep track of where he's going and when he's gonna be there. So you think
when I posted that picture, third one now from the bottom, he said, "Now that's not like a big wave of something that he felt warm and fuzzy with came over him."
Yeah, that looks like home.
You could hear it in his voice that is reality.
Yeah, I've seen this 1,000 times, and the funny thing is, whenever I ask someone to explain Celestial Navigation from start to finish, they never are able to do it.
No, I just did it, so I mean, it's not that hard, dude.
All right, step 1.
12-year-olds.
What's step 1?
12-year-olds, like freaking Boy Scouts, man. They teach
Boy
you how
Scouts.
to use freaking.
Step 1, Celestial Navigation. I'll write this down. What do you do? Step 1.
Why don't you tell us, since you're the expert?
Step 1.
Why don't you tell us, dude?
1, go to YouTube. Step 2, type in Celestial Navigation course. Step 3, look for a playlist and watch it. Easy peasy. Yeah. It's called the internet, mate.
Yeah, so this is I've been like I said for a year, and that's a flat earther's best on approach to celestial navigation.
No, I want to talk about triangles and what you think a straight line is versus a curved line. I want to agree. I want us to agree, right, that this is a straight line and this is a curved line. Can we do that?
For me, it's orthogonal. We need to establish how to do celestial navigation from start to finish.
Do you think a straight line, like the straight lines on that triangle, okay, are those lines the same as the horizon, or is the horizon not a straight line?
Okay, there's 2 ways this is going to go. I'll mute, you explain celestial navigation, or you don't explain celestial navigation, and I'll mute. No more questions I'll be answering today.
You gave up after the triangle test. You're the 12th person, and I think 9 of you have just imploded after the triangle test. And you can go back and listen. After every triangle test, they implode.
Yeah, it's the same way, Redmond, when every single time I've asked a flat earther to explain celestial navigation from point A to B, they just don't do it.
I wasn't talking about celestial navigation. I asked you about triangles, and you wanted to talk about the sky.
I was talking about straight lines and curves, right? Because I just wanted to start at the beginning, and you won't even identify the difference between a straight line and a curved line, and show me that you know the difference at least. I ask you about the horizon, and you talk about it. It's like, oh, what about the sky? Why? Chicken.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Hey, man, think about it. You've never known a straight line. Like, have you ever drawn a straight line, 180-degree line?
You can draw on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a straight line.
But what if I told you that's not a straight line? Because if you continue that line, according to you, the globe, right, is going to wrap around the ball.
No. A straight line...
What?
Okay, if you draw a straight line on the surface of the Earth, it goes tangential to the Earth, right? It doesn't decide to... look, straight lines aren't real, right? They're concepts that we apply in reality. Straight lines don't move because we've I don't know, now got a circular spherical Earth, right? If it was a straight line, you drew across the surface of the Earth, and the Earth was spherical, it would be a tangent and jut off, potentially forever, into the ether.
That's because you're assuming the Earth is a ball.
Okay, that sounds better. So you are saying that a straight line can tangent off of a globe, right?
I'm saying that you can have like straight lines aren't reality. They're just tools, concepts we use to help us understand reality sometimes.
All right. So there you go. All right. So if we have a ball with certain dimensions, like a certain size, radius, right? Then there's curvature on that surface. You agree?
Well, no, I'm done.
He lost the argument. Well done.
Yeah. BTFO'd. Absolutely.
What's wrong? You think I'm setting up a trap? Can you see the trap?
There's no trap. It's just like, if I have to explain to someone that a straight line isn't a real thing, it's just not going to go anywhere.
All right. Well, and if I explain to you that a curved surface is not going to give you a straight line as a horizon.
It doesn't, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't get a horizon on a globe.
Oh, please.
Are you saying
what's a horizon?
It's a horizontal line, a straight line.
I was told it's where the sky meets the earth. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's horizontal line, dude.
Yeah, let's think about
it's completely horizontal.
How do you establish
on the ocean?
How do you establish that?
Have you been on the ocean? Where you're in the ocean and you look at the horizon, it's flat, 360 degrees, right around. There's no dips or curves or anything. It's completely a straight, flat line.
How do you establish it's perfectly straight?
You can see it's perfectly straight, dude.
Yeah, you know.
Obviously, see it's straight. The horizon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I think photo frames
going on about. This is what Bong's going on about. Is that you think that straight lines are curved?
No.
Yeah.
Because you're only appealing to observation.
Is actually curved. You think horizontal is curved?
Okay, listen. A photo frame sometimes looks perfectly horizontal, right? And then upon putting a bubble level on it, you're like, oh, it's not, right? So you have to adjust it a bit. But it looked, based on observation, as perfectly horizontal. You have no tools or means to tell me that the horizon is perfectly horizontal. No tools or means.
You just said it yourself. You said a spirit level, right? You use the spirit level. That's water.
Yeah. Do you think oceans are horizontal?
Yeah, it's water.
Obviously, dude.
Horizon.
The horizon is used to establish horizontal.
How do you establish that? From a bubble level, you use the fallacy of composition.
If you ever need to level, you can use the horizon to level anything.
Yeah, whatever.
It'll be level. It will be level. Photography, you use the horizon to level the picture. Like that is it. It's the horizon. Okay, you got a bubble level on your tripod. Okay, and then when you look through the lens, there's these lines. Okay, and you use the horizon to level.
Quick question.
To align those lines, right? See, you got 3 lines. You use the horizon to align.
Quick question. How do you establish a vertical?
What are you talking? What do you?
How do you establish a vertical?
Angle? What are you talking about?
Vertical. How do you establish a vertical?
Up a plumb line.
A plumb line. Yeah, a plumb line.
And how do you establish a horizontal?
Water level.
Water. Water. Yeah.
You don't use a. You use a water level. I'm just
talking about something very basic. Like, I'm not trying to get technical. Right? Like, so water, straight line versus a curved line. Because, it's not just any curve. We're talking about a radius, a specific radius, right?
Now, I establish horizontals
3,000
relative to verticals, right?
Right. Okay.
I don't establish horizontals with horizontals. Right. I don't assume a horizontal.
Yeah, but if you do a straight line to the horizon, you're establishing your horizontal to reference the surface.
Yeah.
Drawing a straight line to the horizon? Are you doing that?
That's right.
Yeah, once you level to the horizon, you're creating your horizontal plane to reference the surface.
Yeah, you establish a vertical, right? And then from that vertical, you establish a horizontal plane. Now, you don't know that plane extends across the entire Earth, right?
You can stand anywhere, like on a hill, right? You can go walk up a
because
hill.
there's no means
You
to
can-
establish the horizontality of the horizon.
You can walk up a hill. You can start at the beach and look at the ocean at the horizon. That's one. Walk up a hill, right? Like I don't know, as high as you can. Look at the ocean. That's another. Okay, you can establish it right there by looking at the horizon on that part of the hill. Then you go up again and you can build another one right there using the horizon, just by looking at the horizon, sticking something into the hill, right, and then looking at the horizon and leveling it to the horizon. There's your horizontal, like, or you could just use the water level.
How do you know that water's perfectly horizontal? How do you know water's perfectly horizontal?
You want me to let me salt flats, lakes,
let's stick with
tide,
water, right?
low tide. You know when water's low tide and it's
water's low tide.
still, it looks like a mirror, right? And mirrors can only happen on the flat surface. Yeah. So
mirrors can only happen on a flat surface.
Yes, it won't happen on a globe, on a ball.
You've never seen a spherical mirror.
I've seen it, but nobody looks at spherical mirrors, right? Like, I mean, what are you gonna see? Like everything around, like it's a freaking ball.
Right.
Yeah. You're not gonna see what you see in the real world, like the sunset. When the sunset reflects on the water, you're not gonna see that.
Let's talk about water, right? How did you establish water is perfectly horizontal?
When the light hits the water, that glare on the water comes all the way to your feet on the beach. It won't happen on a ball.
Okay.
Ever. So that's how we know it's flat and level. The water. So
like I said, like a whole year in flat Earth, and I'm not really convinced.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sorry. What do you want? Do you want God to explain it to you? Shit. Like what do you need, dude, to understand?
Believe, yeah. To believe.
No, we're not believing, because believing is a word we don't want to use, right? What do you need to understand that the world is not a ball? Like what?
A persuasive argument, preferably one I haven't already heard before.
Because I can say, hey, did you know that curved lines and straight lines are not the same? Yeah, I know the difference.
Yeah, a persuasive argument, preferably one I haven't already heard before.
Okay, is the horizon flat and level, yes or no?
I said preferably one I haven't already heard before.
I just want to know what you think about the horizon. Is it a flat, straight line, or is it curving?
Look, stop with the questions. If you have an argument, tell me an argument, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do this whole spiel again about the horizon.
You're not gonna say yes or no because that's
we just did it. We just did that conversation.
That's just gonna give
moments ago.
So you think it's curved line, right?
I think the Earth's curved. Yeah.
So you think the horizon is not a straight line? You think that's a curved line?
That would be a necessary conclusion from that. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it's locally flat and level, right? But
no,
it's curving somewhere, not where we are, right?
I don't think it's locally flat.
It's a ball, but when you move, right, locally flat moves with you on that ball.
Right? I said I don't think
it's round. It's curving where you're not.
I don't think it's locally flat though, do I?
Oh, you don't?
No.
Yeah. You and what university or school of what science?
You're saying like it's like actually locally flat, right? I'm saying I would say something like it looks that way. Any
university you go to, any college you go to is going to tell you that. Okay, so I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what planet.
The universities are lying to you. You need to stop listening to universities that lie to you and pump out propaganda.
Yeah, you will fail every university.
Happy Australia Day, by the way.
That idea. I don't
It's not Australia Day anymore.
Okay.
Well, no. I'm saying to you that if I look out on the ocean and I see the ocean, it looks flat. it's flat. You can't tell me otherwise that it's like curving, because it's just simply not true. Like how so what is it like? Are you going to continue to lie and say there's somehow a curve when it's a flat horizon? Vermilion, you there?
Sorry, I've zoned out. What did you say?
I said that if you look over the horizon, I see a flat basin. How can you tell me that is somehow curved when I very clearly see it's flat?
Yeah, well, I'm a bit too old to be trolled, so I'll try with someone else.
No, but I'm asking you. I want to know. I'm asking for your conclusion.
All right, cunt.
To that. I'm asking for your conclusion to that scenario. Like if I look out on a
Here we go, Danny Trump. I'll give you an argument, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Why the horizon would necessarily be curving. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Does circumnavigation work on the Earth?
The what?
Circumnavigation doesn't work on the Earth. Can you go in a consistent direction and return to the same point?
Well, no, but that's really disprove. I can see it looking flat. So how can you make it look curved?
Well, I will get there in the end, right? Can you go in one direction and return to the same point? So keep going west.
Oh.
Right? And return to the same point.
That'll be a circle.
It'll be a circle, yeah.
No, you can't.
So you can't circumnavigate the Earth.
Well, no, you can't.
Yeah,
I mean, you can go in like a circle where you go like circle around.
That's what I'm talking about. A circle, yeah.
I mean, no, but you can't go from one side.
Yeah.
You have to curve. You have
circle
to curve
around. Yeah.
You'll go like most likely in the shape of a lake around something.
Yeah, like go around the lake. Yes.
Yeah. Sure. So a circle around a flat plane. That's what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you do that anywhere from Drake's Passage, Argentina, all the way to the North Pole?
No.
So where can't you do it?
Well, I can't. I obviously can't go in a circle. You have to, you have to go up north from Argentina to get to the North Pole.
That'll be a starting point, right? So you'll go west from the North Pole, or you'll go west from Argentina and return to the same location in a circle, right?
I mean, no, not really. Has anyone actually done this passage, this walk?
Let me show you.
Because I mean, if they have, I want to know who it is. Because I mean, they could be lying to us. So
yeah, let me just give you a concept, and you can tell me if this is possible.
Well, you need to go south to get to Argentina from the north.
Right. So look at the side chat. Just as a concept, could you go? Mm-hmm. You could start in Argentina, go all the way around the perimeter, return back to Argentina.
Possibly, I guess.
But you don't know.
I mean, I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying the Earth isn't round.
Go. I mean, there's Captain Cook's.
Yeah. Okay. So
and here's Magellan's, a circle.
Yeah.
There's Magellan's circle. So I mean,
well, we have airplanes now. We don't need to worry about like having to.
But as we know, the airplanes, like the pilots lie to us. Like we had someone, we had an insider come out.
That's not related to what I was saying. Not related to what I was saying.
No, but you do know that they lie. Like
you can get a pilot's license, and then you can tell me the truth, right? It's fine. We actually have a flat earth.
Make it a magic carpet ride. Why do we need this airplane that can fly forever? Just make it a magic carpet.
Magic carpet, yeah. A magic carpet going in a consistent easterly or westerly direction.
La La Land. What if?
Yeah, wait. Why can't we just have a magic?
What?
Why can't we just have a magic carpet? Why can't we just have?
You know what? Listen
up, Trump. Back in reality here for a minute. Let me ask you a question, Rumelian. Huey. You said a little bit ago, you said, yeah. What I can say is it appears flat. Well, aren't you the guy that chants about boats going over curves?
Okay, so there's two different two different
No, I
conversations
mean you are
here.
the same guy, right?
Yeah. So one is like, does it appear flat with no reference, right? But the Earth does present itself as a sphere, obviously.
Yeah, because we go out into the real world so often without any reference.
My default position is the Earth's a sphere because it presents itself like that.
It does not. It appears as flat.
Trump, I was going to ask you a question, but I forgot what it was now.
Yes, okay, come on, ask me a question. I'm all these.
Second.
So,
of course, he's ran out of questions. I beat him. Like,
how have you been here? How have you been here for a whole year, right? And you don't know all these things.
Yeah, Earth presents itself as a sphere.
So do you know that Neil deGrasse Tyson got on TV and said that stuff is flat?
Neil deGrasse
He's an astrophysicist.
He's a liar.
And he's a science communicator. And the reason why he made that statement was because the reason why he made that statement was because some guy jumped out of a balloon and we saw the horizon at 128,000 feet. And then he went further and said even at the ISS, that stuff looks flat. Then he said, don't see the curvature of the Earth. Every profession, I used to be a radio man in the Navy. Okay? In our profession, you need to assume a non-rotating plane to propagate radio signals over a flat Earth.
I don't care what he says, but just a quick.
Wait a second, you two. Wait, can I say something? Why you guys are so desperate? You're so desperate to throw deGrasse Tyson under the bus. But yes, we agree he's a liar.
Yeah, he's a liar.
But what's undeniable is he's carrying the pail for the mainstream narrative.
He do whatever he wants, son.
I get it. Him putting out these absurd tweets and making these stupid statements, damage control shit. It exposes how desperate and ridiculous the whole thing is.
Yeah.
But whether you like it or not, that is the mainstream narrative.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson's not in the room. I don't care what he says.
Okay, well, you guys are freaking out about him.
I'm not.
I'm not. I'm saying he's a liar.
We agree. He's full of shit, Daddy Trump.
Okay,
it's not just Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
It's not just Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hey, that's not the point. The point is the world is seen as appears flat, is measured flat, and is used as flat by all the professions that need to work with the Earth. That's the point. When you say that you see curvature, you're lying.
Yeah, Romalian, how are you stupid? Like, Romalian, I don't know how you're stupid that you somehow think the Earth is a curve. Like, are you on drugs?
How did someone do that at the exact same time I did that?
Am I on drugs? No. But I know you're trolling, so it's not really going to work on me,
You were just questioning us, like, these flat earthers and those flat earthers and Witz's flat earthers, right? But here you are. Here you are being divisive against the authority, okay, against the guy that's the science communicator. That's the guy that's out there doing damage control against flat earthers, right?
I don't care about science.
You're saying I'm going to develop my own globe model that's different from those guys from NASA's because NASA's they suck, and I'm a better thinker, right? I can come up with better bullshit than NASA and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and yet here you are denying reality, denying your senses, lying on the internet.
No,
saying shit like you're too old to be trolled. You troll yourself, mate.
So, first of all, I'm 26, and he's probably like 14. That's why I said I'm too old to be trolled. Secondly, with this, I'm saying science is
smarter than you, bro.
Science is for losers, right? I don't care what scientists say. I'm not making up my own globe, right? I don't think you need to talk about the spherical Earth at all to prove the Earth isn't flat. Not one word spherical needs to enter that conversation.
What about curve?
Don't need to talk about curve either.
Oh, then what the hell are you talking about?
Huey doesn't need modern science communicators. He has a priest from 500 years ago.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Pure logic will defeat flat Earth. Pure logic and observation.
Look, what is the shape of your Earth?
The sphere, the 3959 sphere.
Oh, okay. So why do you not have to mention sphere or curvature?
Because I'm not trying to prove a sphere. I can disprove flat Earth pretty easily. Pretty straightforward.
How?
I was going through it earlier, but I was talking to the troll.
So okay. So when we say it's flat, right? You're gonna go ahead and prove that it's flat. Okay. So when we say water is wet, you're gonna go ahead and prove that water is not wet, right? That's what you're saying.
For me, the Earth presents itself as a sphere. Like
you're going to prove
lunacy,
that you're going to prove that ice is not cold, right? That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, the Earth presents itself as a sphere.
You're going to prove that fire is not hot, right? That's what you're going to prove.
All right, Bong. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? You're one of the weaker flat.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. You're doing. You don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'd rather speak to one of the better flat earthers if I have to speak to anyone.
Okay, can I speak to you about flat Earth?
They're better.
Well, anyways,
why don't you think the Earth is flat? Why don't you think the Earth is flat?
It was nice meeting you. I'll talk to you later. Have fun. Good night.
So Romelian, or your name is whatever your name is. Why do you think the Earth is not flat?
It goes like this, right? If you can circumnavigate the Earth in a consistent easterly or westerly direction and return to the same place, then you can do that anywhere on the known Earth, then the known Earth will take the shape of a circle. And if it takes the shape of a circle, then distances between land masses would necessarily be inaccurate. So you have a reductio ad absurdum. So you have either circumnavigation in a consistent easterly or westerly direction is not possible, or distances are inaccurate, and both need to be true in order to both need to be true. Well, distances need to be accurate, and circumnavigation needs to be possible in reality. So by reductio, the Earth cannot be flat. That's the argument.
That's a fair point, but I do have a picture here that shows the Earth being flat.
Well then, pack my bags. We're done.
Okay, so do you want me to trust the picture, or do you want me to trust what you said?
Trust the picture.
Yeah, that's what I would do. The picture looks better. It has like these nice graphics.
Yeah. Made in Canva, no doubt.
On a real note, why would anybody care about the shape of the Earth in the first place if this itself has no, directly it has no effect on how somebody lives, their day-to-day lives? So why would you have an entire community speaking about flat Earth in the first place? Why would you give a shit?
It depends how you choose to live your life. Simple as that.
I can understand anti-vaxxers because they can claim vaccines affect us in daily lives. They're forced up on us. Okay.
Oh, here we go. That didn't take long.
I gave him an
answer. Wait, I'm not. Hold on. I don't want you to retardedly mute me. I said I can understand why anti-vaxxers exist.
Retardedly, it was right on time. Why are you here then? Why do you feel they need the bellyache about it?
He doesn't understand what he said yet. He likes to talk about poking people, and that's not what we're here to talk about.
Yeah, it's a retard.
Yeah, this guy Rumelian is just a troll earther, dude.
Absolutely. Wait, you're a troll. Weren't you pretending to be a flat earther for like a whole half a year?
Net's been here since the beginning. A year and a half now he's been I mean, he's been a flat earther.
3 years.
He's not a flat earther.
Maybe 2.
It's fucking everywhere time zone. Like time zones. You can't talk about certain things, otherwise you can get shut down.
Well, actually, PMAC, in the U.S., we're allowed to talk about whatever we want now, but unfortunately, you guys aren't allowed to hear it.
Well, it's a Discord thing. No, I could go out and scream vaccines. Sorry, I'm not going to say the word. Things are fake, right? I could say that, but I wouldn't get arrested for it.
Yep. Trump's the savior, man.
But Discord's TOS hasn't changed, so you still
You
can't
should
talk
see
about
what Facebook looks like now. It looks like Twitter.
And Mark Zuckerberg looks like a normal person. He went from robot to normal guy, surfer dude.
They're just trying to Mark Zuckerberg's definitely just trying to get in the president's good graces so he gets some benefits, right? That's about it.
Let people be normal again. Yeah.
I don't think he cares, honestly. I think he doesn't care if people are able to speak about.
Believe me, they care. Yeah.
No. I think Mark Zuckerberg doesn't care if you are able to say something.
I went back to social media because Trump. I knew he was going to win, so I got on beforehand.
My friend put £100 bet on Kamala. I told him, Jesus, boys, you're just throwing your money down a fucking hole. Like £100 he put on Kamala winning. 100 fucking smackaroos.
I thought Trump was going to win too.
I knew he was going to win.
Pretty clear to me.
I said to the mate, why didn't you fucking talk to me, man? You just wasted £100. This is like a day or two before the election. Like,
and Trump's going to send us to Mars. How does flat earthers feel about that?
We'll see.
Yeah, you will be the first one.
I will.
No, you should go. You should get in the rocket and let them send you wherever they're going to send you.
No, I'm all up for it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll never hear from you again, buddy.
That's the one that
I'll log on from Discord from Mars.
That's the one that goes up like an airplane and comes down like an airplane. Isn't that Blue Origin? That's an airplane, dude. 0G fall. Just like the NASA ones.
We're going to Mars. Me and Radwood together.
I got better things to do. I got to cut the grass and shit.
Yeah, 70 years in waiting. Yeah, very soon we'll have a moon base. Just around the corner. Next week, possibly. Maybe next year.
Okay. What would happen if, what would happen if they, what would happen if they actually did set up a moon base? And you can't say that anymore, can you? Because I think Elon Musk sent a rocket up to the moon the other day.
Yeah, it sounds like an appeal to the future policy. While I give an example of how they waited 70 years to not do it.
So yeah, now we got him saying Elon Musk. He sent 2 actually. Didn't you hear the story right? There's 2 running around, or will be, or are. Who knows? Maybe we'll see this crazy nice video coming out soon, running around on a moon.
And then in 100 years, we'll start sending people. We'll be able to send people. In 100 years, though, just wait.
Yeah.
Well, they might be AI robots.
Anyway.
They might be AI robots, so they're just going to build their own population and get it ready for humans. They're just going to do it themselves. They're going to start mining, then they're going to start forging metals, and then building machines like drill presses, and they're going to start creating drill bits to do all that, and lasers to cut everything, different ways, or who knows? They're going to make spare parts, and then people are going to go there, and it'll be all ready for them.
You should be
right. Then we'll make the Mars base, and then we'll make the Saturn base, and then we'll.
You should be writing sci-fi, rather. That sounds like a good sci-fi book right there.
And don't forget when the crater people come out of their holes to take back their land.
That's
crazy. Used to be all into globe Earth.
Yeah, why is it you? Why is it? Hold on. Why is it all the people who are woke and think all this, Western civilization is so evil, and down with the colonial this and colonial that? Why do you guys want to go colonize the moon?
I'm not woke. I'm a nationalist.
Well, you know what I'm saying. The dream of the woke, the dinosaurs and the outer space and the black holes. They're always worried about indigenous people, yet they just want to go run through the outer space.
Everyone loves
boys like Dick Cheney.
Everyone loves space. Space is cool.
You'll grow out of it, bro.
I don't like science. Science is for losers.
Forget how young and naive you are. It's crazy because you've been in this for years. So you were just falling off the turnip truck.
I've only been in it for a year.
You'll grow out of it, bro.
1 year, not years.
Yeah, so you were like just a moronic 24-year-old. No offense to all the 24-year-olds out there. Wow.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't like science. Like I said, like science is for losers. It's not the science bit that I like. It's the idea of like
the sci-fi. The sci-fi.
Like somewhere to send our immigrants to. Mars.
Send them to the Queen's Castle.
Make them
Camilla's project.
They already live around there anyway.
Give Camilla something to do.
Oh, you guys are in trouble. You got Trump's behind this Trump coming up, and J.D. Vance. You guys are going to be a long time before you get any more flakes in the office. They scarred a whole generation of people that don't want to see that again.
Do you think Republicans will win 2028? Or do you think someone else will win? Do you think Democrats will win?
I already know who's going to win.
Well, it can't be Trump, can it? I mean, he only has 2 terms.
I hate that this has gone all political, but at the same time, I love it. What's weird to me is, the fascination from the world with the American political thing. But, and I hate to, well, here's the thing. Republican or Democrat, it's the same machine. The whole thing with Trump was, if it is real, yes, this could all be kabuki theater and we're, under the thumb of some authoritarian. But Klaus Schwab does seem awfully defeated. And the narrative is weird. Trudeau walks away. The thing about Trump that gives me hope is that he isn't a politician.
Well,
people say, he played politics his whole life. Well, he was in the real estate business.
Yeah, but he is now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, obviously he got voted in. But the whole United States thing was supposed to be the guy was president, and then after his term or terms, he went back to his field. I know that's a little Pollyannish, But this whole idea of lifetime politicians is what got us into this hell.
I would say don't get too excited about a guy who said we need more Indian H-1B visas.
I'm not. You guys are the one that bring them up all the time. Elon, Trump, Elon. Yeah, and it is weird. I watched Elon's little video he retweeted the other day. And it is, I don't know if you saw it, but it's someone that says, here's 3 minutes of photos I took with my telescope. Well, it's a 3-minute display of images, GIFs, all kinds of things, not just things from his telescope. And it reminds me, I don't know if you ever watched MASH, probably not, Rumillion, but Father Mulcahy on MASH, he said one time, there was an episode where he said, we're all God's children, just some of us are more childish than others. There's a lot of normies out there, Yui. And the whole outer space thing, it gives people peace. It has people sedated. So yeah, it is very suspicious, everything that's going on.
Remember when I showed you? Hey, hold on.
They just have these adults in this outer space fairy tale. It's crazy.
Yeah. Check it out. So remember when I was showing you the triangles, and I showed you the one where the Earth was curved and the line came down funny, and you went, "Now that's reality," or whatever you said. That's the comfort you're seeking. Yeah, that's what he was just talking about. There's your comfort.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, like, I will have to, like, I don't know how to really communicate, but, like, I genuinely don't like science, right? So I don't think about science when I log off, right? It doesn't cross my mind. Not space, not triangles or geometry. The only thing I really care about is Lord of the Rings, right? And its lore, right? And history, right? And politics. Nothing to do with space. I don't care. Moon, Mars, whatever. I don't care. Dinosaurs, don't care. It does not occupy space in my mind in the way that you guys imagine it does.
Sure, fight hard for it.
Well, because I like debating, not because I like science.
You have nothing to debate. We ask you and you got nothing. Every time you just sit there and then you want to ask us questions.
I've got plenty of arguments. Plenty.
You haven't given one yet. Just like Peter.
Like half an hour ago.
Peter starts, I just stop him right away and I say, "Oh, you can't make a angle off the surface of a ball," and it's over. He cannot continue.
Isn't Flat Earth part of Lord of the Rings lore?
No, well, it is, but not.
Yeah.
So basically, what happens is initially it is a flat Earth, right? But when Eru Ilúvatar sinks Numenor, he bends the Earth into a sphere.
Wait, is this actually canon, or are you making this shit?
That's canon. Go look it up.
What? That's crazy. Wait, so he just invents gravity when he curves the Earth?
I don't know if Tolkien was thinking like science when he was doing that. He was just thinking like, the world was reshaped into a sphere.
I was just thinking, I better get it into the shape of a ball. People are going to be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I mean, I love Lord of the Rings, so I'll never look. Tolkien is the king, is best writer in history. So,
you think that stuff is real?
Yeah, actually, what's funny is that Tolkien presented Lord of the Rings as if he had found like this document, and this is reality. Like, that's our Earth, right? That this is the story of Earth, which I think is pretty cool.
I've always found Lord of the Rings to be kind of boring.
Well, it kind of goes along with the story then, where it's been flat all along, but then magically, like 1919 or whatever, when Universal Pictures flashed a ball on the screen, they turned it into a ball. Yeah, funny.
Well, not exactly, but I think we thought the Earth was a sphere for a long time now. It's not been
exactly.
Are you a fan of the movies?
Yeah, Peter Jackson movies. Yeah.
He was a genius. Genius.
The greatest English writer that's ever lived, Tolkien.
I agree.
What about George R. R. Martin? Like the
No, Tolkien's better. Tolkien's better. This is no competition.
None. 10. Yeah, slightly disliked you there, Rumladen, and was regarding you with a bit of suspicion. But now that you've declared your love for Tolkien, you're not so bad.
Yes, yes.
Not so bad.
The movies are so boring, man. Like the first 20 minutes is just two people walking and talking in a forest, and I'm like,
that's because you've got a TikTok brain. You can't stand to like enjoy a long story.
Oh my god.
Yeah, goldfish. Don't you dare fucking attack Tolkien. I will strike you down.
No.
With a mighty branch. Yeah, there's some redemption there from Malin, I suppose. F.I. What the fuck does that even mean, though, your name? Honestly, it's a genuine.
Someone called it me because, like I said, I'm not awoke, right? So people usually sound quite right wing, and a Finnish guy approached me and said, I'm not going to explain it to you. It basically means Ernst Röhm, right? But Ernst Röhm, like the Nazi. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I got it. It was a nice story. You should try and write that like Tolkien.
Although I'm not a Nazi, just to point that on the table. Since we're being live streamed.
You sure?
What's new in the flat with Discord? Did anything happen while I was gone?
We were talking about
I don't know. Do you want me to make a video and you can watch it?
Horizontals are so the horizon's horizontal. Talk about triangles, you know. Yeah, I just want like a new flat Earth argument, like something that I haven't heard before, you know, something new, fresh.
I'm just
starting. Okay, hang on. I have a question for you, Rumelin.
You got a flat Earth argument? I have a real one.
Just arguing water.
You ready? I see the sun and the Earth is flat. I see the sun for 24 hours. The Earth must be flat.
Oh, very good. What's your question, Fry?
Yeah, so I have a question. Okay, wait. Oh, this is hard. So there's a photograph that I've often seen flat earthers post, and it's basically like a photo of a can, and when you keep it on the floor and take a photo of it from a distance, you can see the bottom of the can on a flat plane, right? And so, how would you explain that?
Can you show me the image?
You just imagine a can and it's kept on the floor, and
look. If there's a can on the floor and you can't see the bottom of it, there's one or two possibilities. Either there's some sort of refraction, but that's unlikely, or it's the surface isn't actually flat.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
The camera's lower than the can.
Is it on a table? It's on a table.
Have you ever tried to stand on a floor that's
if it's on a table, then the lens could be below the table. Yeah, that's also possible.
Have you ever tried to stand on a floor that's not level?
Like a football field. Yeah, I've done that before.
Oh, a floor in a house.
In a house, yeah, I have. Yeah.
And you can just walk around comfortably, or does it need to be level?
You might notice it, yeah, but
well, you will notice it. That's how you will notice it. It was like one of my first houses when I was renting when I was like 19, had a big old crooked kitchen floor in it, and you noticed.
Yeah.
It would be like a millimeter off, and that
putting
would
a
be
can on
enough
a floor. Putting a can on the floor, we're going to imply it's flat because builders don't normally build crooked on,
You just said that there was one in your flat. Like, what are you talking?
Yeah, it was 100 years old at that time.
Wait, hang on. That's not the question, though. That's not my question. So, Rumelan, so here's my proposal, right? So you put a laser next to the can, like right at the bottom of it, and you turn it on. Would you expect to see the laser in the camera?
If the floor was perfectly horizontal, yeah.
Wait, but you can't see the bottom of the can, though. So wait. You can't see the bottom of the can. How can you see the laser?
If you can't see the bottom of the can, and it's not due to like reflect, there's not like some sort of reflection going on. Where like I've seen the one with a long hallway, and as they stand up in the hallway, the reflection makes it so that it appears whilst he's moving, not when he's in a stationary position, that you can't see the bottom of the object, right? So there's lots of different things that might go into it. But if the floor was perfectly horizontal and you had a laser, then you would be able to see it. If it wasn't perfectly horizontal, you wouldn't be able to see it. And there's other things like how reflected the surface is as well.
Wait, so if it's perfectly level, why can't you see the bottom of the can?
If it's perfectly level, you should be able to see it.
So that's what I'm asking. So
for things like reflections and stuff like that, I mean, those are the other like factors that might come into it. Besides like reflections, there's one with a hallway, right? Have you seen the hallway one? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
And the floor is highly reflective, and as the camera's moving up and down, because that's what they do, they notice that at some stage you can't see the bottom because of the reflection whilst he's moving. But when he's in a sedentary position, you can see the bottom at the floor and when he's moving it up. So it depends. There's lots of different things that might go into it.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think on a flat, if the floor is actually flat, you should always see the bottom. It doesn't matter how reflective the floor is.
Whatever you say. All right. I just told you an instance where that happens. Like, what you're better off doing is trying to explain why. If I do this test right now, I put a can at one side of my lounge, go to the other side of the lounge, put my phone on the floor. Why can I see the bottom?
If it's flat enough, you'll be able to see the bottom of the can.
Yeah. If it's flat, you'll be able to see the bottom of the can. Exactly.
Yeah. But so what I'm saying is, like, if for whatever reason you can't see the bottom of the can, you would also not be able to see the laser, right? It can't be like, it cannot be like the laser's reaching the camera, but the bottom of the can cannot for some reason. That would never happen, right?
So no, but the thing is, like in the instance with the hallway, the can. We should be able to see the bottom of the can. The bottom of the can's still there, right? You could it's not like the ground has risen, and the laser would hit the can. But you personally, as the observer firing the laser, would not be able to see it, right? The other person on the other end would be able to.
Wait, what? I'm confused.
Yeah,
you guys are confused.
It's hard.
Here's something that could clear something up for you guys. I know the one he's talking about. I don't have it screenshot, but it's a can of coffee on the floor. Okay, so say you had your laser set up and you're pointing it at your can of coffee. And from your camera, from behind the laser, we'll just give you there's some funny business going on with the laser in the can. Well, you can go over to the side of it, get what would they call that? The orthographic view of it.
Right.
And then you'll see that the laser's straight as an arrow.
Right.
I think we better stop confusing.
Will you acknowledge that if you were to go to the side, you would see the laser straight?
Yeah.
So all this nonsense about you guys talking about, the light bending, refraction nonsense, it's crazy.
Well, no, refraction would be like if it was outdoors and we're talking about long distance.
I know, dude. It's whatever you would imagine it. Let me ask you something, Yui, because I've asked other Globies this, and they freak out when they see where this is going, and they spiral. Maybe you won't. say I set up a vertical wall. Are you with me?
Yeah, vertical wall.
Vertical wall, I don't know, 10 feet tall, and you're with your friend. And we built that wall. We start building it, moving away from you, okay? Perpendicular to, well, straight ahead from where you guys are. And we built it with the curvature of the earth. It's a long wall.
Long wall.
Okay, we built it. Now we have the curvature of the earth. I'm going to send your friend out, and they're going to walk with their hand against the wall. It looks straight, but it's actually a curving wall.
Yeah.
Well, what will happen when your friend goes around the curve?
We could do an experiment of this, right?
No,
I say,
yeah,
go to the Great Wall of China.
This is a thought experiment right now. Hold on.
Yeah.
If your friend walks away, don't spiral out where they all the other ones spiral out, because you guys are so convinced it's going around a curve.
I'll go to the Great Wall of China.
No, we're going to stay right here to this thing we built in our mind space right now, Yui.
Yeah.
If your friend walks away from you, will they disappear eventually?
Eventually, yes.
What would be the reasons they disappear?
Well, I mean, walls are usually built on land, right? So one would just be the natural topography of land. One would be.
We graded this out. We graded it out. That we have a 3 mile square graded out flat slab.
So we have a flat. We have a perfectly flat horizontal.
The only curvature is this vertical wall that's moving away from you.
If you have a horizontal, and nice horizontal, I mean like real horizontal, 3 miles, then they would never disappear because it's flat, right?
No, but they're going around a curve. There's a wall that's curving, and they're walking with their hand along the wall.
Yeah, but you're saying it's a flat.
You already told me they would disappear eventually. So what are the reasons they would disappear?
Yeah, but you said it's on a flat surface, right?
Yeah. Yes, and they're walking along a wall that's curving.
No, but you said flat surface.
Yes, correct. And there's a vertical wall.
So you're on a flat surface.
That's right. And we have a vertical wall. You and your buddy are standing shoulder to shoulder. There's a wall that goes straight out and curves to the right at the rate of this 3959 spheroid. What?
Exactly like my penis, yeah.
Yeah, you guys always spiral out because you realize that someone would walk around a curve and they would disappear. They would go bye-bye. But you guys, when you say, well, you have to go outside for this magical refraction. Well, we're outside.
No, I'm agreeing. If it's on a curved surface,
hold on, let this sink in you, because I know you're not here to learn, but I'm going to let this sink into to your subconscious. You know, in reality, when someone walks around a curve, they go bye-bye.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So what's up with all these long-distance observations where things would have been going over a curve?
Well, usually things do disappear bottom up. Sometimes they don't. And when they don't,
okay, dude. We're talking about we're talking about my wall. Refraction. Okay.
If you're talking about wall,
sometimes I forget with your smarmy British accent. Sometimes I forget how young and I forget how young and clueless you are.
I need to do a different accent because this is the second
You're
time.
You're just a naive little twat, as they call you guys over there.
All right, brother. So what I'm saying is,
I kind of forget about that. I kind of forget about that sometimes. It's cloaked. It's cloaked in this.
Listen,
Prince Charles stick.
What I'm saying is, if there's
what you're saying is that you've got an excuse of saying refraction when you know damn well when someone walks around a curve they disappear. You know damn well.
Yeah, well, look,
and here you chant refraction. It's weird, bro.
Only if you're talking about oaks and stuff like that, right?
Get back to your coffee can on the floor with the laser and see if that sinks in. Dude, you spiraled. Dude, I haven't heard you bring up dude. You turn into Bob Saget when it starts getting highlighted how ridiculous your refraction chant is. Good job, Yui.
Bob Saget, that's a good one.
The second time I've been told that my accent is like causing some sort of a ruckus. I'm okay with changing my accent if I have to.
It doesn't create a ruckus. It smokescreens the fact that you're just a naive little punk. No offense. I was once a mid-20s naive little punk. I get it.
I'll try to do better.
No, you'll grow out of it. Maybe you won't. Some people don't. When I say woke, I just mean it for the general generational thing. But my acronym applies, that we only know everything. And it's weird that you go to such vagaries. Yeah, you've got, every time it gets down to like the skeleton of the thing, today you start shouting out anatomy parts. But yeah, it's just vague.
Well, I have to.
Right? Saying refraction is just vague.
Yeah, but if you say curve to the right, like it's an opportunity I just can't miss.
Yeah, you know damn well that your friend isn't refracted back into view as they go around the curve. That's what I'm trying to point out. You get that?
I understand. If there's no refraction, then that won't be happening.
No. What do you mean if there's no refraction? In what case can you imagine someone going around a curve and then reappearing in front of your eyes?
Wait, so like we're talking like a curve going to the right, right?
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
If it's a curve to the right, then I don't know how refraction would do that. And refraction doesn't do it that way.
Well, what do you mean you don't know how? If the refraction's above the surface of the Earth, outside, you said. You have to be outside.
But I don't think, I'm not good at science, but I don't think refraction will make someone go from the right to the center of the frame, right?
Oh, that funny. Yeah, you won't get the funny effect of it reappearing. Even though it's in the same visual zone, you'll get things projected up over a curve, but that person just, right. Refraction, this refraction you're talking about, you've learned to chant, it's not real, bro.
Right? Hold on, you believe in refraction. Let's be...
Yeah, you're talking about the specific terrestrial refraction. That's why I brought up that's why I said this wall was built to the specs of the 59 mile radius ball.
I get told all the time when a boat dips below the horizon, it's refraction.
Yeah, dude. You've also admitted on here that you don't go out and observe these boats. You have these videos that are presented to you. You go by what other people say. You need to, if you really want to, why not just, whatever, you're probably landlocked or got other things to do. But yeah, you'll see boats doing different things. And here's an example. At dusk, and I'll try to make this succinct. At dusk, you'll see a boat disappear at the horizon. You following me?
Yeah.
Half an hour later, it gets darker. Boom, there's a little light out there. There's that boat. It had disappeared from view. It got dark. They turned on the light. I see it again. And guess what also you can see beyond that light of that boat? You'll see more lights in the distance, green lights, red lights, staggered, more boats further away that you didn't see earlier. This idea that you go to the beach and it's frightening. I get it. They sold it all to us in our youth. I get it. But I know you don't go out and make your own observations and I know a lot of these people who chant this bullshit, refraction, boats go over curve, they're not around the water. Because you see all kinds of things that negate this claim of curve. All kinds of things.
How does the boat disappear?
We got too far away. Too small. If it was a bigger boat, I would have seen it for longer.
You haven't done enough observations yourself.
Curves upwards.
What?
Aren't Joe Dubs?
Well, what does the boat do? I mean, when it disappears, what does it look like? You have to zoom in with your
It disappears. You can't see it anymore, Joe Dubs. Did you hear what I said, dude?
Yeah, but I'm asking you specifically.
Okay, so what about the boats that are beyond that? What about the boats that are beyond that boat?
What do you mean?
Okay, now it's you who have highlighted once again that you lack the observations. What I'm saying is you can see a boat disappear, it'll get dark, then you'll see its light, and then you'll see boats beyond that boat. None of these boats are going over a curve, you fools.
I never said they did.
Oh, bro. I'm talking to Yui. I'm talking to the mainstream chant.
Well, you're going to have to explain your position better because they don't just disappear.
Okay, well, maybe you can listen better and figure out where the conversation was before you
How
cope.
did they disappear? Do you know? Do you know?
Well, I just explained it to you, didn't I?
You didn't use the right words.
Oh, okay.
Try again.
Yui understood me. But do you hear what I'm saying, Yui? What do you make of those boats that are beyond that boat that had disappeared?
So, I mean, a good example. Oh, there was one by.
Have you ever? Let me ask you this: have you ever observed that?
Yes, I've been abroad and been to coastlines before. Yeah.
Okay, so you've seen a boat disappear, then it get dark, and then you see that boat via its light. And then you notice, and I'm asking a specific thing, and then you notice that there are boats further out than that boat.
Not specifically.
Have you observed that? I'm not asking you if you have a passport.
No. What I'm saying is what I observe, which is a similar concept.
So I'll take that as a no.
Yeah,
maybe that's something you and Joe Dubs can seek out if you guys are actually interested in the subject.
There's a similar thing, right? So, like, sometimes there's land that you can't see, like, in the daytime, but at nighttime, when it's all lit up, you can see the lights from that land that you didn't know it was there, right? Because you can't see it.
You can also just zoom in on it during the day. You'll be able to see it again. Until it disappears into the inferior mirage. That's right. When they disappear over the alleged bulge of the convex curvature, it's not really what's happening. They're disappearing into the inferior mirage. And what is the inferior mirage? It's when the image is flipped top to bottom. So that's why you can't see the bottom of the boat. What else does that show?
The
image is flipped top to bottom. So that proves that light is bending up, because that's what happens. When light bends up, the image is flipped down.
That give you a little chuckle, Rumelian?
Well, I'm Joe Dubs' biggest fan. I follow him on Twitter. I like everything he says. He could literally just type the letter A, and I'd like it, and I'd retweet it.
You're not obsessed with flat Earth.
Well, he's a concave earther. It's different.
This is usually where I get booted.
This is Say Stupid Shit Sunday. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can speculate about your fantasy world.
Yeah, you can do your concave cope in peace. We're all living in a half pipe.
sheep seems to have a problem with something that was said, though. Who cares?
I'm sure no one really gives a shit.
Yeah, it's my thoughts exactly. Thank you. Good night.
No worries.
No, this sheep person. Oh, they can't even hear us. My God. What's the fucking point?
I have no idea.
Could somebody please ask sheep why they are sitting here listening to morning shit? Or would they kindly fuck off?
It's okay. They've decided that they've deafened themselves because they want to regain some IQ points. So I've decided that I will personally show them the door.
That makes sense. You're doing them a favor, actually.
Well, I'm trying to be a kind host. Let's be fair.
Yeah, we give them plenty of chances before they receive the boot.
Speculation Sunday.
I mean, yeah, speculation Sunday. Don't know what's left to speculate about anymore, guys. But it's good to see everybody on this. Oh, it's fucking a miserable day outside. It's grey, it's cold, it's miserable, it's rainy. But it's nice to be here with all you lovely flat earthers. Anything exciting been going on today? Have I missed anything? Have I missed the proof of Earth curvature?
Well, I mean, it's been lovely in here, yeah.
Yeah, about half an hour ago, Jedi. We're just in the process of closing everything down and shutting everything off.
Oh, really?
Close the shop.
That's half an hour ago. Looks like I made it just in time.
It's a momentous occasion. Yeah, the weather's bad, hey? And the weather bad. The weather is fucking bad. Did I say bad?
He did, mate. He did. It's just miserable and cold. That's all. Been a bit windy over the weekend, we'll admit that.
Oh.
Apart from that.
Brother, what the hell was that? Holy
That's a
shit.
storm.
Yeah, thanks. 114 in Galway. 114 was registered, 114 mile an hour, and then the instrument broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, 114. Woke me up there. Wait to hear this wee story. Real quick. My dad woke me up. He says, "Paul, I was sleeping. I was working that night. Tiles are flying off the roof, and the fence is down." And I was like, for fuck's sake. So I went back to sleep for about 2 hours. And about 4 o'clock, where was I? Up on the roof putting tiles back on. It was kind of dying down. Yeah, it was dying down. And then I was nailing the fence back up with a couple of nails just to make it sit there, so to take the bad look off it, because our entire front fence was sitting in the fucking garden. And so that was my storm day. It was wonderful.
That's crazy, man.
Oh man, fucking trees everywhere, like. You know, when you're delivering shit, there was boys I was talking to, and I was, they like alternative route trees. Just some boys couldn't even get, deliver their shit. They had to just come back. They delivered about 5 or 6 shops, and they went, fuck this, back to the HQ, See, the thing I didn't realize too is that, you see, when they put out a red warning, that's your insurance gone. You don't even have insurance for your car. If you're out driving in a red warning and a tree hits your car, you're paying. Insurance isn't paying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's just, isn't the weather going shit, Jedi? It's like forest fires over there and 3 inches of snow in Southern Carolina, and man, it's just crazy.
It's definitely crazy, mate. I don't necessarily know what to make of it, but I know it's crazy. I see somebody's let Castle King back into the chat. Fucking hell.
Why was he not allowed here?
He can be here if he wants to. I was just surprised that he's lasted this long without getting banned yet.
Because he's a flat earther. He knows he can go to the beach and point to that island on the other side where he came from and have his friend that's still there point back at California, and they'll be pointing at each other. He knows this now.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Don't wake the beast. I was just enjoying my time listening to you guys.
I was just telling Jedi how you've come. Now you know it's flat.
Full circle?
No, I don't know that. I just like to hang out with you guys, man.
Told you he loves being here. He's going to end up being part of the furniture at some point if we don't do something with him.
No, it's just interesting to hear, you guys debate the Globers.
It is funny. Made you laugh yesterday when I was speaking to some young gentleman about his claim about the horizon blocking boats. That made you laugh.
Yeah, it made me laugh so much it inspired me to go and make my own little drawings about flat Earth.
I know, I've seen your YouTube video.
Did you write a song about it?
No, I just drew some pictures.
That's one of the reasons why I thought you wouldn't be in the channel. Yeah.
Is that your username on YouTube, Castle King Side?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Would you do that to, say, any other group of people?
Well, I've hung out with the Muslims. I've hung out with the
You definitely wouldn't do that, would you? You definitely wouldn't do that to a group of Muslims. Because the group of Muslims...
This is really... we almost believe the same things, just that our stories are slightly different. Where Jesus...
Excuse me?
Was not...
No.
Yeah, Jesus is not he's not sacrificed upon the cross. Instead, he's lifted up into the heavens by the angels, which
you guys both love karaoke.
And that's another thing. The Muslims don't seem to like singing. I ran into them and asked them if they liked the karaoke. They said no.
That's because they don't drink. Drinking makes you want to sing.
Let's have loud music. No pop music, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to ask, why did you make those videos on YouTube? Why?
What videos?
Your YouTube channel, Flat Earthers.
Oh, that's just a little personal, like an autobiography.
It's an autobiography. For the first 3 minutes, you're just giggling at pictures.
Oh, yeah. No, it was funny because...
I've got to ask you this question. Are you less than 11 years old?
No, obviously I'm 48.
So why are you acting like a fucking child?
You know, one thing we should never forget is our inner child.
I mean,
no matter how old we get,
that's
we should
lovely.
never forget that.
Yeah, an inner child is one thing. Acting like an immature little child is something completely different. You can find joy and wonder in the world because of the innocence of childhood, but acting, I mean, you're what, 48 years old? I would never dream of doing something like that. That's acting as old as my children.
Well,
it's just fucking pathetic, dude. Seriously, shut up. It's pathetic.
You and I are not the same.
Yeah, I know. That was just pathetic, dude.
It was spontaneous. It happened naturally. So I just figured just keep it there.
Yeah, it happened naturally. You are naturally like this. Weird.
I'm saying I'm an artistic individual.
No one cares what you say.
There's not much artisticness going on the YouTube channel, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay, fine.
Like you're doing your karaoke, sure. But
yeah, I could take it.
Why didn't you make a tune yourself? Like,
I can. I have.
Okay.
What a weird little man.
I don't see one.
Oh yeah. We didn't post it up. It was me and my cousin. We made a song.
You and your what?
My cousin.
Oh, so you said okay, right?
Yeah.
So
we didn't post it up. We didn't post it up because it wasn't actually our beat. It was just someone else's beat on YouTube we took and we just made a song out of it.
I have to say, say no to alcohol. You look like a fat Buddha with a beard.
A fat Buddha?
Fat Buddha with a beard.
And
no talent.
Yeah, well, Well, hey, that's all subjective, right?
What does that have to do with anything, PMAC? Drinking and him being fat?
Nothing.
He's just trying to insult me.
Yeah, he won't last long.
Do better. Do what I'm doing. Insult him to his face.
Nah, man. You do realize we're all in each other's story now. All of us. We're all a part of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty powerful when you think about it.
That's really fucking deep, man.
No, really.
Yeah, no, really. It's really deep. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have a story to tell. I'll have a story to tell. Everyone in here has a story to tell. Different perspectives of the same events.
Yeah.
It's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
I thought that was a compliment. You look like a black Buddha.
That I'm a fat Buddha?
Well, sorry, I meant black Buddha with a beard.
Oh, black Buddha? Wow. I've never seen a black person in my life.
Should get out more.
What?
I've never seen a white or a black person my whole life. I've been waiting to see them.
You don't see color.
No, I see color. It's
You're
just
no
that
racist.
No, I see color. It's just that I believe we're all a different shade of brown, from the lightest to the darkest.
That's
That's
actually
it.
true. That's actually true, isn't it?
I think so, because if there really were black and white people, where are the gray people at?
That's actually funny. I like that.
Mm.
Hey, you know what? You shouldn't do music. You should do jokes.
You know, it's funny. I have a story about that. I actually did stand up one time, not because I'm a comedian, but I wanted to just get in front of a crowd and start talking on the microphone.
See what happens?
Yeah. It was actually successful, but what happened was I let some girl taint my energy before I got on stage. And so I was upset because the girl, yeah, this is what happened. I was performing downtown Riverside over here at this place called Mescal. And right before I got on stage, I was so hyped up and excited. I walked across the street to see what was going on over there. There's a huge line of people lined up to get into this little building, this little venue that they had.
Like tiny?
It was small. I mean, this venue is not capable of holding all the people that were waiting outside in that line.
Dwarfs only?
Say that again?
Midgets only? How small was the building? It was so small it was dwarfs only?
No. This isn't something out of Lord of the Rings or something for the hobbits. This is actually a normal building. I'm saying the capacity is probably like 200 to 300 at tops, but there were so many people outside. I wanted to go see what was going on, and I walked down the line, and I was excited, and I was just talking to the people randomly. And I come across a couple, a guy and a girl, and I was talking to them, and I was excited about getting on stage and just life in general. And the girl, she started to cower, like she was afraid of me or something. And the guy was just looking at me like, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait to get on stage." And she said, "Could you leave?
Go away?
Like, get away? Yeah, like get out of here." And that kind of stunned me because I was like, "Wait, what?"
Well, maybe the words coming out of your mouth was kind of making them a little
Maybe.
afraid.
I don't know exactly. I mean, maybe it was something I said, but maybe she was just kind of weird because she had purple hair and pink hair, and she got one of those crazy nose rings, and you know.
Bro, you're all right. You're okay. Nothing wrong with you. She's a freak.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we're both freaks. It's just that our energy didn't match or something. Yeah. And then, so then that, I let that affect the way I performed on stage.
Yeah, you should never.
Where I hit the stage like upset, you know, like I was pissed off, like I had something to prove to the world.
Never let other people dictate your mood, ever.
Yeah, that's hard to do because human beings were susceptible to that. You know, just the slightest word from our parents could change our whole mood. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, so that's what happened. I performed on stage and I did well. I just sang for the people because I told the people I'm not a comedian. I'm more of an orator. You know, I'm a storyteller and I like to sing songs. Yeah.
You should have fucking.
I consider myself to be an orator.
You should have videoed and put it up on the YouTube channel.
Say that again.
You should have videoed it and put it up on your YouTube
I did.
channel.
I put it on there. I was holding the phone while I was performing with the microphone in the other hand.
Right.
Yeah, I put it up there.
What the fuck is it?
It's called Rough Night.
Okay.
I might have put it on private though, because sometimes I do that. I'll put my videos back on private.
Yeah,
you know, I just like to keep the video there as a memory, so that I can go back and relive those memories.
Well, so yeah, any good jokes?
Yeah, I got a joke.
Hit me.
There's these three guys inside of a prison cell. There's a well, see, I'm gonna have to change up the joke a little bit because it's old school. There's these three guys. There's a Mexican, there's an American, and there's a Samoan. And they're all in this prison cell. There's one toilet, and they all have to drop a deuce. But the officer is standing right outside the cell, and he says to them, I better not hear any constipation sounds out of any of you three. And so the Mexican guy says, Officer, I have to use the bathroom, I have to drop a deuce. Says, all right, but you know what I said. I better not hear the constipation sound. So he says, okay. So he sits down on the toilet and the officer shoots him. So then the next guy, the American guy, he's like, man, officer, I've got to drop a deuce. And the officer says, yeah, you know what I'm going to do if I hear that constipation sound. Said, yeah, I know. So he sits down on the toilet. Officer shoots him. You right? And then the third guy, the Samoan guy, he sees that what happened. He says, oh, man. Officer, what is it? I have to drop a deuce. Okay, but you know what I'm going to do if I hear that constipation sound. He says, yeah, I know. So he sits down on the toilet.
Silence.
I bet he was the Samoan there.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Yep.
I do like that one. That's pretty good. What's this guy's name?
It's probably his own experience.
Oh, they muted him before he got the punchline. Okay, I thought that was the punchline.
So I was looking up the Mars helicopter. NASA put a rope on it to lift it off the ground so they can simulate less Earth's gravity. So it didn't even fly here. They were like, why doesn't it fly in a vacuum chamber? Well, let's put a rope on it and lift it up while we're trying to fly it. And then we'll say that's why, because of gravity.
Do you remember that conservative comedian? He says, people call me racist. Yeah? Well, how can I be racist when I'm married to a Mexican? How can I be racist when I'm married to an inferior race?
calling us plebs, PMAC?
If the hat fits, wear it.
You old little turd.
I'll tell you where you cut off, Castle King. Where cut off was the Mexican went for a shit, and the guard was about to shoot him, and there was no sound. It was just silence, and that was it. It just sort of hung there. It's actually, I think it's a joke that was made here on Discord, purely by accident, but it's actually very, very good because I'm gonna fucking use it. I mean, because I love that kind of shit. Like you're telling like 4 people a story. I'm telling them a joke about constipation in jails with people, and then you just at the end of a joke, you go, right, okay, but you know if you make a fucking constipation sound, I'm gonna shoot you. Yeah, yes, God, thank you, God. And then you go for it. So he went for shit, and it was like, and you say fuck all, and you just.
What is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, your mates are gonna punch you and knock your beer over.
It's like Andy Kaufman. It's like Andy Kaufman genius. It's like just silence, okay?
Prepare to be punched. That's all I can say.
Oh, I enjoyed it anyway, so fuck you guys.
No, I didn't like it. Can you prove it was a funny joke? Do you have any evidence of that? Scientific?
No, there was no fucking curvature, mate. Des.
Yeah.
What's more deadlier than a seagull?
Don't know.
A seagull with a gun.
Oh my god. Why did the koala fall out of the tree?
Don't know.
Because it was dead. Because it was dead.
Back. Do you know, I know 3 interesting facts about koalas. You've heard this one before, haven't you?
Yes.
What?
Koala bear.
3 interesting facts about koala bears.
1, they're not a bear.
Okay.
2, they're not furry.
Okay.
And 3, if they scratch you, you could get chlamydia. Oh no, sorry. Fuck, I fucked that up. Hang on. You fucked it up.
David Attenborough, you are not. Okay.
I know a couple of interesting facts about koala bears. 1, they're not actual
You might know a couple of interesting facts about possibly koala bears.
2, if they scratch you 3 interesting facts. 1, they're not actual bear. 2, if they scratch you, you can get chlamydia. And 3, your wife won't believe you.
That's funny.
Thank you, please.
That's okay.
Somebody asked me the other day at work, he said, "Hey, Paul, what, you got any jokes?" I says, "Yeah." "What? You?"
I can't help you, dude. You might have to die on your own with that one.
The way some of these Globers sort of fib and how they argue, I can't help but imagine them like, you know, getting caught by their wives or something, doing something, and they're trying to argue their way out of it, and they're like,
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was, no, that wasn't me. That was, yeah, no, that was a refracted image of me. I was actually over the other side of the room.
Why do you guys not like Castle King? I think he's okay, man.
He's a good singer, anyway. He's got a nice voice. Have you heard him sing? Yeah.
I had the impression that you, P-Mac, and Castle King would kick off really well. No disrespect, but you both talk a lot of shit.
No, those two karaoke. Good
That's
Lord.
true. That is true. No argument here. I'm just trying to fill dead air, you know.
With doo-doo?
Yeah, well, what else am I going to fill it with?
Because that's all you got? Doo-doo?
Do-do, 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 do. Do-do, do-do, do-do. Do-do. What was the punchline, Castle? Go and type the fucking punchline. I hear it.
Go have a Discord date or something, video call. We can tell you the punchline for you personally, if you want to hear that.
Go fuck yourself. All right, we have to hear it, boys. Let him go. Come on now. Well, why did the Mexican throw his wife off the bridge? Tequila!
Oh, God.
You're welcome.
How many Alzheimer's patients does it take to change a light bulb?
Say that again from the start in Chinese.
How many Alzheimer's patients does it take to change a light bulb?
Don't know.
To get to the other side.
Oh, God.
Love it. I'm addicted to bad jokes.
I think they become worse when you're a dad.
Oh, yes. I only know one joke, and I can't tell my kids, so I'll tell you. What's the difference between 3 cocks and a joke?
Go on.
You can't take a joke.
That's pretty good.
I'll wait a few years before I tell my kids that, I think.
Maybe a couple.
It's strange, like. Isn't it strange?
Which bit?
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I go through periods where if you ask me to tell you a joke, I can't think of fucking one. And then I go through other periods where I can't fucking shut up.
think there's a rhythm to it. You tell one or two, and before you know it, they come streaming out of you. And you're either going to be the most popular person or the least popular person.
It's a difference.
It can go either way.
Yeah, it's like I don't actually give a shit.
I like a good humorous like pickup line, you know. There was this lady in the supermarket that went up and said, I'm glad I brought my library card. She goes, why? Because I'm totally checking you out. And she just goes, what? I just walked off and laughed. It's good.
My favourite versions of those are the more like the anti pickup lines, where, you know, the classics like, "Oh, was your dad a burglar?" And then they're expecting, "No, because somebody stole my heart," or this other kind of thing. But you turn it on its head, and it's like, "Is your dad a burglar?" No, why? I don't know. I just thought you might be from a rough family. You look a bit rough, and it's kind of setting it up so that they expect that. Do you know what I mean? Are your legs tired? No, why? I don't know. You're just a bit of voice, aren't you? I thought you might need to sit down.
Yeah.
Just to...
Here's one I made up.
Hit me.
Did you ever read the Idiot's Handbook to Changing a Light Bulb? Nope. Nobody did, because you're in the fucking dark. No,
couldn't you wait till it was daylight and then read it?
Oh my god.
I know.
Why you have to be logical, Raven?
Don't you hate hecklers?
I mean, it's the middle of the fucking night. You're trying to read the Idiot's Guide to Changing a Light Bulb, and you can't because it's too fucking dark. Can you just
flashlight on your cell phone?
Huh?
Turn the flashlight on your cell phone.
You don't have a flashlight. Nobody has a flashlight. Not even. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, phones have moved on a bit these days. Mine's got a light on.
You ain't got a phone. You ain't got shit. You're trying to change a light bulb and reading Idiot's Guide to Changing a Light Bulb. You can't because
you just said you ain't got a light bulb. You ain't got shit.
To get to the other side.
What the hell is going on? Would somebody turn on the light?
That's what got me, to be honest.
Which one?
So the Alzheimer's one, to get to how many other people? I can't even say it without laughing. How many people with Alzheimer's does it take to change a light bulb to get to the other side? Just that got me. I'm absolutely gone. I'm going to mute myself. That sent me.
That was good.
Well, that could be a service. So I went to the bar around the corner the other day. Popped in and I spoke to the local barkeep. I said, "Barkeep, what's the dog? Dog down there, what's he doing? He's licking his nuts." He said, "Yeah." And I said, "Oh, fuck, I wish I could do that." He said, "Give him a biscuit, he might let you."
That was rough.
Guess you had to be a dog to get it.
Barking mad.
Are there any Globers in here, or are we just entertaining ourselves at this point?
The latter.
I think we're doing okay. What did Castle King do to deserve the mute treatment?
Oh no.
Absolutely nothing.
And well, he's adamant in the chat that he's a Glober. I've just got a feeling he wants to say something, but
He can't be a Glober. He doesn't know that he lives on a ball. He knows for a fact that he can stand on a beach in California and point to his island of Samoa, and the guy, his friend there, can point back at him, and they'll be pointing basically the same height and eye level at each other because they're about the same size.
so he accepts that, but he then thinks he lives on a ball.
No, he knows that's a fact. He does not accept it.
Interesting.
Yeah, basically, he said that he doesn't know that the Earth's a globe. He just blindly believes it. That's what he said. And he's too lazy to go over any of the evidence. So, yeah.
It makes you wonder why he's here then.
Yeah, yep.
Yes, absolutely. Raised by goats.
See, I'm gonna eat, but once I finish eating, I'll come back and we'll get weird. We'll get real weird with it. Seen as it is indeed speculation Sunday. Do you know what I mean?
Are you going to keep us in suspense, like?
I'm happy to drop a little teaser.
Yeah.
Been trying to do a lot of reading into the whole Nephilim angle recently. There's YouTube channels who nerd out over mountains and rocks, and they are adamant these are actual former giants, and by no means fully paid up member of the club or anything just yet. But it's an interesting idea that I hadn't really considered until recently. So if anyone's got any links, watched any cool documentaries on it, anything to kind of take a look at.
About giants?
Giants, yeah.
So you mean like, has anybody got any tall stories?
No, not so much tall stories, because if you say, I was camping in a forest and I saw this giant one time, I probably wouldn't believe you, but just wondering if anybody else has, looked into it, watched any cool documentaries on it, any good YouTube channels to take a look at.
So, is that the teaser?
Not so much a teaser, just what I wanted to speculate on, if anyone's interested.
You got to post stuff then.
I've got what, sorry?
You should post stuff then. Hey, P-Mac, how do you keep an idiot in suspense?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
No, you don't. No, I fucking, no, I fell for it, didn't I? I fell for it. You silly bastard, P-Mac. I don't usually speak myself in third person, but that required third person.
Raised by Goats, have you seen, there's a lot of good videos about it on, hidden history channels, like Martin Lidkey or John Levy, whatever his name is.
Those are big trees. I don't care what anybody says, so you can't deny it.
I love John Levy's stuff. It's easily one of my favorite YouTube channels, and his whole kind of really flat, slow way of speaking. It's good for bedtime watching, it's not too.
Yeah. There's another one called Mind Unveiled, and they have some really good, well put together documentaries on that topic as well.
Appreciate you.
How about the giant walking down the street in Japan in a parade? Seen that one?
I haven't seen that one. No. Would that not just be basically a Western person walking down the street in Japan?
No. They're about 1.5 times taller, or 2.5 times taller than the people.
Yeah, Western Japan.
I'll check it out. So is it The Mind Unveiled 2024 documentary? Is that the one?
I'm not sure. If you go to their YouTube channel and then just do a search, just search giants, I'm sure some will come up.
Yeah, I'll take a look, man. Thank you. There we go. I found it. Yeah, I found the actual channel. Oh, now we're talking.
Didn't Eric Dubai do a few videos on it as well?
When you get pictures of giants, you have to keep scrolling up,
Well, I like some of Eric's stuff. From what I can tell, he kind of gets a bit of heat and isn't the easiest guy to kind of get along with or work with. But yeah, I
like a lot of his videos, though.
Yeah, same. I like that he's quite measured with it because the David Weiss approach, for example, where it's going full blown. Maybe this, possibly this, like just 110% speculation. It's very easy to latch onto it and say, "Oh, guess what they believe." You pick the most weirdest, most out there, crazy speculation, latch onto it, straw man, and kind of debunk that, and you're like, "Well, hold on a minute. Nobody ever actually said this is 100% true. This is definitely it." So, I prefer people trying to be a bit more kind of grounded in what they're doing, I guess.
Great. I'm pretty sure he did a few videos on the giants sort of stuff, and I know he definitely touched on dinosaurs and all that sort of thing as well, or the lack thereof.
So he was actually the first video I ever watched on the whole Dino Broad thing, and my first thought was, this guy's a lunatic, a veritable nutcase. And then 2 years later, here we are. So that was fun.
Yeah, it was the opposite for me, because I'd already gotten into flat Earth because of the videos I'd seen from him. He was sort of like very much introductory for me in that space. So as soon as he started talking dinosaurs, I couldn't come at him from that same perspective of, oh, this guy's a complete loony. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to listen to him. You know, even though at first I was like, oh, I don't know. But then, you know, I had to take a step back and go, no, hang on. I felt the same way about flat Earth at the beginning with the whole, I don't know. You know, I truly feel these days now like truth is stranger than fiction, you know.
Someone was chatting to Mark the other day, and he was saying that what we're saying is quite science fiction. Just touching on that whole truth is stranger than fiction angle. I said, well, not really. What we're saying is the opposite of science fiction. In their model, where there's robots on Mars, that's science fiction. What we're promoting is actually quite plain, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Quite ordinary and not out there whatsoever.
100%. Yeah, and when we're talking about stuff that can be demonstrable, measurable, observable, you know, we're not going out of the realms of reality. Whereas basically everything in their paradigm is stuff you cannot see or observe or touch or measure for yourself. It's just, oh, we'll tell you this is what's happening, and you just sort of have to just believe us because, you know, we're the authorities in this matter, and it's the only way it makes sense. Trust us, science, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
It has been interesting as a bit of a follow-on, though. It's almost like the glue, I've noticed, like this particular topic. It's like all roads lead here, because then within it, there's the whole ancient civilizations, there's giants, there's buildings erected, or should I say founded by their own admission, in, 1870 or whatever it is. And you got, people living in mud huts, building structures that you couldn't pay people to build the day. Horse and buggy with no power tools, living in little wooden shacks, and they built what they built in the timescales they built it, and it just ends up becoming this whole entire rabbit hole, I guess, of things that you'd never really looked at before, or doubted before, or give any kind of skepticism to.
Well, of course. I mean, why would you though? It's, renowned scientists and academics and government authorities and everything else telling you this is how it happened. Why would anybody generally dispute anything that they're saying? You wouldn't. And if you do, you're labelled immediately as a science denier or a loon or a tinfoil hat wearer or whatever it is. So it's set up specifically in that way that, you just have to accept and gobble up whatever they're feeding you. And if you don't, then you're some kind of weirdo crackpot. Whereas, all that we're employing is some critical thought and wanting to understand a little bit more about, oh, yeah, okay, so how did you come up with this that you're saying? You're saying it, but how do you know it or prove it to be true? Rather than just, we've said it's true, we're an authority, and you just have to accept it. Most normies will not ever question it. Mostly, I think, for the fear of the labels that they will get otherwise. And it's designed that way. I think deliberately.
I do think more and more people are willing to just kind of entertain things these days, question things than they used to be.
I agree as well, actually. I think You know what? I think as well, since all the COVID crap happened.
Well, yeah, I was trying to be careful how I phrased it, but that for me was the moment. I think since then,
yeah, I just think a lot of people. Oh yeah, a lot of people since then have just been willing to at least look at things differently, and I think that was the moment where they realised that okay, all the stuff we're getting spoon fed isn't really what it is, and I think there was more than enough that happened around that whole scenario that woke enough people up to really start questioning stuff in such a way that I think it's less stigmatized now. I think it was heavily stigmatized pre-2020. But yeah, I think that woke a lot of people up. Like you said, it was a moment for you. I was kind of already on this whole train anyway, but it was very interesting for me to see how that whole scenario changed a lot of people's perceptions, particularly in my own life. People who would never really be on board with any of the sorts of things that I'd be talking about before, all of a sudden became very receptive to it. And I think it's just because they organically woke up to a lot of the crap that was going on, and it just sort of, all of the bullshit sort of exposed itself naturally, if that makes sense.
It was a definite, overplaying of the hand moment. I remember going to one of my friends' houses. It was something like 2022, so we were deep into that period of time at this point. And he'd have said to me kind of like half serious, half not. So go on then, tell me about this flat earth lark again. And it was him who brought it up, because you knew it's something I've been kind of like looking at, just kind of just talking about, and hey, I'm looking into this, just wondering if anybody else has. And I play the kind of lovable weirdo role quite well in real life anyway. Like everyone knows I'm a bit, but they don't mind. It's like, oh, there he is, raised by goats, and it's fine. So I kind of get away with it. But
yeah.
Just, tell me about this flat earth thing again. What's that about? And then now,
it sounds like because they've already had their heads turned by something. Like they've already had their heads turned by something that seemed kind of outlandish before, and they've bought into whatever it was, and they're like, oh, I remember when Goats was telling me about that. Oh, maybe I should listen. That's what it sounds like. It's great.
Literally, because they used to say to me, oh, so what? A worldwide conspiracy that everybody's in on. But then 2020 happened, and now that idea doesn't seem so silly. So they're like, well, hey, Goats, what are you saying again? And it's funny now, because when they're shopping for like baby clothes, they'll send me pictures, because the baby clothes are like, dinosaurs, spacemen, or one was even literally the bed sheets that they were taking pictures of and sending me were literal, like dinonauts. So kind of like dinosaurs with little space helmets on, floating around with all the planets. Do you know, like both in one? And they're sending me pictures of it, going like, look, you're right. What you said about, getting them young on the dinosaurs. And I'm like, look, it's, I didn't invent this stuff. I didn't make it up. I just observed that it was there. And when you do look, there's so much, space stuff, dinosaur stuff. Even when the kids
all marketed to children, all of it.
Very, very specifically marketed to children.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's got nothing to do, the show or the film has got nothing to do whatsoever with space, they fit it in, because the kids were watching this film, right? And it's about these little fish people, and when they come out of the water, they turn into humans, and they're like, it's a Pixar film, recent-ish, and they're coming out of the water to turn into humans because they want to go to school. And every time he opens this little book, that's all about what he wants to learn about. It's the solar system. So this is a film about fish people who live in the sea and come up on the land to mingle with the humans. And they're doing that ultimately because he wants to learn about the solar system. You're like, what has space got to do with fish people living underwater? Well,
so they're simultaneously pushing evolution and the space narrative at the same time.
Yeah, it's indoctrination. It's indoctrination. Do you know that apparently dolphins came out of the sea, had a look about land, and then a couple of 1,000 million years later went back to the sea. According to mainstream science.
Is that the official narrative, is it?
I am not shitting you.
It wouldn't surprise me, mate. Not going to lie. It wouldn't surprise me if it was some craziness.
Took a look about, heard a couple of bad jokes, and went, fuck this, and went back to the sea. I swear to God. I mean, they could say anything at this stage.
Well, yeah, and you know, if you believe in science, you just have to believe it. You have to accept it.
15 quadrillion years ago, there was a jellyfish and things, and then there wasn't, and then there was, and like, yeah. So you just believe that. Why? Because we told you. I mean, it's just fucking indoctrination. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's the only thing. Like, all right, I don't have children yet. I know we were laughing before about dad jokes and all that sort of thing.
Can I give you a bit of advice?
But it's one thing I'm concerned about with having them.
Do. How old are you? Sorry, Raymond. Rod.
Oh, you're right, mate. I'm 37.
Jesus.
Good age. Good age.
You're old, bruh.
Yeah, I am now.
So you're still thinking about having kids at 37?
How? Yeah. Well, the missus has only just turned 30.
Well, hurry fucking up, bruh.
Yeah, I know, but one of my concerns is the fucking world they're coming into now, and how little control we as parents actually have in the way that our children are brought up.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to bring a kid into this world. Actually, no. But
it's not like it was for my parents. It's not like it was for me growing up. You know.
Yeah, it was automatic. It was just like, listen, you have kids, right? Get married when you're 18, have 40 fucking kids, and send them all out to work when they get old enough. Things are different now. You don't have to, but they are a joy.
I still definitely want them. I just have to be, I think, very careful and deliberate with some of the stuff. You know,
now, bro. I think you're passing the point of no return. Like,
yeah, I know. I didn't want to leave it this late because I certainly don't want my kids to not be able to relate to me, which is, you know, it's the generational gap's going to be so large that it's going to feel like that.
Yeah, I think you left it a little bit too late. But this is my opinion, man.
I'm still going to do it anyway.
Yeah, go for it, man. Who's going to stop you?
Tonight's the night, man. Tonight's the night.
Is it?
Put some Lionel Richie on. Light a candle.
It's 4:15 in the morning. I don't think so.
Wake her up.
Yeah, get a slap in the process. I'll go on. I'll give it a whirl.
She's going to give you that look. Are you ready, Holly? And then she says them fucking words. I'm on my period.
You're going to wake up in the morning. There were like scented candles on, rose petals on the bed.
How did you not know I'm on my period? Don't you have it fucking in your calendar, you motherfucker?
I know. That would be the expectation.
You don't need telling. You already know. You know what I mean? Like you did.
You should
tell.
Yeah.
You've already been dealing with the emotional roller coaster for like 2 or 3 days.
Like, you don't need telling. Like you absolutely don't need telling. No.
Like demons on the periods. No, anyway. Moving on, I suppose. Demons. How do you not know? How can you not how can you not read what's going on in my mind, you silly man, you? I'm sorry, honey. I was too busy working 6 days a week there. What did you say? Put the Lionel Richie on. Rose petals in the fucking bed. You know what she's going to do? Ray Nimrod. That's a mouthful.
Ray Nimrod. Just call me Ray. Ray's fine, mate.
All right, Ray. She's going to look at you, Ray. She's going to, are you out of your fucking mind?
That's pretty much what she says every time.
Shop closed. Baby making machine closed. No factory here tonight. No fucking babies.
Yeah, it's something we've all got to freaking deal with.
Yeah, what the fuck is that word? Progeny? I can't fucking say it. Like
Progeny?
Thank you. Progeny. Does it matter?
Nah.
Not really. Nobody's going to remember you when you're gone, like.
I would like to think, hopefully, with the exception of my kids.
Not unless. Sorry, Ray. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I have them, obviously.
If I'm gonna take a stab here and say, nah. 38, Ray.
Oh, it's certainly not going to be an issue from my end. I could be pumping out kids until I'm 90 if I really want to.
Well, no blue poles in your direction, though.
All right, let's just put it this way.
No.
All of the other members of the extended family are insistent, so it's going to happen one way or another.
Only if you offer me money. Hey, how bad do you want grandkids?
What, me?
No.
Sorry, Peter Mac, are you asking me?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
No, I missed the boat on kids.
Who? That was. I'll tell you now. Exactly who that was. That was T-Dub.
Stazza, wasn't it? Was it T-Dub?
I think it was.
Didn't sound like T-Dub.
That was. Oh, Daz. Sorry. What you say, Daz? Fucking Australian. They all sound the fucking.
Yeah.
Fucking cancer.
I was saying I missed the boat on kids. I never had kids.
Why was that, do you think? Do you have an excuse?
Well, I did, but they my girlfriend had twin girls, but they were prim, and yeah, they passed away. So that was back in '98, and then we broke up, and then I just didn't. Still got married another couple of times, but it just didn't work out.
Couple of times, Jesus, bro, are you a fucking punishment or what?
Oh, I nearly married this Chinese chick. She was loaded.
Okay, Chinese.
She came out just to see me, right? She said this hotel was 2-story. Her hotel room was 2 stories. It's like, she was so loaded. But yeah, I would have been in China. I was like, oh fuck, but it just didn't work out.
Do you know even?
But that was in 2017 or something. So it was, yeah.
So what's happening now?
Now?
Or no?
Oh, I don't. I used to like. I mean, before 2020, I used to love dating, like chatting up girls online and going on dates. I love it. I just like going to different restaurants and that, checking out restaurants. Then you find ones that are really good, and you sort of take them to the same place, and you get to know the staff and the stuff. And I really enjoyed it. But generally, Australian women are very masculine and bitchy and bossy, and
yeah, you don't like Aussie women.
No, I don't like them at all. I was on the train once. Yeah. I like, look, my last girlfriend was from the Philippines. I had a girlfriend before that who was from Thailand. She was fantastic.
All right. Calm down, mate.
Yeah. Brazilian women are pretty cool. Ooh, man. Yeah, anyway. But no, Australian women are like... I was on a train once, this really attractive woman sitting opposite me, and I was sort of looking at her. She's on the phone, and she goes, "What are you looking at?" I go, "I'm looking at you." I go, "What's going on?"
Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah, she said, "What are you looking at?" I said, "I'm looking at you." And she's wearing like a trench coat and pants and boots and everything, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I've got this new car spot at work, and it's great. Oh, it's fantastic. I've been working so hard for it, and it's a really good car spot. It's great."
Sorry. Did she have an Adam's apple?
May as well.
She
smells like a beard. Yeah, she's like, "Oh, it's great. I got a promotion at work, and it comes with this new car space at work. Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. It's really, blah 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 about a car space at work." And I'm just like, fucking hell.
It's very hard to fall in love with a woman that sounds like you. Sounds exactly like you.
It's like, yeah, I can hear that. I'm just going to go to the pub and talk to a bunch of dudes. So I may as well.
Yeah, she sounds like she's just trying to be one of the blokes.
Where has this conversation gone to? Where the fuck are we now?
Yeah.
Oh, look, this definitely ties back into Flat Earth. Like, I promise you.
I can see it. Because Adam's apple, and they say the Earth is like an apple, but the apple is not a pear.
And Newton was faffing around with apples, wasn't he?
That's right. The whole thing started because of a fucking apple. There we go. Tie back.
Yeah. You knew it was going to happen.
It's obviously going to happen. Like gravity. Go.
And the funniest thing was the dating sites, right? Their profiles. And I used to say that if their profile is more than 12 words, it's like just, it's got to be under 12 words.
Yeah.
Because some of them would just write their whole fucking life story in their profile and all of this shit. And you're just like, oh my God. And you look at their photos and they're like, snorkeling, mountain biking, weightlifting,
parachuting.
And it's like, for fuck's sake, weightlifting? Oh, that's hot. Yeah.
But you don't see anywhere in the description where it says high maintenance, do you?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly where it says it. Right there, and when they talk too much.
But women from different countries are so different. Iranian women are fantastic, so different,
Yeah. Well, my missus is from Russia. I wasn't going for Aussies, mate. No.
Oh, yeah, Russian women are quite nice.
Spasibo.
Spasibo большое.
Большое. What's that mean? That's what good.
Spasibo being thank you, and большое means big or very much.
Oh, okay. So it's like grazie mille.
Yeah.
Someone's Australian woman
called Yaprendios. I don't know who he is or what he's doing, but he is Prendios.
Oh, the bald guy at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just pretends to be Russian.
Oh, okay. Does he? Okay.
Yeah, he's not. He's Canadian. He just pretended to be Russian. It's pretty good too.
No, fair enough.
But on these profiles, you'd see the Australian women.
Wait a minute.
Would have no fun. It would say no fun.
Wait a minute.
Not interested in fun. I'm just like, well, yeah.
How the fuck do you find a Russian woman?
Russia?
I'm going to call it luck, mate. Her mum and grandparents were already living here and Australian citizens for like 25 years or something. She was living in Russia with her dad, but would come to Australia regularly to visit her mum and grandparents on that side of the family. And I met her when she was here.
What's with all these fucking fairy tales tonight? Guys meeting girls off fucking Discord and they're fucking love, married in 3 years, and you met them. Yeah. Why doesn't this happen to me, man? For fuck's sake, bro. Why can't I meet a girl from fucking...
You don't have a wife and stuff? But, yeah.
Why can't I meet a girl from
solo.
Antarctica? I don't care, bro. I can't listen to that. I can't listen to them. But yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
Where are you from, Baymac? If I can
Where
ask.
do you think?
You've got this weird hybrid between what sounds to me like Irish and American.
I do. Yeah, I was brought up South African. Born in Ireland, brought up South African. Back to American. Blah, blah.
Oh, wow. So I actually got the Irish and American bit all right.
Yep. Good
Sweet.
show, bro.
Okay, so where do you live now?
Oh, I'm still in Ireland, apparently.
Okay. I think. Well, no, I don't know. I think I quite like Irish girls. I think they're probably the most real out of all the British girls. Well, when I say British, I don't mean, you know what I mean. But
I don't know what you mean. Please.
Of the two, well, no, you know exactly what I mean.
I just can't.
I know what you mean, dude.
Yeah, Dublin versus Belfast.
Northern Ireland.
I think Irish girls either way from that island are generally nicer than, you know, those from Scotland, Wales, England. But
yeah,
passport bros, man. There's a reason why that's a thing.
Passport bros.
Yeah. Find beautiful women from other countries who appreciate their men is going to be my frame of reference.
I believe in that.
It used to be for old, desperate, divorced dudes would go to another country to find a wife. Now it's like young, successful dudes who've got money.
Yeah. Yes.
Who are looking overseas.
Who want to find a beautiful woman to look after and don't need the drama and the hassle of what westernization has done to women in our society, which is basically turning them into men.
Looking for old-fashioned values, believe it or not.
Yep.
And a lot of Americans go to Brazil, and they really have a great time. Especially with black guys, because, I mean, in America, black women are very big and scary, you know. And you can hear sometimes how they treat their men is not very nice. So yeah, they do really well in Brazil. Yeah, they do well in Philippines too. In Asia, they do well there.
Yeah, I think everything changed when we gave women the vote. I mean,
I don't even remember exactly when that was, but
it was 1920, fucking somewhere.
in the US, it was different. It was different in each country in the West, wasn't it? When they gave women the vote.
How do you trust something that bleeds for 3 days and doesn't fucking die?
That's a classic one from when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's a dad joke.
Well, the argument was always that it was down to if you got the vote, you got the right to vote, but also the responsibilities of the man, which was to go to war if was necessary. Do you know what I mean? Like, and defend the country. That was always predicated on the vote. And when asked, this goes back to the suffragettes and all that sort of stuff. When asked, women didn't want the vote. They didn't want the responsibility of going to war.
That's right.
They didn't want the vote.
70% said no.
No, they didn't want the vote. Of course, they didn't want it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that it's being pressed upon everybody as if women always wanted equality and they fought for it, and then when they got it, yay. And it's like, no, that's not actually how it went. And women are amazing. I love women.
Me too.
They're not the same as men. Women and men are different. And equal rights is all well and good if there's equal responsibility, but there isn't equal responsibility. Men always have more responsibility.
Yeah, but we have different roles.
The way it's always been. 100%. 100%. And one will never function properly without the other. They need each other. They're so complementary. We're perfectly complementary. Pretending that we're the same is ridiculous.
It is. I don't want to fire a woman to try and pick me up and drag me out of my house. They can't even pick up fucking themselves. Like, I want to fire a man to pick up. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want somebody that looks like me, and then I'll feel better if they can't pick me up and drag me out of a burning building. I mean,
yeah. The whole DEI thing of just filling jobs with women because of quota requirements is just ridiculous. You should always get the best person for the job. By the same token, I wouldn't want a bunch of blokes raising my kids. I would want the tenderness and the love and there's something special about, like, even now, man, I'm 37, and when I go and see my mum, I'm lucky enough she's still here. When I go and see my mum and she gives me a cuddle and just strokes my hair a certain way, there's a certain feeling and calmness and things that you just don't get from anybody else. Like, that is so important, I think.
Yeah, they have the role to
everyone.
play. Yeah, they have the role to play.
It's you can't like. There's just some things that are just meant to be the way they are, and that nurturing and stuff is, guys can't do that in the same way that women can, and that is so important to the way that you're raised. I think men and women are equally important, but they've got very different roles to play. And pretending that everybody is the same just because of the narrative that's pushed these days is just crazy to me.
Ray, do you want to hear a joke?
Go on.
Do you know what you'll be next year?
38.
Yeah, fucking shit joke. Eh? Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't think it's right. I think that society has depreciated in value since it fucking started with the whole woman thing. You're not degrading women by putting them in a certain category and they could do certain things, but when you start putting, like, every third city in fucking America has a black woman in charge because DA. And they're doing a fucking terrible job. Do you know what I mean? Like in the old days of smoky old man faces, smoking cigars, smoking old rooms, sorting things out. That's the way to do it. But these days it's like, I don't know, it's just,
it is a different world now.
It's a different world now, isn't it? It's like,
oh yeah.
But fine if you want to think that the next greatest thing in looking at the news is what celebrity is falling out with what celebrity, who's divorced out. Nobody gives a shit about that kind of crap. Like, it's like crap. It's like absolute crap. But it's what TV is made of now these days. Like, I open a newspaper one day, and it says, "Oh, so and so is possibly getting divorced from so." What the fuck do I give a fuck about? I don't even know who these people are, but it's on the front page of a fucking newspaper.
Yeah. Why would anybody give a crap?
It's like trivial fucking bullshit.
It's all part of the dog and pony show, mate. The smoke and mirrors.
Oh, yeah, I know that, yeah.
Yeah.
So, in order to prevent you from getting down to the nitty-gritty of what is it, where are we, what the fuck, what is the shape of it, why is it, who is it, where is it? No, but just like, you know what was more important is figuring out who wins fucking Strictly Come Dancing next week, or who can eat fucking kangaroo balls in a jungle.
It's true. It's like, oh, what's the least consequential shit we can think of? Let's come up with this and tell everybody this is important. What
is the most mundane, superficial crap we can think of and make it entertainment so that people are fucking glued to it like it means something. And it means absolutely fuck all. Like.
Yeah, jack shit. It's so true. Oh, that's why I'm glad that stuff like this exists now. Communities like this, Discord, regular conversations and debates about shit. It's actually a lot more important. 15 years ago, people just weren't having these discussions.
It is. But are we ever actually going to get to the crux of the matter? Are we actually going to discover what it's all about? Are we actually?
I mean, no. That's a fair question. Who knows? But if it's progressed this much in the last 10 or so years, imagine where we're going to be in another 10, 20 years. It will get there up. It'll progress.
Where's it going?
I've got no doubt it'll progress. Whether it'll get to where we need it to get to, I don't know. But it's only been getting more and more prevalent. It's been getting more and more widespread. More and more people are jumping on board and listening and paying attention to things that they were never listening to or paying attention to before. I don't think it's getting worse. I certainly don't think fewer people are interested.
20 years from now, woke could be an actual good term, like something you can actually get behind. But
it was supposed to be to begin with. I think like the idea of wokeism and woke was supposed to be it was people who are awake to the social issues and the hidden agendas, and it was somebody who was awake to it all. But the problem is, like, it went so far left and so far progressive that wokeism became. It was basically a euphemism for people who believe they're so awake to it that they've gone so overboard that they're now the arbiters of everything that is just and righteous and all that sort of stuff. Like,
I got to be honest with you. I mean, there's a couple of mornings I woke up and people are talking about wokeness and what is a man, and I can be whatever I want to be if I identify as that. And I thought to myself, I'm going to be honest with you now. What fucking world have I just been? Did I go to sleep and everything fucking changed? It's like everybody knew what a woman was, what a man was, and suddenly there's people on TikTok and YouTube debating basic fucking biological facts.
Yeah,
and I thought to myself, is this? Am I in the same fucking world I went to sleep in? Or did I just wake up to a fucking nightmare? I don't understand it. Like,
and it wasn't even gradual. It was like there was a switch or something that was like flipped in about
it was like
2016, 2017. It was just a switch.
2020, man. Yeah. It's like, what
and
the
it was just
fuck just happened, bro? What the hell just happened? What world am I fucking living in?
What's that poll that anti-globalists just posted? What's that from? Miss Anthropos 2.0.
That's from a non-flat Earth related Twitter feed, right? Some lady, she has, I think she has 30K members, right? But she just randomly put up this poll: do you think the Earth's flat or a globe? And it got, I think, around 11,000 votes at the time I took that screenshot. Yeah, and you can see it's like
and
64%.
People are just like flat. Man, that's crazy. But I mean,
I see this a lot in these polls.
Yeah, I really think there are a lot more people that are waking up to this kind of stuff, like, and are being exposed to it more. And you got to remember as well, you'd be going through your regular social media, you'd be looking at your, if you're going on Facebook or whatever, and you're looking at all your crap like I fucking love science and Lad Bible and all these mainstream sort of now publications. They're only going to be pushing what they want you to see. Anybody who goes against that is getting shadow banned and discredited. Like, you're not seeing any of that stuff. You're never really going to get a true representation of what people think and feel. And because that's what's always being shown, people who feel the other way are going to be like, oh, I'm in the minority. I probably shouldn't say something. I don't want to be ostracized, etc., etc. Seriously, I think the recent election in the US was a prime example of, it was being pushed everywhere that anybody who was a Democrat is a good guy and anybody who's a Republican was a bad guy. They literally pushed it as a good guy, bad guy narrative. And yet the bad guy overwhelmingly won, which tells you that people have had enough of this whole false dichotomy bullshit that's being pushed. And I think it's going to be the same with all these other topics. I really do. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff where people are just like, no, I'm not going to feel like I can't say anything anymore, or I can't think or feel a certain way about stuff anymore. Because it's always been stifled by the noisy minority. And I think most people are realizing that, actually, the noisy minority is the minority. And I think a lot of this sort of stuff is going to really shift over the coming years. That's my true belief. I don't know what you guys think, but that's how I feel.
Same as you, as dichotomy. Both sides of the same coin. So what's happening here is Trump is the savior. TikTok went down. Oh no, TikTok's back up, and no, he is doing the good things. He's doing DAI. He's the 88,000 fucking tax people that he fucking made, whatever. So, like, he's a savior. So it's almost as if, now, let me just say this, it's almost as if we've spent the last 5 years looking at people talking fucking crazy, like we don't understand what they're talking about, with purple hairs and fucking nose rings and shit, and identify as this and whatever, genders and shit, only to bring it to somebody who goes, well, now you're talking bullshit, and now something else different. And I mean, how do I put this in words? It's, if it's the same side of the same coin, the same thing is happening, right? So whatever this thing is we call life that we're caught in, or whatever this machine is, or whatever you care to call it, it's doing the same thing. It's just, I think we went through 5 or 6 years of fucking craziness with Joe Biden and all this purple-haired people, nose ring people, only to feel like we're fucking being relieved and released into something. And now he's bringing up AI, and we're being steered, but we don't realize it. I don't know if that makes sense. In a certain direction.
It does. It does make sense. But the power is realizing you're being steered. As soon as you realize that, and you're able to look at things, everything really, in a completely different way. Once you realize that everything that is happening for a reason, and there's a set narrative, and they're trying to guide you and push you and pull you in all these different ways. When you know that that's what's happening, I think you're a lot more liberated to be able to.
Dare we say woke?
Dare we say awake to it? It's
5
true.
years now, woke would be a good fucking word.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure it started out that way, and then it became the opposite, and it may go back that way. But being aware of the bullshit that's going on around you is the biggest and most important thing, because it means that you're able to at least look at things far more objectively than your average normie who just gobbles up everything that comes at them without thinking about it twice. If you're aware of stuff, you're going to question everything. And if you question everything, you're already way ahead of everybody else.
I like you, Ray.
Thanks, mate. I like you too.
You're all right, In my fucking book, you're fucking all right. Close the book.
Quickly close the fucking book.
Close that fucking book. Yeah, but that gets down to the bigger picture, I suppose. But I'm not going to go there.
Probably a million things we could talk about. I'm just waiting for one of the mods to pipe up and say, hey, we're not talking about flat Earth, which is true. We're not.
Yeah, we're not, because you know why? It's Speculation Sunday. We could talk about anything here.
It's already Monday here. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Maybe I'm not allowed to. It's 4:50 in the morning on a Monday.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's pretty.
We just had Australia Day. It was Australia Day yesterday. It's a big day for us. They like to call it Invasion Day, which is fun. This is all part of the woke nonsense that's going on. But it was a big day. Had a big barbecue. Had family over. Some beers in the sun, as you do. Wonderful day. I should have done it.
Barbie.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the important thing is to remember that life is probably not what you think it is.
It's almost certainly not what we think it is, I reckon.
Almost certainly. It's like not very important. In my mind, anyway, it's not very important. Like people hold on to it like
life or the specific.
Like it means something. What'd you say, Ray?
I was just asking, when you say it's not important, do you mean life or are you talking about something specific?
No, I mean life.
It's probably important for everybody while they're living it.
No, it's important to you as an egotistical entity, but
my life's not important to anybody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, what's the point?
Well, this is where we move on to the whole topic of God, for example, which would change one's perception of what is and isn't important.
Or David Icke.
Well, David Icke will talk a little bit about the shape-shifting lizard people, which he may actually have.
Talk about other things too.
He maybe doesn't talk about that so much now, but he talked about that a lot. And he's I don't think he's completely massively off it. I've seen some weird stuff where I'm like, yeah, that could be a lizard person. But
well, let's
I like David Icke. I like a lot of the stuff he was talking about during the CV crap.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Like the things he talks about sometimes, it makes me think like, fuck me, why didn't I say that earlier? Because I could have been David Icke. What if this place that, yeah, people talk about, and I completely respect your religion. I completely let the respect your belief. Okay, that's fine. And I could completely wrong, and I might sound like a fucking maniac to you. But what if this place was not made by a benevolent God? What if it's made for the, loose, and negative things. And he said that everything kills each other. Everything lives off each other by killing another thing. And I thought about this while I was eating my ribs. I said, the poor pig, and I enjoyed the ribs, but that is a pig. That is a living thing that I am sitting eating his ribs.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, I suppose. Yeah, everything, basically everything on Earth is living by killing something else.
Yeah. So how is that benevolent?
But again, benevolence. What's the actual definition of benevolence?
The opposite of maleficent.
Yeah, so does it effectively just mean absence of malevolence?
So I didn't really want to take this in that direction, so yeah. It just doesn't make sense. Everything they tell you, everything you see, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, my viewpoint with a god and all that sort of stuff isn't about a specific god, like a Christian god or a Muslim god or a Hindu god or anything. It's more around, for me, flat Earth just validates and confirms that there is a creator.
Yeah.
Be that what it may be. Yeah. It's irrelevant, but there's a creator. Yeah. There is no other option. Yeah. So, I don't ascribe to a religious doctrine or anything like that, but I know that this was put here for us deliberately. And that changes my whole viewpoint on the importance of life.
Because hang on. When you say for us, when you say for us, what does that actually mean? When you say
as in
for the human, for the race.
Oh yeah, without question, for humans, yes, yeah.
So, and God,
we're not.
Your mother and father came together, did a little thingy, wee spermy, wee eggy thing about that. It's not for. I don't know how to explain this. That's not the ego talking. That's for us. You're just a. You could have been an accident. It doesn't matter,
Oh no, I could have been an accident.
It's a
and that would be.
It's a thing that happens as a creation. Whether you're here or not, it doesn't matter. It's going to happen, and you're here. But yeah, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, I know. No, I know where you're going. Like you're sort of postulating whether the us that was created, whether each individual has been created specifically for a reason and a purpose, versus what I'm saying, which is that where we live was created for us. And when I say us, I mean us as a species, as a people, not necessarily for us as in me, Ray, and my parents, and my and you, and again, I don't know. I don't know whether there's a deliberate rhyme and reason as to why we're here.
It's a hard truth.
I just know that the realm that we live in was created and designed. Which, if it was created and designed and we're here, it means it was created and designed for us. Do you know what I mean? And that goes for the sheep and the cows and the bloody birds and everything. It was created and designed.
Yeah,
and we were put here.
What?
Don't know. Well, maybe we're not meant to know. But it changes in my mind our degree of importance, because we go from being completely insignificant specks of dust in an endless vacuum of nothingness forever and ever and ever and ever, to all of a sudden existing within a very distinct and specific realm with very distinct and specific design. It just changes in my mind exactly how important we are. All of a sudden, everybody and everything becomes important because it is everything, if that makes sense.
Crater.
I was always before I got into Flat Earth, I was a complete sci-fi nerd. I was fully into, space and rockets, and I was watching Neil deGrasse Tyson's documentaries on everything in the galaxy and all of that. And I was completely atheistic and threw the whole notion of God and created. Like, I'm talking 10 years ago, I was a completely different person.
Me too.
And then when I realized the Earth was flat, my entire worldview changed.
Yep.
And I went from feeling insignificant and not important at all to feeling a lot more significant and important. And that wasn't me being egotistical. It was me realizing that we were here in a place that was created and designed for us. It had to be. There was no other option. It's not what they were saying it is, which is some speck of Earth floating through a vacuum where gases don't expand into it, and all this nonsense where nobody can touch, feel, observe, do any of that sort of stuff. Just, this is what we're saying. You just have to accept it. No, that made no sense whatsoever. All of a sudden, it made complete sense. So many things made sense when it became obvious where we lived. And then all of a sudden, my level of importance, your level of importance, everybody's level of importance increased dramatically in my eyes. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who feels that way. But it changed. People always say, "Oh, what difference does it make?" For me, it made every bit of difference. I go outside every day and I look at the world completely differently to how I used to, where it was a shrug of the shoulders. I'm ambivalent about it. Whatever. Now I don't feel like that anymore. I feel like there's a world out there and there's a purpose, and while we might not know what it is, I know there's something. It's by design. Like, that changed for me. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm rambling, but it just changed my entire perception and worldview.
You're okay, I believe that. There must be some kind of purpose. I mean, I'm not quite on board with it's made by a benevolent God, or we might be trapped in something that we don't understand or whatever, but there's a purpose to it. So, but to say that it's chaotic and it's just a happy circumstance by mathematical impossibilities is ridiculous.
Yeah, completely agree with that, mate.
Yeah, I was the same. I was the biggest fucking agnostic. I looked into the abyss and it looked back at me and it said, "PMAC, wake up, you motherfucker." Yeah, no. It's definitely design. Now, whether that design is it probably has a couple of layers to it, but I don't understand. I think what we perceive as reality is not reality. It's, anyway, rambling. I don't think this is real. Put it that way.
There's a lot of flat earthers who aren't Christian, but are creationists, I guess you could say. They believe in creation.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably where I would fall into it. Like, I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
I would say I'm a deist. I believe in a creator, there has to be a creator. It's not even it's not even up for debate for me. So, but yeah, no matter what you ascribe in terms of religion or whatever, once you realize there's a creator, that just changes everything for me in terms of going from being completely insignificant to being incredibly significant.
I think
I don't know exactly where
point.
Yeah, I don't know where I fit into it, but I definitely feel a whole lot better about everything than I did before.
Probably not giving a shit about anything is probably the best way to go. Because when you're dead and gone, where's the shit given?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Who gives a shit? Do you remember your great-great-granddad's fucking name? No, neither does he. He's dead.
I'm not going to lie, I actually do.
You actually do?
I actually do. Because the family tree was always important in my family. So I know
I did a little bit of that.
I know quite a lot about my great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents. But I would be an exception to the rule. Most people would not. Wouldn't have a clue.
I know my great-great-great-grandparents. Was a pretty famous guy. But not so famous for good things, unfortunately.
Oh.
But it depends how you look at it. If you're a military guy, you probably think he's a good guy.
Was he part of the Spanish Inquisition?
No, he was part of the eastern area of Germany, which was Preußen back in the days. Nowadays it's Poland, but back in the days it was part of Germany. So my one second, is it great grandfather? No, 1 second, I gotta figure out. So what is it if it's the father of the? 1 second, I gotta think.
Is that what the G stands for in Freemasonry? The great grandfather?
I really want to know what it is called in English. So 1 second, goes back 1, 2, 3, 4 generations. So what would it? 4 generations? No, 1 second. 5 generations. No. Wait. Okay. 1, 2.
Clay.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Math is hard, bro.
3, 4, 5. 5 generations. So what would he be for me? Great.
4 times.
Fucking old.
Okay.
5th generation.
Anyways.
So, yeah.
Ancestor.
So I still know what this guy was doing because there's even books about this guy. So his name is Karl Wilhelm Georg August von Einem, genannt Rotmaler. He was the commander of the German Third Army during the First World War and served as the Prussian Minister of War, responsible for much of the German military build-up prior to the outbreak of the war.
Okay.
That's that far back because apparently I never met my grandfather fought in the First World War. But he was very young. They changed his age and his name.
So this dude is from my mother's side. For my father's side, I don't know so much going this far back. I only know from my mother's side going far back like this.
Interesting.
It's pretty wild, actually. And why I know this is from my grandma, because she wrote what is it called? For every diary, yes,
Yeah.
and the whole family story and stuff. So yeah, pretty interesting dude. I actually haven't really looked that much into what he's done, to be honest. But I'm also not a military guy. I'm pretty much like a pacifist, whatever it's called. Is that English? Pacifist? Pacifist? Is that an English term? In German, we say Pazifismus. I don't know if it's an English term.
Pacifist. Yeah, it's an American word. It's an English word also, pacifist.
Someone asked me if I was a pacifist yesterday.
Wait. There's a joke in there.
Nah, no joke. It was real.
No.
Hey, Clay.
Wait.
Clay, do they have comedy clubs in Germany?
Comedy clubs? Yes, actually we do. Well, not in the. Well, I think not in this in the way the Americans have them.
You guys go in there and yell, right? I couldn't imagine a comedy. Any humor? That's why I was just asking. It's Speculation Sunday.
Well, I have never been in a comedy club, so.
Yeah,
the chicken cross the road.
This.
It
doesn't matter. It was a big one.
Doesn't matter why it crossed the road. It's a chicken.
The chicken
because it was following
the road.
It was following orders.
Following order.
It was the
Chicken
little
was following
chicken.
orders.
Chicken Newton.
Jawohl, das ist
It was
richtig
Chicken
so.
Newton. He crossed the road because the sky was falling.
Why did the chicken cross the road? Because it was stuck to a truck tire.
We have to fight for Germany.
Who put the road in front of the chicken?
The fucking Germans.
We are sinking. What are you thinking about?
I am hating road chicken.
Titanic.
Coast Guard. We are sinking. The German Coast Guard. What are you thinking about?
That's a good one. I got another one. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he was stapled to a punk rocker's ear.
Oh God, no.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, wow.
Imagine a love speech in German. A love speech. Und I love you so hard. So many times hard. Like, what?
You guys muted me for my joke, but you let that one go?
You know that was funny, Castle King. You want to love somebody in German so hard right now. I know you do.
Clay under seal only goes to battle here on the server.
That was funny, Castle King.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
I like that guy.
I said Clay under seal only goes to battle here on the server.
Yes, I only do voice battles. Man, I've never... See, the thing is this, right? Many people would probably think I'm weak or anything, but the irony is this, right? Even though I have maybe this ancestry, I have never punched someone. I have never physically hurt someone because I can't. It's like in a video game, you have like rules, and for me, I never could do it. I never, no matter how angry I was at someone, I could never physically punch or hurt someone. It's just
That's why you use the club. You got to use the club. Don't use your fingers, man.
I just can't. I can't hit or put pain to my fellow man. I would rather punch myself before I would do that. I don't know.
You're a proper.
Strange.
What
about a bully? You never punched a bully?
No. Even some bully.
You never, man. Watch them
Yeah,
crumble. It's the best thing ever.
There was a guy who actually bullied me a couple of times when I was on my way to the train station, and he was like grabbing me on my neck. But even then, I don't know. I actually smiled or laughed at him, and he wanted to punch me, but for some reason, he also didn't punch me. But I never. It's not because I was like weak or physically unable. I just don't want to punch people. It's very weird. I always find it was dumb to fight.
You're a proper
today. I still think it's even today I think it's still.
Do you
dumb.
like to stab people or anything like that? Just is it just punching? You just don't want to harm anybody anyway, or I'm just wondering.
In any way, for me it's like a no go. I just can't do it.
Well, I was just
Even
wondering if I gave you a pencil, would you be dangerous or not? And you answered it. You'd be okay. You'd be good.
Yeah, I before, like I said, before I could ever physically harm someone, I would rather do it to myself. I just, without like giving credit, it's just, I don't know, it's weird. I just can't do it. I don't know why.
What if somebody threatened your family?
But I've never come in that position. I hope that will never happen.
What if, though, Clay?
Well, what if is always a good question. What if? What if? I don't know.
Do you think would you stand by and go, okay, well, let's.
You really don't know. I think it's really hard to answer that question, right? In the US, if you ask someone in the US, they would say, well, I have a shotgun in my backyard. I'm just going to grab my shotgun and I'm going to shoot somebody. That's it.
Yeah, what if Earth actually really was a ball and someone threatened your family? Then that's a different story.
What?
I get it.
Just kidding.
Thank God.
I'm just kidding, because Earth isn't a ball.
Well, probably if I would... I mean, it's always hard to answer these questions, to be honest. I think this is really dependent on the situation. If something like this ever happens, I might get back to answering that question. But I hope something like this never happens. For some reason, one thing I notice is I always get along with people, no matter who they are, where they come from. It's very strange, even if they're highly drunk, right? When I was like on parties with friends, they were always like running away when I would just suddenly talk to some random dudes, totally drunk, much older than me. And they were like, dude, he's gonna probably get punched in the face or whatnot, and it never happened. I actually always had a good conversation with people. So, that was always fun.
Clay? You've never been a party in your life, man.
Oh, of course, many times. But I always, like, when I was drunk, I started talking to other much more drunk people or my friends. I still remember. I would just like go away and be like, oh, now he's getting punched, now he's gonna, because I was joking, fooling around. But for some reason, I kind of matched the people's vibe, and then nothing happened. Actually, the opposite. I would actually meet new people this way. Anyways.
Yeah.
My uncle always told me the best thing you can do if someone aggressive comes towards you, right? You're like, okay, that guy's maybe... No, you stretch out your hand and you just straight away with a lot of confidence say, hey, what's up? And they, trust me, they're going to be confused, and they're probably going to give you their hand because it's just a normal human automation. And then the wall is already broken. That guy can no longer punch you. Trust me.
No, I've seen that.
I mean, as long as you have never tried it, you don't know. And my uncle, he lived for a long time. He lived in.
Have you lived in places where they play the knockout game? And then, like, if you're an old lady or an old guy or a little kid or somebody like sitting there like you, if you don't want, like, if somebody just saw some guy mess with you and you didn't hit him back, a group of kids will walk up to you and punch you in the face and take off running.
I was never... See, the funny thing is, I've never punched someone, but I also was never punched in the face.
No, I'm saying in America...
Like slapped maybe, but...
If you come over here to these weird cities and you buy a high school long enough, one of them teenagers is going to get an idea to a group of 5 is going to try to run faster than you, but run up, punch you, and take off running. Some of them will even stand there and try to fight you after they punch you. No, that's what they do it a lot. Now, some of them get caught. Now, some of them, they'll do to grab them up and whoop them. But some of them, it don't happen. They knock the old lady out or punch somebody, some crippled person or something. Yeah, it's just stupid. So sometimes the idea of lending a hand isn't going to help because they're going to punch your hand in your face too.
I understand that. The only reason why I say it is my uncle told me that, and he lived in Brazil a very long time, in Rio de Janeiro, and in an area that was not really one of the greatest, right? And back in his days when he was young and he lived there, there was actually not like all this police control and all the abundance of government looking over stuff. So it was pretty much Wild West out there. And he had a couple of situations, and I mean, I don't want to make a long story short, but he always got along with the people by these kind of tricks. And you can imagine if a gringo, which is what they call the people that are obviously not native, he is a white guy, so to say. If someone like that shows up with a leather jacket or whatnot, you can imagine how some of these native people back then would have reacted. But again, I've learned from him certain things, and I've tried them myself, and they work out, definitely. You just gotta read the people and pick them up at the vibe they're at, kind of.
Now, if the people aren't in a weird mood and it's just one guy and one guy walking past, then yeah, that's probably not a bad thing to do. What up? What up? Nod your head, put your hand out. Yeah, I mean.
The problem is, as soon as you start to show weakness, which is expressed by fear and micro, which is very hard to control, obviously, but it's just enough if it just depends on how you behave. Fear is something people really use against you if you're fearful of someone. But many aggressive people, they actually do it because they are insecure on the inside, and that's what you gotta understand. Many aggressive people are actually very insecure people.
Well, yeah, that's why there's 5 or 6 of them, and usually, yeah, and then you got the single ones that are like Superman Bob.
Yeah. But once you understand that insecurity, if you are a very what is it called? If you know who you are, then it's very hard for such a person that is so insecure, no matter how aggressive they are, to really harm you.
I've had a lot of people be fighting. I've seen a lot of people fight other people. In the middle of it, they looked at me and be like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And then they go back to fighting the other people. Like that's happened. Like they didn't show animosity towards me, but they did still towards whoever they're fighting. I mean, that's happened
it's
a lot.
very strange.
Is that good?
I've noticed that
a lot. That's happened a lot, actually. I've even grabbed the people up that were in the fight, and they're back. They look back at me like, "Oh, thanks, bro." I'm like, "Oh, no problem, brother." Like I stopped him from falling or something.
Sometimes there are literally people. I've also seen that kind of have this. They just want to fight. They just want to beat each other up for some reason, and then if you realize that, you just let them do, right? If it's like an equal battle, then what should you do? They just want
I wasn't really. Yeah, I wasn't picking a side or anything. I'd just be like the one person to be getting going to fight the other dude, and they'll actually slip and didn't get hit by the other dude, but they'll be going to fall and bust their own head, and I'm like, oh fuck, this ain't gonna help. Like grab the dude and stand him up, and he's like, oh man, thanks, bro. Oh shit, and then they start going back at it again or whatever. I'm like, oh fuck. I just stopped the dude from busting his head. That's all. I didn't really enter the fight and help anybody. I just thought that'd be a sad way to lose a fight, just slipping, on a slippery floor when you run in to fight somebody and you slide and bust your head open. That just seems like comical and stupid at the same time.
The best way you actually win a fight is by not having one.
Yeah, 100%.
Because then you don't go home and you have like bloody nose or whatever, right?
Or your hand's not broke from having to beat somebody's face into hamburger meat. Hamburger meat. Okay.
Hamburgers.
So what about this non-existent globe model?
Well, you said it. It is non-existing.
Said a mouthful. I said too much. I haven't said enough. That globe's got no corners. It's got no corners or cubes or horizontal or straight lines. Why is the sphere lying to you? What if the sphere could lie to you?
If you believe
that was just a dream, just a dream.
Put a man on the moon. Man on the moon.
The globe is just a dream. How many of you have ever had a dream you were flying in space? Put your damn hand down. None of you ever had that dream.
Man, I actually often dream about me flying like a wizard around our house outside. Like lately, I had some dreams where I was standing on the street and then I would do some specific thing, like jumping with my feet in the air, and then suddenly I could fly. It's just
like
so
Peter
weird.
Pan. Yeah, click your heels 3 times.
Yeah. Really? What?
Yeah,
I've never watched Peter Pan. One second, I've got to watch Peter Pan. One second.
Think a happy thought, and then you could fly.
1 second, I want to see how he starts flying, because there's some specific move I do in my dream, and then I start to fly.
That's what happened to me too. I was actually in a dream. I was talking to this like a voodoo lady, like in the I don't know, like in the bayou or the Delta, like Mississippi somewhere, like at the crossroads, literally in my dream. And then she was teaching me how to walk up these colored steps that appeared in the air once I achieved a certain mental state. And then eventually I could just float straight up in the air and then lean forward and start flying.
Well, in a dream or while you're high or hallucinating, you can.
Yeah, all
like literally, like in a dream, you can. In that dream, you can fly. That's really what's going down. She's like, step on the blue brick. Now you're 5 foot in the air.
Like that.
Keep going. Like you're doing it. Like in your dream, you are in the air. Now, can you tell at that point that you're in the dream yet? Are you lucid dreamer 1,000,000% or just 50%?
Yeah. I think maybe at some point I was kind of aware that it was a dream and I was still flying, but I would fly across the country. Like I would have this idea. I wonder if I could fly across the country now. Where does thinking occur in a dream? That's kind of odd. But we know dreams don't, the natural, like fundamental laws of nature don't apply in dreams.
But I'll be honest, I think there's a logical explanation to these dreams. It's mostly due to the fact I sometimes fly FPV drone around our house. And I think that's the case. Like the brain processing what happened during the day. So if FPV drone is like first person drone with like some glass over your head. At least that would be an explanation to why I get these dreams. That's me in the corner. That's me of the globe. Mine losing my ability to think for myself. Oh, I said too much. Can you believe it? A spinning ball somewhere in space. I think one of the most obvious songs is still Who Am I to Dream? One second, how was it called again? Sweet
Cutting the
Dreams.
cord straight through curb water sure wouldn't hurt a lot. Wouldn't you like to prove a thing?
Yeah, this song. Sweet dreams are made of this, and then points to the globe and space rockets. Who am I to disagree? Where you're a flat earther if you disagree.
Everybody's looking for something new. What a conundrum.
Believe we went to the moon? Do you believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question
We know the chemical makeup of all these items and how chemistry works, but new discoveries in chemistry are being made every day. Like, what the fuck? How? How could it be a new discovery if you know the chemistry? That's kind of weird.
I think what is weird is to adhere to a sun worship cult belief, and then furthermore not realizing that the latest observation is underlining the sun worship, the great sun worship experiment. Don't we like to worship the sun? Helios. Oh man. Oh, man. Well,
Sharanism said the sun's the most important thing ever.
Well, if you're a sun worshipper and you glorify the sun equal to the creator, you might think that. I would say the most important thing that there is the Lord. Then the rest behind it.
Praise that Lord.
What?
Gotta praise that Lord.
Exactly. Life is a precious gift, and it can be taken away every second. And
that's not so precious, man. It's just a thing.
Well, nobody asked for their existence, right? Neither can I control my heartbeat. If the Lord pleases to, my heart could stop in this very moment I'm talking to you guys, and you would never hear of me anymore.
Okay. I just don't understand how people think that out of the millions and billions of fucking lives, yours is somehow recorded, watched over, or somebody has something to do with it.
Well, as long as I don't know someone, one second, as long as I don't know someone personally, I would never assume that someone has a perfect or good life. Trust me, I have a lot of battles. And there's a spiritual battle going on every day.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not like just because I'm happy and all that stuff doesn't mean that I'm not, battling something. Trust me. But the thing is, I don't want to, if I would really talk about the things that I'm battling, that are really like, that drag me down sometimes, right?
What's that?
Then I would really like influence people, and I don't want to do that. I want to put my burden on others.
Do you ever think
I just put it on the Lord.
Do you ever think about the scope of the universe, the scope of the world, whatever it's made of, whatever size it is, shape it is, size of universes and things, and the many people that have come before and will come after. Do you ever think?
Well, I know what you mean, P-Mac.
Okay. How small we are?
Well, I only know what I have experienced, right? Which is like traveling this plane. I've never been high up, and except for flying in an aircraft, obviously. But I mean, like really high up. So
I appreciate your worldview and a very high possibility you're correct. I would never say you're wrong.
Yeah, I can only believe what is being taught as a creation story about the higher levels of this place, which is there's a firmament, then there's waters below, waters above that firmament.
Yes.
And that's as much as I know, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what's written. And I'm okay with that. I'm a simple man. I mean, for me, it's if I look up in the sky and it's what it is, then I'm happy. I'm not like I need to know specifically every little detail about that. But I also accept and find it okay if somebody is interested to understand how the heavens work.
Yeah, me
that is legit.
That's fine.
And I'm also happy to listen to ideas,
Yeah.
I mean, we have Speculation Sunday, so if you have an idea, shoot it out.
People still fucking amaze me.
But that's what it's about, right? Everyone having individual interests and arguments that makes it interesting. Imagine we would all think simultaneously the same, like a parasite or something.
Yeah, we differ. We differ clearly. I don't think that your worldview is the same as mine, and I don't care, bro, and neither do you. I hold nothing against you, but it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, the only thing I can do is right.
Let me just say this.
Sorry.
I think there's quickly something else going on here that we're not quite sure about, and we never will. So.
Well, the only thing I can say is because you're made in the image of God. The only thing I can say, and I'm limited to knowing you, obviously, but what I can say is that I love you as the fellow man that is created in the image of God, and that's it.
I feel
that is a thing that everybody can apply, and it doesn't need any explanation, right? You can just love someone.
And you know what, Clay? It fucking works, bro. It works.
Yeah.
It does.
Definitely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you believe in. If you say to yourself, listen, I don't care if you hurt me. I don't care what you say. Listen, you can go so far. You can call me certain names. You can do certain things. But, I don't care if you like me or if you don't respect me. But you don't disrespect me. And you just, you can believe what you want. But, yeah, that's you like, I love you. I love you, man. That's my point. How dark
love
the world
too,
is.
Man.
How bad things are. It doesn't matter. I'm here to make somebody's life better. That's it. That's why I'm here. That's my purpose. Right. Even if you think that life has no purpose, well, my purpose is to make people's lives better. That's it. And
the great thing.
That's kind of godlike.
The great thing about love is that it doesn't hurt anybody, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a great fucking way to be. Because I noticed.
Yeah, it's just easier, right? What is easier, P-Mac? What is easier? Having to say to you, I love you because you're a fellow man created in the image of God? Or when I say, P-Mac, I hate you because such and such, and here's the reason. I'm going to continuously hate. I mean, what is easier to do, right? Hating or loving someone?
Yeah,
obviously the answer is easy.
Yeah.
Loving someone is much easier. Hating requires so much energy and it's so painful, and it comes all back to yourself.
Yeah, the ego and modern life and the way people go on. People think that holding grudges and hating somebody and making yourself greater than somebody else is an achievement. It's not. It's loving people. It's being somebody. It's just being there for people. It's like listening, having a good word, not being an asshole. You know, irrespective of fucking religion. It's just, it's a far better way to be.
Right, but you don't even need to be religious, right? You don't even need to act out something. Just the word itself, right? The word makes the difference, right? When you just say to yourself, you know, I'm just gonna today choose to love people, right? Even though you might not do anything, you might not just sit there or talk to people on the internet. But if you have the mindset, right, of just saying, I choose to love everyone, no matter what happens, it's just so much more easier, so much more relaxed. Imagine you want to have a battle with everybody. I mean, that is just.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Of course, it's good. There's nothing that can talk against that. No law. I love you too, man.
No,
it's so
not
easy.
you, Clay. Fuck's sake.
Oh, what? No.
All right, Clay. You're all right. I half love you. No, it's a good way to be, man. That's the way I am in real fucking life, bro. Listen, I'm not talking bullshit here. I'm not talking bullshit. People see this in me all the time.
That's nice, man.
Yeah, it's like I'm not bullshitting. I'm not a cunt. You know.
You seem as much as I see you in here, you seem to be very peaceful, not trying to fight with people, which is great.
Yeah. I mean, think there's a globe? That's fucking great, bro. Enjoy. I don't give a shit. You can't.
Yeah, that's another point, right? Many Globers think I'm here to convince someone, but I actually don't want to convince a Glober to get away from the globe. That's the point they gotta realize. It really doesn't matter to me. If you want to believe it's a globe, go on.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing, like my life is so full of other stuff and shit and stuff. I'm not really here to convince you what is logically obvious. I mean, why would I? I mean, I suppose we are here at, to a point to try and help people see shit, but whether you see it or not, it doesn't really matter to me. Doesn't really make a difference in my life. What you believe. What you believe is what you believe.
Yeah, at the end of the day, every individual is responsible for their own actions. Nobody is responsible for what I choose to do or not, or believe or not, and this is equally applicable to everybody else. That's how I see it. So also, I do not have the right to force anybody to my beliefs, but the same way the other way around, right?
Thank God you said that.
Yeah, I mean, God himself doesn't force anyone to anything.
Is somebody talking? Did you mute somebody that's trying to talk to you?
No, I think it's like some background noise. I don't know.
There's definitely some background noise. Probably Satan. But Speculation Sunday. I feel like Jim Carrey when I say that.
Man, Jim Carrey. Being an actor must be pretty exhausting.
He's a bit of a genius, isn't he? Yeah, I just think that people are talking too much about what is life and what is globe and what is, and not realizing what is life. What is it?
It is a rather beautiful gift.
I don't know about gift. It's like a happens.
Well, the reason why I say it's a gift is because I've not asked for it, but I have still got it. You know, furthermore, I've not done anything.
So if somebody gives you a turd in your wedding, wraps it up in a nice bow, and you open it up, it's a fucking turd, you would go, "Oh, what a nice gift." It's still a fucking turd, bro.
What I'm saying is essentially, in order to experience this existence, I have not done any action. That is my point. Like asking for it would already be an action.
Okay. It's kind of strange. What the fuck was that?
But you gotta look at it this way, right? It really depends on your view, right? So without rain, you wouldn't have a rainbow, right? Without bad days, you wouldn't know how good days are. Without hardship, you wouldn't understand days of a lot of peace and harmony, right? That's why it's so important to not live based off your feelings, right? Because feelings can be very deceptive at times. And that's something I'm still struggling with. I'm still learning that I should not always think, oh, today, because I feel this and that way, this is going to determine my day or my life or whatever. You know, I really gotta try to make my flesh submissive, and you know that it's my slave, so to say. Because your feelings-based stuff and emotions, they all come from the flesh. Like I feel good today, or I feel bad, or I feel this, I feel that. You know,
all is mind. All is mind. I think all is mind.
Well, I think we live in a time where there's a lot of ways of how you can feed your flesh, good or bad ways, and that also determines kind of how you know how your life is playing out.
I don't know what your obsession with flesh is, but all is mind.
It's the stuff we both have right now, right?
Yeah, but
if I wouldn't have a flesh, you couldn't hear me. If I wouldn't have flesh, you couldn't hear me.
You sure?
The voice.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
What if I'm communicating with through my mind right now?
Well, that's great, but I would need to see some evidence for that.
Well, I'm a brain in a jar talking to you.
You global or what?
Me? Yeah. Sure. All day, every day.
A globe, a brain in a jar. Oh man.
I'm a brain and a globe. A brain and a
What a
globe.
time. What a time to be alive.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Crazy times.
But the whole crux, I suppose, of what I'm saying is, what is life? So what do you can't answer that. What do you think life is? Why we're here? What the hell's happening, bro?
We don't know, man.
Well,
No idea.
say it in the
We
words
don't
of
know why we're here, dog.
to say in the words of what you can read in Ecclesiastes is the whole matter to be summed up as fear God and keep His commandments. That is the whole duty of man.
Clay. What I'm saying is, no matter what you read, no matter what you see, no matter what you educate yourself on or absorb, it's not. It's something else. It's like it's a strange world, bro.
Well, I'm just saying this is my belief, right? So the whole matter summed up as
can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Clay? Why would you go through life in a belief? What is the point of going through life in a belief?
I can tell you, PMac, I'm a very weak man. I have done
Shut your face.
I've done many bad things in the past. I was very
I don't care, Clay.
To many things. And because I am this weak guy, I need Jesus. This is the point. Otherwise, I would fall back into these old ways. Would hang around people that don't really do good things.
Okay, but that's not my question, Clay.
Addicted again.
Yeah, that's not my question, though.
Is it?
No.
Well, you asked me what belief does for me, and this is what it does. It keeps me away from sin.
In a way, yeah. Okay. My question to you is, what is life?
Or sinning.
Sinning. Tusen.
But I can only talk of myself, right? I'm not saying that this applies to everybody. I'm just saying without Christ, or I follow Christ because otherwise I would follow my nose every damn time.
Okay,
I have tried so many ways on my own. I have tried everything, man. I've tried it with so many things to find fulfillment. And every time it was a dead end and I fell on my nose and I needed to learn the hard way until I realized the only thing I can do is actually realize and accept that the one that I need to follow is Christ and that He shineth in my weaknesses.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that you opened up to us like that, and I appreciate that. Now tell me, I appreciate that. Why would that apply to anybody else, to everybody else? We all have different paths and we all have different lives. But so why would preaching Christ to somebody liberate them or make their lives better because you think so?
Well, I think only someone who is searching for someone to save them from a certain situation. Let's say if you make it a metaphor,
could you not save yourself? Could you not save yourself from yourself?
One second. As soon as you realize you can't save yourself from yourself, and you realize that you are drowning, then there's a reason to why you would come to someone who is your savior, right? But if you think you can do it on your own, or maybe it even works out for you, right? Then so be it, right? I'm not the secretary of the Creator. Neither can I look at your heart. That is only something reserved for the Father. So I don't know your relationship.
I got to tell you, Clay. I've been through a lot of things too, same as yourself. Blah blah blah. And the only person that saved me from whatever it is myself. That's the only person that did it, was me. Nothing external.
I understand. I understand that. I can't say this of myself because I would simply lie if I would tell you that I stopped smoking.
And I'm saying that's not a bad thing.
Being addicted to all kinds of drugs on my own.
Yeah, that's fine. But the only person that saved me from myself was myself.
Okay.
Didn't Jesus say that the kingdom of God is within you?
Well, you gotta see it in context.
Well, Clay, come on now. How many times did Jesus say, "The God is within you"?
No, what this means is that as soon as you're born again and you abide in Christ,
no born again.
You're
no.
Well, that's the requirement, right? You cannot experience You cannot experience the fullness of the Creator if you're on a fence.
For ye are all
gods. Either you lose your life and you gain your life, or you hold on to your life and you will lose it. That is the irony of it all, right? Do you remember the story?
Clay. Sorry. Here's the irony. You were talking about Freemasonry at the start. Freemasonry will let you think that there's a book and a God and a Jesus and something you have to believe in order to save yourself. I'm telling you, you don't need that. You started off, and I came in here, you were talking about Freemasonry, lots of pictures, very interesting. Masons, right? You don't need that.
Well, you want to know why I think that this cannot be the case?
What not the case?
That Freemasons are the ones who are responsible for me believing in the book?
Go ahead.
Well, it's very simple. The book itself exposes the works of those such as Freemasonry. Therefore, it would be very dumb for such an organization or any organization, if it's any secret society, to give such a book to the people, especially after the Reformation, so everybody can read it. Would be a very dumb thing, because it literally is a direct contradiction to the ways of this world. That's why the only religion that is being truly mocked in Hollywood and all the satanic systems is Jesus, is Christ or Christianity.
So how long have we had the Bible now?
Like a long time, and like Prophet Muhammad likes little girls, so I think we're okay.
And yeah, so how long?
You started, that means it got to you. I win. Done.
Have we got better since the book, or is the world still the same shithole it always used to be? Or
ever since the Quran came out, it's been terrible.
Well, the world is what it is according to the ways of.
Thank you for your anti-Muslim agenda, you fucking retard.
Anti-Muslim agenda? It's not even that. It's just like, come on, bro. Think about it.
Think about what? How can you think when you're fucking retarded?
Yeah, buddy.
Well, I can tell you the issue. It's good, man. Hello, how you doing? Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
Doing good, man. I'm doing good. You might have to turn me up a little bit.
Clay, you're a good man.
Bit muffled.
Like you, bro.
Hold on. Let me fix this here quick fast.
I like you too, man. But never forget, whatever you see about me as being good is not on my own behalf. I give the glory to the Lord, because trust me, I'm not good. That's why I follow Christ, because
neither am I.
The only thing that you see or hear about me as being good is due to Him.
Is what you say.
He disciplines me. If He wouldn't discipline me, you wouldn't think I'm a good guy. Trust me.
That's okay, Clay.
That laugh puts it to the point. It really is what it is. I'm not joking.
No, it's. I know, bro.
So again, that's why I give all glory to Him, because without Him I can do nothing. That's what the Scripture says. He's the true vine, and we are the branches.
But Clay, the point I'm trying to make is why would you rely on somebody else, on books, on things, on ideas, on philosophies?
Just Jesus.
Somebody else, in order to make yourself better. Couldn't you have done that by yourself?
Well, I've tried, and I told you I've miserably failed many times.
Right, so then fail.
There's no other option. right? There's no other option. Every time I would run away.
It's like depending on drugs to make yourself work in a day to function. Why depend on something else to make yourself better? Why don't you just do that yourself, man? Do you know what I mean? Positive thinking, everything is mind. The world is not what we think it is. It's definitely not a fucking globe. Why don't you just use your own mind power? Take a little moment for yourself and think, you know?
I can tell you why.
Okay.
Because if I use everything, if I lean on my own understanding, I fail. This is the problem.
Well, why are you making yourself so weak? Why are you making yourself so
he
mad,
can be
huh?
so he can be even stronger. See, the Bible says in your weakness, I'm the strength. 1 second, let me not paraphrase it. And our weakness.
I don't understand, man.
I know it's here. It's 2 Corinthians 12, 9-10. It says here.
How comes next?
And he said,
I was going to say.
And he said, and it said, and he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glorify in my infirmities than the power of Christ may rest upon me.
Clay, who said that?
Well, that's the Bible.
Yeah, who said that?
2 Corinthians 12, 9
Who wrote
10.
that? Who said that?
So it's Paul.
I know it's Paul. I actually know it's Paul. Paul's did it to Corinthians.
Yeah.
So is Paul God?
No, he's an apostle.
No shit.
He's not God, no. But inspired by God to write the letters.
From God.
From Jesus himself. But once he reveals himself to you, it's hard to deny him. It's hard to deny the Creator when he reveals himself to you personally.
That would be fucking crazy.
It's not crazy to me, sort of thing. But yeah, I sound crazy when I'm trying to explain to others, for sure.
Daz, you sound crazy when you open your mouth. What the fuck? I'm just joking, bro.
He revealed himself to you personally?
Well, yeah, of course he does to all believers. It's why we believe, because he reveals himself to us.
What does he look like? Can you describe him?
What does he look like? Well, sort of like most of the pictures you've seen, I guess.
Long hair?
I mean, general... Yeah, long hair and...
Long hair, little bit of beard.
Long face.
What does he sound like? Does he sound like Morgan Freeman?
No, he's not black, man. He doesn't sound like that. He's,
Hi.
I don't know, he sounds normal, I don't know.
I'm Morgan Freeman.
Charlton Heston, maybe? Sean Connery?
No, dude.
Oh, look. Who's this guy?
Did he speak English?
Enough fucking question.
Yeah, he spoke English to me, of course. It's my language, so yeah, naturally.
He revealed himself to you? You're not doing a false prophet thing, are you?
No, I'm a Christian dude.
So when does
Revelation? As a Christian, but
exactly.
But I wanted to ask Snacks if you're still muffled there, Snacks. But I wanted to see if you had some globe evidence for us.
Some globe evidence.
Yeah, are you a globe or a flatty or what brings?
Yeah, I think it's a globe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who was that? His fucking name.
So yeah, if you've got any evidence for us, that'd be great. Or anything.
Anything at all. Just one fucking sign of curvature. Silent. It's like a joke earlier.
Anyway, yeah, just want to check in, see if there's anyone want to ask a question or have some globe evidence or something questions. Yeah, feel free.
I'll ask a question.
Yeah.
No.
How is it possible that a flight from Toronto to Tokyo takes the same amount of time as a flight from Santiago to Sydney on a flat Earth?
Don't know. There must be similar distances apart, I guess. If it takes the same time to fly between them, I guess it's.
Why do you sound so nervous?
Similar distances apart. Mm.
Why does nothing sound so nervous? Like
they are similar distances on a globe, but on no flat Earth ball I've ever seen, they are anywhere close to being the same.
Are you on a fucking treadmill or what the fuck?
Which
he's having a wank. What the hell?
Speak.
Yeah, man.
I'm out walking
guys.
in my neighborhood.
Where's the globe at?
I'm out walking.
Hang on, I catch my breath.
Let me catch my breath, man. Where's the globe at?
But yeah, I've never seen any depiction of a flat Earth in which those two distances are the same, or even close.
Can I ask you a question real quick? How do you get a globe? Like, let's say a globe model you put on your desk or a digital one. How do you get it? What do you start with?
I'm pretty sure you can order them off Amazon.
Yeah, but if you would build a globe digitally or analog on your desk, let's say analog, but even digitally, what do you start with?
Pi.
I have no idea. I've never built a globe before.
Okay, let me tell you. So in order to get a globe,
radius squared.
Okay, one second. Can I talk real quick? In order to get a globe, and it's the only thing I'm gonna say, then you guys can go at him. In order to get a globe is you start with a flat map, then you slice the flat map up, then you wrap the flat map around a toy, which is spherical. Then you glue the flat map that is sliced up around the spherical toy. Right? Same as for the digital one. If you want to have a globe in Blender, you're going to have a flat map that you're going to wrap around the Blender toy globe digitally. So in order to get a globe, you got to have a flat Earth. There you go.
Cool. So how is it possible that those two pairs of cities are the same distance on a flat Earth?
So what flat Earth map are you talking about? Because there is no flat Earth map in inverted commas. I mean, all maps are flat, but there is no map that flat Earthers say this is what Earth is.
Every depiction of the flat Earth has those two pairs of cities radically different distance-wise.
So
we don't have any depictions.
Yeah.
He's just trying to straw man us.
Yeah. So he's talking about the AE map, obviously.
So your answer is you don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the AE map, are you not?
I'm talking about the distance between those two pairs of cities.
Yeah,
on which map, you dumb fuck?
Travel time. Forget about maps. It takes the same amount of time.
Have a map. How do you travel without a map, you dumb fuck?
Oh, you have to have a map, so flat earthers have a map then, huh?
Oh, you're a fucking idiot for
yeah,
real.
Man. That's your argument, dude. That there's a globe map
he's a straw
and a
man
flat
fallacy walking shithead. That's what he's
saying. Now you're saying what map?
My argument is that the travel time between those two pairs of cities is the same.
What map?
Well, it doesn't really matter what map.
Did I use the word map in what I just said?
Which map are you using, you dumb fuck?
I'm using travel times.
Okay, so you want to get booted, or are you gonna keep lying and obfuscate as well?
I've flown both of those routes
Which
before,
map?
and it took
Which
the same
map?
amount.
Which map?
I'm not using the word
Which map? Which map? I'm shutting you down right now. Which map?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, shut the fuck up then. Piece of shit.
You did use the word map, you silly motherfucker.
Well, he's going off the globe. Obviously.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to say it. He knows which map it is.
Quite
the fuck?
Is it the Quetzalcoatl map?
No.
No? Okay. It's the other one. Okay. I'm just kidding, bro. Don't fucking ban me.
His argument would be more reasonable if there was a flat Earth map, but there's none. People claim that, but there's none. There are AE projection maps. There are globe projections, and he knows that. That's why he don't want to say it. He's a fucking idiot, obfuscator, fucking strawman fallacy walking dipshit head. He wants us to make claims, baseless claims, and he knows that. He's a fucking idiot.
Motherfucker!
Yeah, you can chat skank all you want, you dumb fuck. You have no comparison to do with. You have your own map, and you want to strawman us. Are you serious? Are you that stupid to that level?
Probably.
Yeah, when you already know that we don't claim a map, and you say on the flat Earth map or the flat Earth depictions, that means you're bullshitting, right? It means you're a bullshit artist, and that's why you get muted in here, right? We don't take kindly the bullshit artists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but people like him have to be called out. People just listen. They think we have a map because he keeps asking us. We don't. Never claim one.
We don't.
So I don't know why you keep coming back. Every time you come in here, you ask for a map. How does that work on a flat Earth? What flat Earth map are you talking about? What are you comparing it to? Are you that stupid? Yourself?
What's your model? What's your model? Back off. You might have noticed at the start of the argument we said your model is completely, totally obsolete and unprovable, and we don't have a model, but you're still coming in here asking us for a fucking model and a fucking map. Well done, congratulations, you're a fucking retard. Look. You guys brought up maps. No, you brought up Max. You fucking knucking futs. Oh my god. Trying to fucking gaslight us. Are you gaslighting me, knucking futs? Knucking futs. You asked for a map and you asked for a model, bruh. Those are the two words that stuck in my brain when you opened your fucking silly mouth to say something. So deny it now all you want, and go fuck yourself.
P-Mac, you're getting angrier and angrier. What's going on?
It's the apocalypse. I suppose drunker and drunker rattling. I'm a nice guy. I wish I could talk like Robin, but I can't because I'm not fucking Robin. Was that a good approximation? Hello, my name is Robin. I'm just joking. Just joking. Understand with it. I've never heard a proper flat earther ask for any of them fucking things, like, ever. Models and maps. Wait a minute. Two cities being the same distance. Two cities being the same distance. Is he listening to himself? Somebody fucking quote that. That's fucking insane.
Well, yeah, the AE map is obviously distorted. I mean, look at Australia. It looks like it's totally stretched out. It doesn't look like it at all. You know, it's obvious it's not an accurate map.
What is he talking about?
So it's easy to debunk if you're saying, oh, that's a flat Earth model, and it's easy to debunk.
The irony is they use a globe projection, distorted globe projection, that is as a as a flat map to talk against, which is the irony. It is I can't even put it in words how I gotta say it, like how stupid that actually is. It is actually stupid.
Yeah.
You're arguing against your own map.
That is so dumb.
Yeah.
Like it makes no sense. Every time a glober brings up the equidistant map, which is a globe projection, and tells me that this doesn't work on a globe projection, then I'm like, cool, welcome to Flat Earth. So whatever Napkin is saying, welcome to Flat Earth. And again, Nakin, you gotta really think about the example I've given you. The only way you get a globe is by starting with a flat Earth. That is the foundation of it. It's also, by the way, how you get elevation angles to stars. Gotta have a flat Earth. So the only reason why you have your globe belief is because the Earth is actually flat. Yeah, I know that sounds weird, but if you think about it, you get behind it. It's actually pretty simple. It starts with as the most simplest thing as getting a toy globe on your desk. You gotta start with a flat map. You gotta have a flat map that you can slice up and wrap around a ball to distort the continents. Yep, I know, sounds weird, but that's the truth. And by the way, every map is flat. Correction. Not only every map is flat, but every map that is utilized practically on the Earth is going to be a flat planar grid system. There is no such thing as a practical utilization of a toy ball on a desk. It just looks good, maybe, for some people that like balls.
Yo, let's just take a fucking 2-minute breather here for a minute. Talk.
Still a bit muffled, but okay, go.
Sounds like he's mumbling.
Bit muffled. The floor is yours, sir. Let's go.
Well, you can try again, but your mic sounds really bad, man. I don't know, you need to adjust it or something.
Don't put it too close to the mouth.
Oh, he burps as well.
Really? Wasn't that another guy?
No, it was him.
Oh, okay.
He needed to burp. He was burping to make his announcement in here, and then we had to accept that. So I just muted him. He does it again, then that's it.
Sorry, I just
sorry, I thought it was another guy.
burped. It wasn't like they didn't have any malicious burping intent.
Oh, you know what? When I'm in a meeting at work and all the people around me just start burping involuntarily.
Yeah, that happens. Bad sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, it's called pig class.
Well, we're gonna have this chart, and it shows that. Bleh. That's actually funny.
Crazy.
Did you have an argument or question about something, Snacks? Or just a burp there?
Oh, it kind of threw me off guard here with the whole mute thing. So give me another little bit to recharge here.
All right, if you need time, put yourself on mute, and whenever you're ready, you can reopen it. Thank you.
Buy yourself a new fucking mic, bro.
Hey, send me $10 PayPal and I'll buy myself a new mic.
Give me a paper. Give me a paper. I'll buy you a whole fucking new computer. I tell you what, I'll buy you a whole new fucking brain. How about that? That's ridiculous, man. So hang on, Nuggenfoot. So you're saying that two flights between two cities prove flat Earth? Is that what you're saying? Santiago, Chile. What are you actually saying, bro? Explain that again. Sorry, I like I just walked into the conversation. Explain it to me. Two cities.
He thinks a flight determines the shape of the ground. Quite the logic there.
Oh no, it's not just the flight. It's that it takes time to go from place to place. So that means you live on a ball because it takes time. He said travel time.
Yeah, travel time. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Still,
right. So the whole thing is fucking bullshit, right?
Fucking hell.
So two cities. It's like he's like, hey, if you fly between this city and that city, and this city and that city, it takes some time. Therefore, ball. That's fucking genius.
It's not even logically sound, to be honest.
It's got nothing to do with logic, is it?
Just flight time, that's it.
It's like two fucking cities, bro. On a ball or a plane.
So if one day I get there in one X certain amount of time, the next day a different X amount of time, is it still a globe? Or is it something else? Like, what kind of logic is that?
It's windy.
Flight times varies with jet streams and everything else, that can affect the flight path, the routes. Like, it it's not even logically sound. Like, it's so stupid. And he doesn't even, I don't know, maybe he knows that, but
even realize it.
he needs to know how stupid he sounds like when he said that.
What you said, what you just said, is the most. Yeah, that kind of spill.
But hasn't this been the same argument in the past?
Everyone here is now dumber for listening to you.
But isn't this like something you already has brought forward?
What do we think about gravity? The bending of space-time.
Let me know how you guys know how that works on a flat Earth. I'll wait. Okay.
Gravity?
What is your fucking point? Please make a hypothesis. Please, God, make an hypothesis. Make a theory. Make an assumption. Make anything but put me out of my fucking misery, bro. What the fuck are these people talking about?
You see what I wrote, DJ?
Yep.
Are you DJ?
Nope.
Yeah, I was just responding to him.
Yeah, he wrote, you guys let me know how that works on a flat Earth. Like, this idiot does still not understand. It evokes a claim that we don't have one for. We don't need to, because we don't claim one. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's an absolute clown, this guy.
He definitely is.
Oh, I'm not trying to strawman you. But just let me know how that works on flat Earth.
If
what is this?
If the North Pole is
I miss his pictures. He used to scrabble stuff on notepads and take pictures of them and then drop them in the chat.
Really?
Yeah, he used the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon on the globe, and he wrote out all the steps on his scratch pad with a pen, and then took a picture of it, and then posted it in chat. And he did this for like a week.
Wow.
No, it was not the distance to the horizon. But excellent strawman, though. Good try.
Oh, then what was it?
I drew out exactly how the Bedford level experiment worked. I drew out how Eratosthenes performed his experiment and the exact length and the calculations that he did. And I also drew out how Eratosthenes' measurements would not have been possible on a flat Earth.
Assuming what?
Assuming the Earth is flat, the measurements that Eratosthenes took would not have been possible.
But what did Eratosthenes assume?
He assumed that the Earth was a sphere.
What else?
Let's see. What else do you guys like to say? Oh, that the rays from the sun are parallel?
No, that's what he said.
Well, if he said it, I guess it's true.
But the problem is, if the Earth is flat, then Eratosthenes' measurements could not have been taken. Impossible.
Measuring shadows doesn't
wrong.
Anything.
Jeez. If his assumptions were wrong, then it means he is wrong.
No, I'm not talking about anything he assumed. I'm assuming that the Earth is flat. Eratosthenes. If you assume the Earth is flat, you cannot replicate Eratosthenes' measurements.
That's not true. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. You take an angle of elevation to the source.
It can be replicated on a flat surface. So you're wrong there.
For his measurements to still be accurate on a flat Earth, the sun would have to get twice. The sun would have to get twice as small from noon.
It doesn't matter. It's been replicated on a flat surface. It can be done with either surfaces. So it proves nothing.
Can you show your proof of that?
Absolutely positive. It's been demonstrated over and over again. It can be done on both surfaces.
Post it in chat, please.
Yeah, so Nuckin, I just had a question, right? Where did Eratosthenes write down his calculations and the results of his so-called experiment? Where did he write them down?
Probably on paper.
Oh, right. Is there any evidence that happened? Is there any evidence that he did that? Or are you just making shit up?
It can be replicated by you, me, today.
Oh, yeah, okay. I just asked you a specific question, though, about Eratosthenes, because you brought up him, right? So
yeah, he was the first one to do this. Anybody can do it.
Did he? Yeah, okay. So where did he write down his calculations for the test?
Like
that he said couldn't work
on paper in a journal that he kept, maybe in the sand.
Really did?
No.
So someone found his journal, did they?
No, somebody replicated what he did.
Maybe in the sand. Are you listening to this guy?
No. How do we know he did it?
How do we know he did it?
Yeah, how do we know he did it?
Oh, you'd have to ask a historian.
Look, it's bricked, even if he did do it, right? But yeah, if you look into it, there's no evidence of him existing. Right? There's no evidence. Two people spoke about him, right? Hundreds of years later, right? And then when you look into how did they get the information, they say, well, it might have been word of mouth, right? But we're not sure about that. Maybe it was in a book, that we couldn't find. But we have no idea. It's just basically like a myth.
Jesus didn't exist either, then, right?
I'm not a Christian. Like, when did I make claims about that? You made a direct claim about Eratosthenes.
By your logic,
you don't.
That would mean Jesus didn't exist either. Yeah.
Well, did I make any claims about Jesus? I'm not even religious.
No, I'm asking you. If we're applying your logic universally, that would mean Jesus didn't exist. Do you agree?
Didn't make any claims about Jesus existing.
You said for a person to exist, they must have written down something themselves.
So you're putting Eratosthenes in the same category as Jesus? Is that what you're doing?
If we only have hearsay, and hearsay does not mean somebody existed, then that rules out Jesus too.
It's hearsay. It's just hearsay then.
I want you to confirm that. And you're not a Christian, so it should be easy. Are you willing to confirm to the room that Jesus did not exist?
I don't know, dude. Right? I didn't make any claims about it. Right? So you can't confirm. So you use that same logic, right? So you don't know Eratosthenes existed, do you?
Okay, so we can assume that people did exist based on hearsay. Yeah.
You have no evidence of his calculations, or if he did any of the experiment correctly, right? If that was even something that he did at all, even if he did exist.
Let me ask you this. If anybody can go and replicate the story of Eratosthenes today, does that make him specifically doing it and recording it in a journal or something irrelevant?
Yeah, so don't say that he
show us the fucking curve, motherfucker.
Yeah, so even if he did exist, let me
ask you this. Show us the fucking curve, you bastard.
Well, I can show you my Bedford level mathematics if you'd like. That depicts the curve. It's a direct observation. Would you accept that? Do you even know what the Bedford level experiment is?
I bet you Bedford level experiment math is horse shit and misses out on a bunch of things that you haven't accounted for.
That is also replicated.
I bet you don't even post it in the chat.
Well, you want to see my Bedford notes?
I don't think you're not going to post shit. And if you do post something, it's going to be horse shit.
You have one. Listen, Linda. Linda, shut your Dorito shoot and listen to me for 2 seconds. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You have one job here. Show me your proofs of your globe, of your curve, of your space travel? Show it to me.
Posted you my notes from the Bedford level. The fact
that's amazing. Yeah, such good evidence you've presented here.
The
What is
fact
that? Calculations? Is that the proof? Calculations?
The fact that theodolite had to be raised by 0.0217 degrees in order to establish a line of sight with the second pole disproves flat Earth and proves sphere Earth. Does it both at the same time? It's amazing, huh?
It proves both. Are you a fucking No, wait, that's a rhetorical question. Don't answer that. Where is your proof of the globe, okay? Don't bring us evidence of both. We want evidence of your globe. Where's your curve, Linda?
You must have earwax or something. I said it disproves flat Earth and it proves sphere Earth. Did you hear that?
Did you account for all the variables accounted for, Nuck and Futz? You know the vertical temperature gradients from between point A and point B?
Yes.
You know what was happening with the air? Oh, really? What were they?
The poles were raised to a height of 6 feet in order to minimize the impact of refraction.
I'm asking you about the atmospheric conditions. You know, the temperature, the humidity, not whether he raised or lowered something.
The temperature and the humidity all contribute to the refractory index, which he raised the poles high enough to minimize the impact.
What the refractive index was, because you don't know what the vertical temperature gradients were, right? If you had cooler air, shut up. If you had cooler air closer to the surface or warmer air closer to the surface, you're going to have a difference in the refractive index, right? It can be inverted, right? So you're not accounting for the...
Listen, I'll do you one better. You're claiming this guy proved curvature from the ground? So it should be pretty simple to see and prove. So prove it to us.
It's actually part of the curriculum in India to replicate this
Show
experiment.
me the curve left to right. Linda, listen. If you're claiming the boat disappearing over the curve front to back because it's disappearing bottom up, I want to see your left to right curvature. Okay? Show me the curvature, bitch.
Okay, so we're changing subjects now? You want to talk about lateral?
No, we're not changing subjects. Where's the curvature? You're claiming this guy proves the curvature from the ground in like a ditch. So prove it to us. Show us the curve.
Yeah, the Bedford level measured curve.
Yeah, so look, dude, I'm definitely not trying to change subjects. I'm exposing that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to refraction. Right? You think that refraction can only do one thing?
No, I never said that. I said refraction can be minimized.
Do you know what vertical temperature gradients do in relation to looking over bodies of water or looking over land?
Environmental gradients in the air pressure and temperature, can induce refraction. They contribute to the refraction index.
Do you know anything about different types of refractive effects in the atmosphere?
Some, yes. And I also know that this experiment is replicated every year with the same exact result.
Okay. So what's looming?
So are you saying that every time anybody does this experiment, it's a very problematic refraction index during that day? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not. I'm asking you questions, right? So we can have different types of gradients, vertical temperature gradients, that completely have like way different types of effects. Right? So you might see something that looks higher than it should be, or something that looks way lower than it should be, depending on the vertical temperature gradient. So you don't have those accounted for, right? So you don't have a valid experiment or observation.
Let me ask you a question.
I asked you a question.
What does
looming?
refraction
You didn't answer it. You still didn't answer it.
What does refraction do to light? What does it do?
Okay, so if you have light waves traveling along, right, and you have a difference in the temperature gradient, right, the vertical temperature gradient, the cool air, right, is going to be more condensed, right? The gas particles are going to be more condensed, and the warm air is going to have less condensed gas particles. They're going to be further apart. So the cooler air is going to have a higher refractive index, right? So it's going to affect the way that the light travels through, right? So then you're going to have different types of effects like looming or sinking or stooping.
Yeah,
right?
so does light bend towards?
So it's very important that you know what the
Does the light bend toward the warmer temperature or away from it?
It bends towards a warmer temperature.
Towards warmer temperature. So over the surface of the Earth, light would be bending down, correct?
No, because we can have cooler air closer to the surface or warmer air closer to the surface, right? If we have warmer air closer to the surface, we can have a sinking, right? It's called sinking refraction. It's where an object that's normally visible on the horizon would look like it's sunk below the horizon, right? And then we can have the opposite of that, which is called looming, which is where we have the cooler air closer to the surface and a warmer layer above that. And then you have looming, right? And you can have different vertical temperature gradients at different distances as well. So you can get combinations of these effects. There's also a whole list of effects, right, to go along with these more common ones.
So every time anybody tries to replicate this experiment, when they do it, the colder air is higher and the light refracts up. Is that your claim?
No, I'm saying you don't know what the conditions were, so you can't claim it. You're just making baseless claims because you don't know what the refractive index was doing, because you don't know what the vertical temperature gradients were doing on that day.
So there's this cool thing about science where people replicate experiments over and over and over again in order to get an average. Are you aware of that?
Like the measuring is science now. Okay, so let's go with a good example, right? No, let's go with a good example. Hold on a second. You just hold on. Let me give you a great example that throws it right in your face.
Experiences the same bizarre upward bending of light.
Don't make me have to mute you, bro.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I'm trying to explain something, right? So you said, okay, so we need to replicate it. So the guy that did the black swan, right? You guys call the other one the white swan because you can see the horizon in front of the oil platform, right? He went to the same place on a different day, right? And the horizon looked like it was in front of Platform Hill House. Okay, on a different day, it looked like it was 10 times further away.
Do you know what a red herring is?
Yeah, so when you do it on different days, you have completely different
So when we're talking about the Bedford level, and then you bring up the horizon picture, that's a red herring, isn't it?
No, this is a long-distance observation.
Okay, so you're changing topics.
No, it's not a changing of topic. It's both long-distance observations over water. It's both long-distance observations over water.
Well, then let's focus on the Bedford level, if that counts.
Okay, so you don't have the conditions, right? You don't know what the vertical temperature gradients were, so you don't know what type of refraction was happening.
I know that this experiment is replicated every year by school children, and they get the same result.
Oh, really? They do?
What's the distance between those observation points in the Bedford level?
From the first pole to the second pole is 3 miles, and from the second pole to the third pole is 3 miles. For a total
3 miles, and you're detecting curvature in that 3 miles.
That is correct.
That's a pretty small fucking planet you're on, bud. Complete that fucking circle. Like, use some critical thinking skills here. Like, holy fuck, man.
What's with all the cursing?
Oh, okay, so your argument is ignorance. You don't understand how it works. That's cool.
Fuck you, man. You're claiming we're on like a fucking 30-mile fuck. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Curve in 3 miles? Really, bud?
Yeah.
Really?
Why are you cursing?
Bullshit. Go take the photo of the fucking curve. Use a 10-mile fucking experiment and show me the curve in 10 miles, the drop. Go do
10 miles. 10 miles wouldn't work because the third pole would then be behind the horizon.
In 3 miles, it'll work. And stop fucking using your real shit to spew bullshit, bitch.
There's only 5 foot of drop over 3 miles, by the way. And what you're trying to tell me now, dude, is that every single time that people go there and replicate this, that they get the same results. So you're saying that the weather conditions are the same every single time?
I'm saying that the refraction index is so small for that experiment that the same result comes out every time, plus or minus a minuscule error.
Linda. Just shut your Dorito shoot. Bring us real proof.
If you can explain why that theodolite had to be raised by 0.0217 degrees, then I'll hear you out.
Man.
Can you explain that? On a flat Earth, it shouldn't have had to be raised at all.
True.
No. It can easily be explained by different types of atmospheric conditions. Easily.
So every time this experiment is done, those same atmospheric conditions
You haven't provided any evidence that it's the same every time it's done.
You are assuming that it's the same every time because you're saying
No,
that
you're telling me it is. You're telling me it's the same every time it's done. I'm telling you that you would always have different weather conditions and you're going to see different things. So unless you have some way, right, of checking exactly what the air was doing on that particular day, you have a flawed experiment. It's not good evidence at all. And you haven't provided any evidence that it's always the same result. I know you're lying about that, and I know you're not going to be able to present any evidence, nor have you looked into it being the same.
Would different
right?
atmospheric conditions yield different results?
Yeah, absolutely. Vastly different results.
So then
Vastly different results, just like I explained in the Black Swan observations, right? You can see the horizon sometimes in front of the oil platform.
Why does every Indian school child get the same result?
Okay, so show me the Indian school children's results.
This guy's hilarious, man. What a clown. You're such a clown.
Why are you shitting on your opposition?
You're proving Earth's curve in 3 miles. Are you listening to yourself? Holy fuck.
Well, if the Earth was curved, you would expect to see a bump over 3 miles, wouldn't you?
Bro. You're have you even researched anything at all? Ever?
Yes. And if the Earth was flat, then you would expect no inclination requirement of that theodolite. It should be completely flat.
Facts.
Wouldn't you? In fact,
that's absolutely ridiculous. You have no idea.
You see the Eiffel Tower from the shoreline if the Earth was flat? Like, just
you should
go
be able to.
find a cliff and jump, bud. Forget your chute, though. Don't bring your chute.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys aren't out doing the Bedford level yourself to prove that the Earth is flat. You should be able to establish a line of sight across all 3 poles. Why aren't you doing that?
I've done a huge amount of long-distance observations on Lake Macquarie, over 18 kilometers in Australia. Okay, so I've checked it for myself. I could see the shoreline every single time.
Can you post your notes on that?
No, I did it I don't have that, but I can show you countless other ones. I can show you countless more examples that people have recorded. Right, so if you want to go over them, right, what you're saying, you've shown us some ugly scribble, right, showing you have shitty handwriting, right? You haven't shown all of these school children from India that apparently replicated the same experiment. You haven't backed yourself up in any way. You've proved that you have no idea what you're talking about when you use the word refraction, like nearly all globers.
Well, it's a shame that the bar is so incredibly low to talk to you people. But I guess you're just stuck in your ignorance.
You can't rebut. You can't back your claims up by providing the evidence, and now you just want to go into personal attacks.
Says the guy whose first comment about my notes was the bad handwriting.
Damn. Yeah.
As if you don't have actual material.
It's shit evidence, dude. It's shit evidence, right? I'm willing to go over high definition video footage, countless different videos, right, where we can see.
Can we do that right now?
Over 1,000. Yep.
Yeah, let's do that right now.
You want to go over it? Okay, let's go over one.
I want to know what kind of camera was used. I want to know the height of the observer. I want to know all of the distances. Show all of your documentation, please.
Yep, okay. All right. Okay, so imagine if the evidence...
No, I don't want to imagine anything. I don't want to imagine anything.
No,
just show your evidence. Don't ask me to imagine anything. Show it.
Hold on a second, dude. Don't talk over me, because I'm about to present what you asked for, unlike you. Okay, so all I'm saying is imagine if all I presented right now was some shitty handwriting on a scribbled, crinkly bit of paper and said, this is my evidence. You would laugh at me, wouldn't you? Because that would be absolutely laughable.
Can we just get to it, please?
Shit laughable. So,
can you stop stalling? Get to it, please. Stop stalling.
All right, so here we go. We have a Nikon P900. We have the coastline of Santa Barbara, California. Right, we have the Google Map locations. We have a high definition video to go along with the observation. Okay, from start to finish. We have everything confirmed that we need for this particular observation. Okay, so we have 8-foot observer height. And we have a 10.1 mile oil platform. And we have a horizon behind the oil platform. Actually very far beyond the oil platform, but that doesn't really matter because we know it's further than 10.1 miles away. On a globe, the geometric horizon must be at 3.46 miles from the observer height. What's
the refractory index of the video that you took? What's the refractory
index? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm not using this to claim a geometric horizon. No, I don't need to.
You don't even know what refraction is.
Yeah, I do know what refraction is. I can
Okay, so what was the index on that
technical detail if you want me to.
What's the refraction data from that day?
No, I don't need to know because I'm not trying to prove a geometric horizon. Right? What I claim the horizon is,
right? But let's use it then.
You need to go on mute. Okay, so my argument isn't trying to prove that a geometric horizon exists. Okay? Due to refraction, right, due to atmospheric conditions, a horizon is as it's defined. It's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, so the horizon is going to move around. I know he's gone, by the way. The horizon's going to... Okay, he's back. Yeah, Knockin' Farts. I'm not using this to try to prove a geometric horizon. I'm using this, right, as a rebuttal to your geometric horizon existing, right? This isn't me trying to say, we know that there's a geometric horizon at a specific distance, right? Refraction is going to make the horizon appear in different locations constantly. Okay, it's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, right? But on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, 3.46 miles in this case. Right? It has to be in front of the oil platform, 6 miles in front of the oil platform. Right, so I'm going to unmute you and let's hear your rebuttal.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understood your claim. Refraction does not matter or have any influence on a globe. Is that your claim?
No, that's absolutely not my claim at all, right? There's always going to be refraction happening. Always.
Okay, so is the refraction happening in your video?
Of course it is. There's always refraction.
And any glober will tell you that refraction can allow you to see further than you would normally without it, because it bends the light down.
No, that's not what refraction, right? You don't know exactly what refraction does. You're thinking that it see over a geometric horizon, right? 10 times the distance. Okay, so do you have any practical demonstration or any citation, right, that says that you can see that magnitude further due to some type of refraction that you're just making up, right? Because you heard someone else say it.
I need you to tell me what the refractory index is in that video so we can calculate how far we should be able to see.
No, because I'm not claiming, right? I'm not claiming a geometric horizon. I'm claiming an apparent horizon. That's what we have in this video.
Right, you're claiming that your video should be impossible on a globe Earth, correct?
It's completely impossible on a globe Earth because you would have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance. That's the positive claim from the globe side.
Okay, great. And you say refraction is a relevant variable for all observations, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to change the distance of the geometric horizon because it's a physical location.
Wait. You just said that refraction does not change the distance that we can see?
No, I'm saying refraction will alter what you're seeing, right? You can have different types of refraction, and I went over them before, right? We have looming, superlooming, sinking, stooping, inferior, superior mirages, right? Stooping is a type of inferior mirage, so is looming, right? You got to look into what the cause of these are, right? And it's to do with the vertical temperature gradient. You don't even seem to know what a vertical temperature gradient is.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. But I still want to know what the refractory index is in your video. It's a relevant variable. You've got to provide it.
What's my claim? Okay, so how is it a relevant variable for me in my video? What's my claim here?
Because the higher the refractory index, the further we can see on a globe Earth. And so if we can see something 10 miles away, that must mean that the refractory index is pretty high that day. So I want to know
what type of refraction
to do with it.
I want to know what type of
expert at San Diego State University astronomy. He points out exactly what happens with refraction, and he himself says, he's the expert now. He says that the refraction of any kind does not affect the distance to the horizon at all.
I'm not talking about distance to the horizon. I'm talking about distance to the object that we are observing.
There's a period there. Doesn't affect the horizon at all. Or
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about distance to the object that we are seeing.
Or above the horizon, but not the horizon itself, and not the distance to the horizon. You're wrong.
No, I'm not talking about distance to the horizon.
We're not worried about objects here. We're not worried about objects.
To the platform.
Look, the platform is just a distance marker, right? We know the distance is beyond 10.1 miles of the horizon. That's all. Right? You can look at time-lapse footage And what you're going to see, right, like in the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage, is you're going to see things rising and sinking, right? You're not all of a sudden going to be able to see 10 times further because of some type of refraction that you can't demonstrate or cite, right? You see things rising and sinking, and you see things stacking, right? It looks like they're stretching, right, and then compressing, right, because you've got a change in the temperature gradients. Right, that's all you're going to see in time-lapse footage. You're not going to be able to see 10 times, 20 times, 30 times further than what we're seeing in a lot of these observations. That's not what refraction does.
Let me ask you this. When we look out over the ocean and we see water, is the light that is bouncing into our eyes, allowing us to see that water, is that light refracted?
And everything you see is going to be affected by the conditions in the air.
Okay, great. So then when you talk about where the water meets the sky out in the distance, is that image refracted?
Yeah, it's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet.
Exactly. It's an apparent location because it's refracted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you're going to show any video talking about the distance to the horizon, you need to include refraction. It's a very relevant variable.
No, this isn't about the distance to the horizon, right? This is about your claim that there has to be a geometric horizon in existence, and that would have to be at 3.46 miles, right? So obviously, the horizon isn't in front of the oil platform that's 10.1 miles away. Obviously, it's behind the oil platform.
Well,
right?
obviously,
so there isn't a horizon.
You say
How do you know there's a horizon at 3.46 miles, right? It's not the same thing, right?
When you say obviously, you're referring to its apparent location, correct?
That's all a horizon is apparent, right? There's no geometric horizon.
So how can you say it's obviously behind it when you're talking about an apparent refracted position?
Okay, so the apparent horizon is obviously behind the 10.1 mile platform.
It's not refracted.
So it is or isn't refracted? Because somebody said it's not.
No, it's not refraction. Not refraction. You guys think it is.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with DJ on that.
Other people, FE isn't a fucking consensus community when it comes to this shit. Right?
Oh.
This is not refraction. It does not meet the standards for what the law of refraction is.
Well, DJ said it was refracted, so I think you guys should sort that out amongst yourselves.
Colloquially, you guys use that phrase, but I think it's time to stick it in the dustbin because refraction has a very specific definition that does not apply here.
Why is
that? So well, let me explain because I do actually
because
agree
it's
with
an
these
ad hoc
guys. Let me
rescue
explain
fallacy
why.
for the globe. That's why, Nuck and Futz. Okay, go ahead, Anti.
Okay, so no answer.
So normal refraction, right? When they're talking about refraction, like in Snell's law or whatnot, right? They're talking about you have to have two transparent media, right? Two mediums that are transparent with a direct border between the two, right? So just say you have a glass of water.
No, that's false.
No, it's not false, right? I can cite all of this.
There's no requirement of a direct border.
Yeah,
multiple mediums are found in a
what
gradient.
I'm talking about is atmospheric refraction, right? It's not the same as refraction, normal refraction.
Yeah. And every slice of the
when I'm talking about refraction, right, I'm talking about different types of mirages happening. Okay, so we don't really even need to use the word refraction in that. You can call it specific effects that take place, like sinking or stooping or looming. We don't really need to use the word refraction. But a lot of the citations that I would provide would actually include the word refraction in them. But it's not the type of refraction, right, that's like in Snell's law, where you have two transparent mediums with a harsh border. I forget the exact terminology, but you need a direct point, right, where the two transparent mediums meet.
There being a hard border. Are you sure about that?
That's what it says in the definition.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go look.
Definition of refraction.
No.
I can
Snell's
read you
law.
a citation right now.
Read us Snell's law, please, where it says that a direct border is required. Go ahead.
A boundary between two isotropic medium is required. It says that in the definition.
Of Snell's law? We're talking about Snell's law.
Are you retarded or what?
Can you read Snell's law for us?
Maybe you want to read, so you can embarrass yourself here, live, in front of everyone.
Okay, you want me to read it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get it.
Post a citation before you read it as well, so you'll make shit up.
Yeah, the globe side completely misuses the term refraction. Refraction was always our argument, right? Because of the apparent horizon. I guess we don't have, I mean, they don't get to just take the word and then misuse it, and then we can't use it. I mean, we show the Skunk Bay time lapse all the time. It literally says atmospheric refraction in big letters on that, right? Is that wrong? I mean, a lot of these citations, when you're talking about sinking or stooping and all this sort of stuff, it all says that it's, a different type of refraction.
You can actually call it atmo effect, I would say. It's much better in that sense, I would say.
Yeah.
Because, you remember when QE was in here yesterday, he spoke about refraction.
What we're actually seeing is far more complicated than what's being described by Snell's law. Like, there isn't even a model that exists. You can't predict the source of light from the ray path that you model. Not in reality.
So rather than me saying refraction, I could change it to different types of mirages, all right, or just different effects due to different conditions.
Yeah, that would be much better, I would say.
But I do think we need to take back that
we go back to that two medium part every time, and there's no two medium in there.
So it says here, I'm just going to read this out, Nuck and Fox, real quickly, then you can read yours out, right? Snell's law describes how light bends when it passes from one medium to another with a different refractive index.
Yeah, where does it say anything about a hard border?
Oh, look, he lost.
That would be the contact layer that
hang himself on one thing. Where's the hard border?
Hey, listen, when you got two media, you call the contact layer between the two media. It's a thermodynamic boundary layer, and it's at that point where the path of light is changed because the substance the light interacts with at an electromagnetic scale changes.
And an atmospheric gradient.
So yeah, this means listen, air is considered a homogeneous mix. You have the same ratio of molecules in Death Valley as you do at the top of Mount Everest. Okay, so you don't have a change in a kind of medium.
Does the air pressure change?
Yeah, but it's not the same medium. You have a gradient index medium of one medium, not two media, that Snell's law is required to have. So you can use Fermat's theorem instead of Snell's law, which Snell's law is actually derived from, in order to model the ray path of light. But this requires more mathematics than you or any supercomputer is capable of modeling.
So a single medium can have a pressure gradient. Is that your claim?
Yeah, duh. Due to temperature. Now listen here. It's one medium. I said you need two media in accordance with the definition that everybody read to you just now. So you're done. Great. You're cooked. Can we move on to the next contestant?
So that means light must not refract through the atmosphere, right?
Exactly. It's not refraction. It's a different phenomenon.
Oh, okay. What's the name of this phenomenon?
There's no name for it. It's too complex. It's why lasers haven't been adopted by the military yet, because they can't freaking figure it out.
Flat earthers don't have a name for the thing that's refraction, but not refraction.
It's not refraction, dude. Refraction requires two media.
Yeah, and different pressure gradients create
a gradient index medium.
Yeah, and a pressure gradient creates the different medium that light refracts through.
It's one medium. Do you understand?
Citation. We need a citation for that.
This guy doesn't know what a medium is.
Bring your citation right fucking now.
Holy shit. You're this fucking stupid.
I'm stupid? You said you don't even have a name. You don't even have a name for what
yourself, please. You're embarrassing yourself in front of all people in here.
Oh, I'm embarrassing myself. You can't even name
live stream, people listening. You're embarrassing yourself. You don't know what a medium is.
You don't have a name for it, not
fucking pressure gradient. What a fucking
yeah, it's called refraction. That's my name for it.
Bring a citation for separate isotropic media in one medium. Bring your citation. that pressure gradients are actual separate isotropic medium. Bring your citation right now.
Yeah.
Put it in the text chat. You're making shit up.
Yeah, he never posted the citation I told him to post even. He knew he was fucked from the get-go. A fucking talker, man.
About Snell's
You're a
law?
fucking talker.
DJ read it for us, and it did not mention a hard boundary in what he read for us, which disproved himself.
It's a boundary layer
You're
between
too
two
dumb to
different
realize how it was
mediums.
mentioned. It was how it was mentioned. How it was mentioned was describing two media. You have a hard boundary between two media, you ding dong. Like, you're not smart enough to understand the definition when it's read to you. That's how bad this is for you.
Yep.
Ding dong.
Well, I'm going to enjoy walking away from this conversation with the assertion that light does not refract through the atmosphere. Bye-bye.
Me too. I'm enjoying this too. Bye.
Yeah. Let's let all of the YouTubers out there know that flat earthers say light does not refract through the atmosphere.
Like a little bird flying around, pooping around. I won. Even I don't know the differential mediums. I won.
I'm going to walk away now. Chirp, chirp.
He can't even concede he was wrong. That's how bad this globe is. Embarrassing.
Refraction's measured in angles. Show me where your angles are in your atmosphere.
Yeah, the word refraction has been misused a lot, and it's also being misused by us because it's a habit. I guess it's just whatever been ingrained. The whole shebang. We need to move away from that because that's stupid. At this point, we need to be better than that. Use the terms properly here.
So,
because if we keep saying refraction, we go along with them, then we are making ourselves look stupid because we're using it incorrectly. The term, we're not helping.
I think they're the ones using it incorrectly.
Yeah, we're not helping anyone. Because it's not. It will be on both sides.
As I was growing up, I was a part of the Mormons and the Scientologists, and I realized it was a cult. So, how does it feel to be a part of the Flat Earth cult? Apparently we're a cult now.
So yeah, I mean, if we can't use the term refraction, right, I'm pretty sure that they're going to look up definitions, right, and use that against us. And they're misusing the term refraction, right, because they're making out like it's just this one particular thing. But I mean, from all the research I did, I mean, there's so many citations that say that there's all different types of refraction. So normal refraction, yeah, it's occurs, at the boundary between two media with different refractive indexes, right? Like air and water or whatnot.
Yeah.
And like T-Dub said, that's angles, right? But then there's all different types of like refraction as well. Like is looming and stooping and sinking, are they not types of refraction? Because they're defined as atmospheric refraction. Right, and then we've got like gradient refraction, chromatic refraction, double refraction, hyperbolic refraction, nonlinear refraction, right? All these different types. They even say twinkling of stars is a particular type of refraction.
That's just fucking going through the weeds, bro.
So the stars is non-existing.
Yeah,
medium.
Because it's well, no. I mean, it's the light, right? It's refracting. That's why you're seeing it twinkling.
Yeah. And when we're talking about the horizon, right, so we're talking within their paradigm. Like, we're just holding the information that we read as a hostile witness against them, right? So it's not like we're saying, right, that there's any particular How could you know? Like, if it can't be modelled, then how are we going to fucking know what the fuck's going on and why we're seeing the horizon seem to do what it does and be in its apparent position? I mean, like, we're just talking within their paradigm, like, and holding them accountable for what they say about the way light behaves in their idea of what's going on, right? We can't know.
Yeah, I know, but there are particular types of conditions that we could use this particular argument for that completely destroy their claims, like when they show an image of a boat that looks like it's sunk behind the horizon, right? And it doesn't matter how far you zoom in on it, you can't bring it back to view again. But it's literally textbook definition sinking in many cases.
I mean,
right, yeah.
It's like Tron. It's like, hey, bro. Well, I think we're living in a computer simulation. How do you know? Well, ones and zeros, bro. Well, you're losing ones and zeros. Yeah.
In order to refract, you need an angle relative to the surface normal. You don't have a surface in a mix of gas called the air we breathe.
Bro, it's pretty obviously.
That's it. That's why refraction doesn't apply.
So you would say sinking isn't a type of refraction?
No. I mean, it's a description of a phenomenon that we use colloquially, but it absolutely is not the R word.
So you would just call it sinking in general, but see, that's the problem. A lot of the definitions use the term refraction, right?
I know, because they mangled it.
Yeah. Well, I might have to retire using that particular word. We do need a word for it, though.
If you have the word refraction in every type of phenomenon, then it's easy for globers just to chant, "Oh, it's just refraction." Oh, but which one are you talking about?
Yeah, it loses meaning when they apply it to everything.
It has no meaning. Like, you need to know which effect are you talking about, in particular of that phenomena, observed phenomena.
How does a smaller fucking effect create a bigger one? It does, right? How do you create a smaller effect? Refractions. You have 20 different ways of saying refraction, all different kinds of refraction. But the Earth is still fucking not a ball. We're still not moving. Nobody can prove motion. Nobody can see a curve. What is your fucking point?
It completely destroys their claims of boats over the horizon or distance to the horizon or any observations that they present, because they can't validate.
That's the only argument. That's the biggest one. Brian Cox on live TV says, "How do you prove flat Earth? Boats go over the horizon." We proved that to be fucking nonsensical, but scientifically, that's what he says proves it. So that's nonsense.
Yeah,
refraction must be Earth curve.
Like, I hear a lot of flat earthers all the time say, though, right? Like, you can see a boat go out and start to disappear over the horizon, and then you can zoom back in and bring it back to view again. I bet nobody can show me a single video of that happening. It doesn't happen.
What do you mean it doesn't happen?
Okay, post the video, PMAC. Post me the video of a ship, looks like it's disappearing bottom up, and then someone zooming in and bringing the whole boat back to view again. It doesn't happen. It's a shit argument.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I challenge you.
It's kind of, it's not a good argument. I mean, in some cases you can, like when it looks like a little bit like it's the hull, the bottom part, whatever, but that's just against the water. That's normal, but
what's being meant is that you watch a boat go out into the distance and you can't see it anymore with your naked eye.
Yeah.
We're told that means it went over the Earth curve. I don't think any flat earther was ever saying, "Hey, look at this image here that I took with my camera, not zoomed out, and see how it's cut off at the bottom, the boat. And then look, when I zoomed in, I saw the whole boat again." No, I don't think that was ever an argument that any flat earther ever made.
You don't hear that regularly in here?
No,
Mac was
I've
just
never heard.
arguing with me about it then.
Like you said, I've never seen that. I've never seen a flat earther say, "Look
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
image, not zoomed in." Right? See the boat cut off halfway, and now look at it zoomed in.
Maybe even not
Never
from this
heard a flat
community.
earther ever say that.
Yeah,
Never heard a flat earther ever say that.
Maybe not from this community, but I've heard from other types of flat earthers saying that. But they are not well seasoned, I would say, not that experienced.
Yeah, like
they
Dave
don't know.
Weiss uses it every single show that he does. But yeah,
Dave
I
Weiss
hear
is Dave
people
Weiss,
say it in
whatever.
here often as well. People are always showing the coin on the table or something like that, and then they're like, "This applies to what we see with boats." Heaps of flat earthers in 24/7 even recently used that argument.
We've got the zoom in. We've got the zoom in imagery. Yeah, we've got like where it's zoomed out and you can't see the boat, and then you zoom in and you can see it.
That's not an argument.
The coin on the table's angular occlusion, not bottom-up occlusion. Somebody's used it wrong.
There's a Scottish bastard.
Aye, how's it going?
All right, you fucking ballhead, you.
I say,
Yeah, so if the Globers show that footage where you can see like a big cruise ship or like a battleship or something, and it looks like it's half hidden by the horizon, it looks very unnatural. It looks like it's kind of gone down a step. It doesn't matter how much you zoom in on that, you can't resolve any more of the ship. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, bottom-up occlusion is definitely bottom-up occlusion. Probably shoaling or maybe some other effect.
Yeah, like sinking or something. Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, the sinking is, it's been angularly drawn. Well, it's been compressed, really, I suppose, behind the occlusion of maybe a 3-foot wave or a 2-foot wave. Aye, I would say. But
Oh, sorry, dude. Sorry, bro.
I just never have seen a flat earther show an image where there's a boat cut off halfway, and then they claim to show the next image zoomed in and showing the boat in full. I've seen imagery where they've shown the horizon, a marine horizon, and you can't see anything. There's nothing on the horizon or near the horizon or on the water. And then in the next image, they show that they zoomed in and there's a boat there.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's exactly what we see. But a lot of the time, that gets presented, right, when a globe earther will say, we see a boat go out, why does it start to go over the horizon, right? And then sometimes flat earthers will pull out those images like what you're talking about, where it just got smaller and smaller and smaller, right, or whatever, you can't see it anymore, and then you zoom in and it brings it back, right? And they'll use that as a rebuttal to the globe earther's specific claim of boats over the horizon being brought back to view again.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair too, right? To be fair too, I have never actually seen a boat cut off halfway with my own eyes, right? I've only ever seen that by the Globers presenting that as alleged proof of curvature. In photographic imagery, I've never seen with my own eyes. People claim to have seen it, not me.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, man.
Living on the coast when I was a kid for a lot of years.
I grew up on the coast too. Yep, always fishing at the river mouth, watching fishing boats go out. They just kind of like get smaller and smaller and then they fade out. I've never once seen that effect where it looks like it's like half hidden by the horizon, but I have seen a lot of videos, so I know it does happen. But it's textbook definition sinking. Right, it literally says a refraction effect. It does use the word refraction here. Let's cut that out, right? An effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And it occurs when you've got warmer air closer to the surface of the water and then a cooler layer of air above that. And the light bends up because of the cooler air is more dense, and it makes the object appear like it's lower. And it also makes the horizon appear closer than it should be, than it would normally appear, basically. And it usually happens on clear days, right? It's a perfect example of it is what the Globers call the white swan image. Because, you don't have that bent crane. It's on a clearer day. It's probably earlier in the morning because it happens early in the morning or late in the afternoon, apparently. And yeah, it's as simple as that. Warm layer of air and then a cool layer of air above it. There's actually a good video we've got where it shows early in the morning. It looks like a big giant cruise ship, and it's like docked right out in the ocean, or not docked, but it's, you know, on the anchor out in the ocean, and it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon drastically. And then it's like a time-lapse footage, so it shows later in the day as the weather conditions change, you can see the entire ship again. The ship didn't move, but you can see the entire ship, showing that it was definitely some type of like effect of the Atmo. I'll post it in the side chat. But yeah, that's a perfect example of what I was talking about, Hush, that you just posted.
Was that Jekyll's Grand Mahooter?
We have a visual model. That's it, shit in the face.
Yeah, word is bond. We're not going to be making any claims about what all of reality looks like from a third-person view. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to get it from us, dude. Sorry.
Definitely not. Knocking Frost is fucking nuts, right?
Oh yeah, that guy's very dishonest every single time.
Aren't they all like fucking agenda?
I'm sorry I butted in. I think where he was going to go was that, well, you can't claim then if it's refracted that could be the geometric horizon, right? But it's just been moved to a different place. Is that where he was going?
He was trying to strawman that I was right, because he presented the Bedford level. He didn't actually present anything. He presented the idea that the Bedford level has the exact same results every time that you do it, because of refraction. And I was just trying to explain to him that there's different types of effects that he didn't account for, that they didn't account for in any of those experiments that he was talking about. So therefore, it's an invalid test. And then after that, I presented the 8-foot black swan. And then he was trying to hold me to the same standard. But I wasn't the one claiming a geometric horizon. I was just claiming an apparent horizon and rebutting the fact that there's no such thing. I mean, and going against his claim that there is a geometric horizon. But yeah, next time I'll just use the word effect and leave out the word refraction.
Oh, look, I'm not going to dictate to anybody what words they can and can't use. For the sake of for the discussion, you can use that term, and just specify that it's not in the strictest sense. It's not Snell's law. You know what I mean?
Also, it's a vertical change in the effect. It's not horizontal. I've never seen a horizontal type of effect phenomena going back and forth like that in real time. Like if you have, for example, Skunk Bay is showing a vertical change going up and down.
Yeah, exactly. At no point in any of these will you see something
never seen
all of a sudden 20 times further. Imagine if that we're watching the Skunk Bay and then all of a sudden
Has
one of those
anyone
houses
ever shown that? No.
20 times further away.
Like it moves away, comes back again. Like, where do you see that? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god.
Then we've got the infrared aerial photography where there should be a horizon at what is it, like 150 miles to 200 miles or something, but we're seeing like, you know, surface and liquid and land way well in excess of that. Like in that Canagoo one, like there should be a clear cut-off point. You should be seeing that water as a line in front of you, and then maybe some tips of mountains sticking up above that. Like that's what you'd expect on your globe. It's not what we get.
Mm.
You know, so if it's a matter of being, you know, your altitude being a problem, then I'll just show them that. And plus, like infrared lights, it's not as refracted. If they're going to go with that argument, it's not as refracted. Is it? What they call the refractive effects is lessened with infrared, so they got no excuses when you show them that imagery.
Have a look at this at 24 past the hour. It's the same ship in all three of the images I just posted, but earlier in the morning you've got like this textbook definition sinking effect. Right, and then the boat hasn't moved in the second image or the third image, but you can see that later in the day you can see the entire ship again. So you don't have that sinking effect anymore. There's a video that goes along with that.
Right, yeah. What are they going to say about that?
Yeah, exactly. Right, it's just literally textbook definition sinking.
Yeah, sinking effect. You can see. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good. I mean, at least we can admit something that what term we use has been misapplied or misused. Due to whatever. Compared to Globers, can concede most of the time. So by doing this, it's gonna force them to invoke which type of which type of effect are you talking about when they're gonna go out and say refraction? We say no, it's not refraction, but you need to tell us which type of effect are you talking about.
Yep.
So
exactly.
You have to, and this where you have the stooping, looming, mirage, inferior mirage. Like this is a lot better. So you can actually go into it and see and compare if it actually holds up or not. Does it resembles that? Does it fall? Does it even look like that, or anything like that? So that way, it's going to be
that's
better
good.
for
exactly. I think it's a really good argument that destroys their observations. Right.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. Is another really good example. So you see that one that I just posted that we've all seen before? It's like that toy boat on the ground, and you have the hot ground, and that's creating a warm layer of air just above the surface, and then you get this sinking effect, which is a type of mirage. That's what sinking is. And you can see it really blatantly, right? And then someone was using this footage from, I think it's Red's Rhetoric, the other day, and he's showing a boat that looks just like this one. GIF that I just posted. Right, so early in the video... Oh, sorry, my video hasn't uploaded yet.
Yeah, I was like, where is it? I'm like, sorry, where's the GIF?
Internet's so shit. Invite GIF though. But yeah, I'll post the images that... This is from Red's Rhetoric video. Oh, man. Right, there it is. Right, that's one screenshot earlier in the video.
Oh, it looks very hazy in there.
Man,
Like
you can see that there's some...
Yeah.
You can see there's some type of effect, and then later on in the footage, you see this happen.
Yeah, it went below.
Yeah, and then if you have a look at this GIF on a small scale, it shows the exact same thing happen. Loaded. And it would look identical to this. The only reason it looks slightly different is because in this one we have blue water and then a blue sky. You have the inferior mirage, the sinking effect. That is like a mirroring effect, so it's very hard for the eye to differentiate the mirroring effect from the sky because they blend in together.
Yeah.
But in the smaller scale example, you have different colors to deal with, so you can see it a bit more clearly what's happening here. It's just about to upload now. This shows exactly what happens in the Red's Rhetoric video.
Yeah. Oh no, we went behind the curve. Look at that.
Right, this is basically this is a similar example to what I was showing Fry yesterday, like with the the Lego blocks and the laser, and he was saying the laser mustn't have an original. Originally, it mustn't have a line of sight, so the change in the temperature is causing you to be able to see it from behind the obstruction. That was his argument. I mean, fucking. Maybe Sky Free guys could like have a nice tight fishing line or string line presentation showing that there is a direct line of sight between the laser and the camera. Measure that and show people that before they introduce a change in temperature or a variable, there is a direct line of sight between the laser and the camera, and then it disappears. Right? Show that, so that the Globers can't turn around and say, well, originally it already did not have a direct line of sight to the laser, and to claim the opposite is happening, that it's lifting it up from behind an obstruction. Like the floor, the floor of their house mustn't be flat,
Yeah, really? That's their only excuse for these, is that the surface isn't flat.
It was like the other guy here, the Fry kid. When someone posted the can bottom up obstructed when you lower the cam, your elevation, and then when you rise, you see the bottom again on a flat floor. He said that floor must be curved, man. Doesn't make any sense. That's what he said yesterday. I'm like, what the fuck? How's it curved? It's not even that far away. You can see the floor is flat. It's not even like if it were curving that jar what's it called, like the coffee jar, whatever you call it, it wouldn't be stable. It would fucking wiggle or like look, a different angle on it, not horizontal. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, our Action Labs actually showed something in a fish tank of sugar water, right? Inadvertently showed some sort of effect, right? But of course, he's looking through two media, right? So he's got three: air, glass, and water. But because he's showing an example of total internal reflection. But he gets at one end of the fish tank and lowers the camera right down to the bottom and shows the bottom of the fish tank, and he's got like a ball at the other end, and he's showing the bottom of the fish tank for a start looks curved, right? It's curved, the fucking flat floor of the fish tank, but it also looks like this ball is like partially hidden, and that wasn't even his point of what he was doing, but it looks like the fucking ball is partially hidden by something, and there's nothing. It's just a clear line of sight.
Yeah. Sugar tank. Classic. Oh, look. We can demonstrate bendy lights. And a sugar tank. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed the word there, DJ. You see, it says mirage on looming. It says mirage on sinking. So it will be the word mirage, actually, in these different scenarios. Which type of mirage are you talking about? All right.
Yeah.
You go into the details. Yeah.
I'm going to use the word mirage. I'm going to say, though, that, if they do say that that's a type of refraction, I'm going to say you could consider it a type of refraction, but it's not the official, what refraction is, because there are some other
it's like he said,
citations.
Amish. He said
other citations.
Colloquially is being used. Yeah. Or cloaked is a cloak.
Yeah, exactly. Like this Oxford reference link here. It says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It literally uses the word sinking, but I think it's just the people that have written this summary as... Yeah, I guess it's just more just called sinking. Yeah, I'm now on sinking, and that's a type of mirage. A type of inferior mirage. All right, we'll go with that.
Yeah, since we're like, teaching most of the people here, new people coming in or whatever, it has to be the right way, at least. So if you find something that, the term is being misused, not properly applied, it's good to check on that and then, let each other know. So
I agree. I also think we need to, the Globers are grossly misusing the word refraction. If you look up, it's a type of mirage, but if you look up, a mirage is a type of refraction, the answer that you'll get is yes.
Yeah, that word has been bastardized, I think, in some way. It's not following when you look into the definition itself. It would be interesting to compare the universities. Are they using the same way? Which one is the most credible ones, like so forth?
Mm-hmm.
Like edu type of citation, these links edu. If there are. Google is Google. You can find any type of shit there. You need a proper citation, I would say.
Yeah.
If Google at one point, if Google at one point could say men could get pregnant, and you damn know well a man cannot get pregnant, it's impossible. How can we trust just Googling up? We need proper citation, backed up with, credible source. Not shit like that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can't find a credible source calling mirage a type of refraction, then that's the end of me using that word.
Yeah.
I was kind of trying to take back the word. It's our word. Horizon because in the Skunk Bay GIF that everyone shares all the time literally says atmospheric refraction on it.
Yeah, I noticed. Like I said, it's been misused and whatever, misapplied, whatever. It's understandable. I mean, even I thought we were talking about fraction before. When I was new, I was like, "Oh, this is a fraction? Okay, cool." Yeah. The more you look into it, it's like what requires the refractive index to change when the angle changes. It's two isotropic mediums to have that happening. Water, air, for example, glass, water. Those type of scenarios.
Yeah.
It gets worse when you try and look into it as well, because the refractive index pen is a small thing that you hold in your hand, put a drop of water on, and close a screen of plastic over to see what the index is. You're getting a reading from something on your hand when you're actually taking a reference to something that's miles away and changing all that way through it. You're right about it being bastardized, mate. It's just been so twisted in its application.
Yeah, big time. And those refraction sliders that they have on some of the, like Walter Bisland's calculator, that's just a mockery.
Yeah.
It's such, like, they have no idea of what effects were taking place, and for them to slide that slider at all, right? It's already a begging the question slider, right? Begging the radius value into their formulas or whatever, but then to be able to slide that slider around as if they know that effect was taking place during the observation that they're trying to debunk, that's so disingenuous. I kept using the word refraction because even, I just found a .edu citation from the Stony Brook University, and it's saying that mirages are a type of refraction.
Any good speculations today? I got one. I'd like to, if you guys could speculate on this. The news for today, I've had about a dozen globalists go thermonuclear over the news. So here, let me post it. So yeah, there it is. This right here has caused some of the most epic triggerings since I've been doing the daily news. Like this one in particular, just complete thermonuclear meltdowns. Lifestyle science. Thinking of buying a telescope? ? Here's our advice. In some cases, binoculars are a better bet. So here, if they really freak out, I made a meme for them. right here. Bang. And there's a couple other gifts that can go with it, you know, like bet.
Rick, can I get some binoculars with some lens caps just in case it's too scary what I see? Or maybe blinkers so I don't see too much at the same time.
Yeah, I've had one say that it won't matter for flat earthers, they'll just say there's programs in the binoculars too. And I'm like, dude, this story has nothing to do with flat earth. Why would you insert flat earth into this? This is people who are all in with bullshit. They are all in, okay? This is lifestyle. This is living a lifestyle of science. And they got some advice for you. Are you thinking of buying a telescope? Binoculars might be a better bet. It's like the bet part. It's like everything about this story. It just like it's so good. It's like I had no. You never know which ones are going to land. This is why like it's always important to talk to the person because you don't know which story is so perfect. It's going to hit all the right bells for the right person. But they think telescopes are these magical devices that just reveal all of creation to you. Well, why is a binocular a better bet?
By any chance, was it a press release from the DuPont family? Mainly the lens manufacturer inside of the DuPont factory.
Have you been to the Pope? Are you listening? You man, you do the appropriate thing.
Guys, let's not all talk at once now.
I was going to draw a picture of you standing on the beach in California and the Pacific Ocean, and then another island with your friends standing on it, and you guys pointing at each other so you can understand what we're talking about.
You know, maybe I should draw a picture of that.
Yeah, that would be great.
You know, I'll do it on both the examples, the flat one and the round one, so you can see why I believe you be pointing into space.
Well, you won't. So if the island was 5 miles, if you were on an island and there was an island 5 miles away from you and you pointed at your friend on the island, would you be pointing in space?
Well, no. You have to go beyond that 5 miles.
How far do you have to go?
Until we get past the horizon.
So if you had a friend on an island 5 miles away and you were standing on the shore pointing at him, would you point across the water or would you point through the water?
I think across the water.
How far away would it have to be before you started pointing through the water?
You would have to be on the other side of the curve or the horizon.
Which would be how far away?
I imagine it'd be far, pretty far.
Like 10 miles? 100 miles? 1,000?
I'm not sure the exact distance, but it would be farther than 5 miles, I think.
Interesting. So to you,
so Castle King. Oh, sorry, y'all, dude. No. If you want to keep going, go for it.
No, I was just going to say that with extension of distance, eventually there would be a greater and greater rise of water between you and your friend on another island, Castle King. Is that right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, carry on, bro.
Yeah, Castle King, I just wanted to explain to you, and show you a couple of things, because I can see you're not on your PlayStation for once. So maybe I can show you, right, some of these observations that are literally impossible on a globe, right? Talking about the horizon that you were just mentioning.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Right, so even if you're, just say you're 6 foot tall, right, and you're standing at the shoreline of the ocean, they tell us that on a globe, the horizon would have to be at just 3 miles away.
Did you put it in the chat?
Well, I didn't put anything in the chat. I'm going to put an observation in the chat in a second. I just wanted to just explain how far the horizon should be and how we can work out how far the horizon would be on a globe. Right, so at school, I was taught that if you're 6 foot tall and you look out at the horizon, it would have to be at 3 miles away from 6 foot observer height, and the distance to the horizon would change if you go higher or lower, right? So if you were, just say you were observing from 1 foot observer height, then the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away.
Okay, right? I understand.
So just say, for a hypothetical quickly, say we have a 10-mile lake, and over 10 miles, right, on a globe, there should be 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. That's like a 6-story building, basically, right? It's quite a big distance, right? That's all I'm saying, right? So if you could set up a camera on one side of the lake at, say, 1 foot off the surface of the water, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, because there should be about 60 foot blocking point A from seeing point B. Does that make sense?
I'm still trying to compute that in my brain.
No, that's all right. Yeah, it's hard to wrap your head around at first. So basically, if you set up a camera at 1 foot, you should have a horizon at 1.2 miles if the Earth's a globe.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So everything beyond the horizon line would start to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, depending on how far away it is past the horizon and how tall it is. Right? So if you had someone 10 miles away, they should be obstructed behind about 60 foot over the horizon. Yeah, I'll show you a visual, right? I'll show you an actual demonstration. You see the side chat, Castle King?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah.
so so you'll see a couple of oil platforms, right? And the top image is a GIF, and it's just like a little clip out of the video. Right underneath it is the full video, shows the entire observation in high definition, shows the location and all of the stuff that you would need, right? But don't worry about that just for now, right? So you can see in the observation, he's in Santa Barbara, California.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching the video.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Just watch that for a bit, and then I'll keep explaining it when you can focus on what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. I was watching, but there's music and stuff. I couldn't barely hear you.
Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. Right. Okay, so in the GIF, that's just a clip out of the video, right? So in this observation, the guy's 8 foot off the surface. So he's just walked up the beach a couple of feet, and he's zooming out at the oil platforms. Okay, so if the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. Right, so because we know the distance to that second oil platform, it's called platform habitat, and you can check on like Google Maps, right? He shows in the video measurement, and it's 10.1 miles away from the shore. Right, so because we have the distance marker, which is the oil platform, we can now tell that the horizon is beyond 10 miles away, basically. Right, but on a globe,
Yeah, you have to keep going farther to get behind that curve where you can't see the oil rig.
Yep, exactly. Right. So on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles, right? Just 3.5 miles away from that observer height.
Oh,
right? If you do the math. Yeah, so the horizon should be in front of the oil platforms, right? In front of both of the oil platforms at just 3.5 miles. So that's the distance that the horizon has to be on a globe, right? Because it's like a physical horizon.
Have you ever seen any of your money on that horizon?
Money? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, so it has to be at 3.46 miles on a globe. Right? So the second oil platform would have to be behind the horizon.
Why does it have to be 3.6 miles on a globe?
Because they tell us that the radius... Yeah, that's the math, right? So the radius value that they tell us is 3,959 miles. So you can do the math, right? The formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But don't worry about that, right? I don't want to give you some complicated math that you have to do. We have these things called Earth curve calculators, right? A lot of them are made by universities or just random websites, right? They're not made by flat earthers. And they basically do the math for you. So you just have to punch in the numbers. And it'll tell you how far away the horizon is, right? So I got one of the top results here on Google when you type in Earth curve calculator, and it's called Omni Calculator. So I'll just going to post a link to it in the side chat, but don't have to click it because I'm just going to put the numbers in myself, and then I'll just take a screenshot and I'll post it in the chat for yourself if you want to, though. So 1 second. All right, so that's the omnicalculator.com.
How far are these oil rigs from the shore? 10 miles?
Yeah, the second one's called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away from the shore. And you can double check that, right? We've double checked it on Google Maps. If you have a look at the video that's posted, he shows you exactly where he's standing, and then he does like the distance calculator on Google Maps, and he shows the exact distance to it. It's 10.1 miles. So I'm in the Earth Curve calculator, right? And it says eyesight level, right? So I put in 8 foot for the eyesight level, and it says distance to horizon, 3.464 miles, right? So basically 3.5 miles. Just posted that in the chat. Right, and you need to remember, because it's a globe, right? That's like a physical horizon line, right? That's like a place that things go over, right? It's like a physical, right? So depending on the height of the observer, if something goes beyond the horizon, it should be hidden behind the horizon, right? Like if you've got a long hallway and it curves, right? And your friend walks off and walks around the corner of the hallway, they're gone behind a physical obstruction, right? So there's going to be a particular amount of hallway or wall blocking you from being able to see your friend that walked away, right? Turn that horizontally, and then you've got the same thing, right, with the globe. So things, so it has to be there because it's physical boundary, right? So we've got countless amounts of these observations where we can see like way, way, way further. It's not just a little bit further. We can see countless times further than you would be able to see on a globe. Right? This is not a really drastic example either. This one you can see about 10 times further than you would see on a globe. But some of the other ones we've got, you can see 20, 30 times further or more.
Yeah, man.
And I'm not trying to convince you, man. I just want you to see where we're coming from. I want you to be able to understand, like, that we have these practical demonstrations that people don't have to, take our word for it. They can go and repeat them themselves. Like, we've had some globe earthers go there. Like, we had a math professor. He comes in here all the time. His name's Matthew. He's a university professor. And he went there with his telescope, right? He's a globe earther. And he went there, right, to check it himself. And I have his photos from his telescope that he sent us. And yeah, he could see countless times further, right? He validated that we can see much further than you would be able to see on a globe. Right? So we've got these long distance observations, right? We can't find the geometric horizon in them. We can see way further than you would be able to see on a globe. And then we've taken it to the next level, right? We've repeated these observations from different heights, right? Even at this same location, this person, he did it from 1 foot, he did it from 8 foot on a different day, and then he did it from 30 foot, right? He's done a whole bunch of different observations on different days, right? Because you want to keep testing it over and over again, right? And then we've had other people do it over different bodies of water, frozen lakes, salt lakes, regular lakes, all different places. And we're consistently able to see much further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? So then people started going out with high-powered lasers. So it's not just an observation anymore. They're going out with like $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 lasers, right? Teams of engineers as well, not just regular people, right? Professionals. So one particular group was called Field Engineers Corps, FE Corps. And they went out with a $30,000 laser and they did the same type of tests, right? So that what they would do is they would find a huge body of water and then they would set up the laser beam just above the surface of the water. And then they would set up a target, like an archery style target or something like that on the other side of the body of water. And then they would shoot the laser directly across the surface of the water and try to hit the target, right? So these are like really long laser tests, like 20 miles, 30 miles, right? So over 20 miles, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature between where the laser's being sent to the target, right? There should be hundreds of feet blocking, over 200 foot. But they're finding in all of these different observations that the laser is able to hit the target. Yeah, so these laser tests have been repeated in all different locations by different people. PhDs, right? Like Dr. John D. He's got some amazing laser tests, right? And so yeah, we're getting like these results everywhere from these different types of tests where we can see way further than what you would be able to see on a globe. Right? So it's like an accumulation of this really strong evidence which is just kind of like testing the globe side, right? So then what we've done after that is we're asking the globe earthers to say, all right, so who in all of history has gone out and done this kind of thing, right? And validated that there is actually Earth curvature, or that there's a horizon, right? A geometric horizon, right? Because I think you mentioned you did art, right? Like my wife has a master's degree in art. She does that as her job. And my dad's an architect. My uncle's an architect, and we actually know a architecture professor who's a flat earther in here, right? They'll tell you what a horizon really is just it's just basically like a straight line between vanishing points, right? It's a product of perspective. So if you look up any art manual, right, and you look up like how to do perspective drawing and stuff like that, you'll find that the horizon line's the straight line that you draw between vanishing points in the distance, right? Things will converge into a vanishing point, and then, right, the straight line will be the straight line that connects the vanishing points. It'll make a straight, like a horizontal line in the distance, right? That's why we have a horizon in video games. Because video games, right, like Grand Theft Auto or anything like that, they're made on a flat map. Right? They all still have horizons, right? So you can have a horizon on a flat surface. It's not something that has to be only on a globe, right? But the globe side's saying that the horizon is this physical location, right? It's at a particular distance, but when we go out and we do these tests that I was just explaining, we can't find it, right? And then when we look to the globe side, they can't seem to give us any evidence that it exists. We have to rely on things that we can't test, like pictures from NASA. So you start looking into NASA, and then you start finding all sorts of fakery and things like that. So they lose credibility. So yeah, that's just trying to get you to understand like where we're coming from. And I've been wanting to show you some of these practical demonstrations.
Yeah, I see.
Cool. Yeah, well, I don't want to keep like waffling on, man. But I just wanted to explain that. So hopefully you can at least see where we're coming from, right? It's like we got these actual testable, repeatable experiments, and then we're looking to the globe side for answers, like prove the geometric horizon, prove the drop over distance. And what we find actually if you look up on Google or something like that, who measured the curvature of the Earth, right? It's going to come up with an ancient Greek called Eratosthenes, right? They'll say Eratosthenes measured the curvature of the Earth, right? But he already assumed that the Earth was a globe. He didn't measure the curvature of the Earth. What he did was he already assumed the Earth was a globe, right? And then he did some calculations just based on measuring like a shadow. And then he did the math based on the assumptions. That's why even Neil deGrasse Tyson said Eratosthenes doesn't prove a globe. He said it's because he assumed that the Earth was already a globe, right? And then did the calculations based on that assumption and some other assumptions, right? That he came up with his result. So yeah, we're not finding direct evidence like the stuff that we're going out and doing, right, manually in the real world.
I made a video where I was talking about how if your Earth model is flat and you were, say, in Australia, which is further or closer to the edge of the map, why can't you just take a plane and fly south to reach that edge?
So that's a good argument, right? But we don't really claim that there's an edge, but like let's say there was an edge or something like that, right? So if you're on a globe, you should be able to start in the north, right? Say you're in a plane, right? You should be able to start in the north and then fly down, and then cross over Antarctica, right? And then keep coming back up the other side of the globe and do a loop, right? And circumnavigate north to south.
Yeah.
Right? So you should be able to do that if the Earth's a globe. right? And then east to west on a globe, right? It would be, the opposite, right? So you would go east to west and you would go around in a circle and you would come back to that starting point again. They're called great circles on a globe. Yeah, so what you'll find if you look into it is that countless amounts of people have done east to west circumnavigations, right? Like Magellan, Cook, heaps of people, right? Like there's a huge list of people that have circumnavigated east to west, right? So when you look into it, you're not going to find anyone that's ever circumnavigated north to south. Nobody's gone down from the north, crossed over over Antarctica and come back up the other side. No one's ever done a proper north to south circumnavigation, right? The only ones that are recorded, if you look it up, one will come up at the top result. It's called One More Orbit, and it happened in 2019. And you have a look at the path that they took. All they do, right, is they go from the north, right, and then they go down and they turn around when they get to Antarctica, right? They jackknife. And then they come back up again. So it's kind of like going to the end of your street and touching the street light and then coming back to your house again, and saying that you circumnavigated, right? When really all you did was touch down and then turn around and come back again. So it's not like they kept going over Antarctica and then came back up the other side. Nobody's ever done a north to south circumnavigation because that would be impossible if the Earth was flat. But east to west, that works just fine on a globe, and it works just fine on a flat Earth, right? Because east to west is just to give you an idea of how it would work on a flat Earth. Just say you had a big pond, right? And you wanted to go east or west, you would just go around in a circle and come back to where you started again. So it's just a circle, really. East and west are circles, and north and south are straight lines. So it works the same on a globe or a flat Earth. But on a flat Earth, you couldn't do a north to south circumnavigation. But it just so happens no one's ever done that. You can look into that as well.
Why is it that east and west are circles but not straight lines?
Oh yeah, I'll show you. Right, because east and west. I made a little graphic to explain it easier. All right, so this is how it would work on a globe. 1 second. Sorry, man, my internet's slow. It's almost uploaded. All right, here it is. All right, you'll see a globe here, and then you've got the north, right? The North Pole. Right, so east and west, right? If you want to keep going east, right? Say you're in one of those planes there, right? If you want those planes are going east. Right, so if you want to go east and come back to the same spot, you'll have to go around in a circle. Right, you'd have to keep turning the wheel of the plane or the boat or whatever to the left if you're going east to stay due east. Right, like a way to think about it is just say you're like 10 meters away from the North Pole. Right, if you wanted to go east, you would just go around in a circle and come back to the same spot again. Right, so the east and west are circles on a globe or on a flat Earth. Just the way cardinal directions work, right? But you would probably think you're going in a straight line, right? You would only have to make tiny adjustments in reality because it's so big, right? Because you would only have to adjust a tiny little bit because of the scale. Technically, yeah, east and west are circles. So yeah, heaps of people have circumnavigated east to west because it works fine on a flat Earth as well.
But where's the dimension? Where's the height?
What do you mean by height?
I mean, so it's like you're traveling around a pole instead of just going one direction. You're actually looping around the North Pole.
Yeah, let's make sure that you actually understand that that's what happens. That's what would happen on your globe too. That's what they claim is happening on your globe. East and west are not straight lines even on your ball. Are you aware of that? Do you understand that?
If we were right in the middle of the Earth, like somewhere right there by the equator, and we just went right to the east, I wouldn't have to keep turning my steering wheel left to make that circle around the Earth. I would just keep it
Yeah.
straight and go right
No,
around
no,
the
because because that wouldn't work, right? If you wanted to stay due east or due west, you would have to turn left or right to stay due east or due west, because they're circles, right? If you kept going straight, eventually you're gonna start going south, right? You're gonna go off course.
No, not if I'm at the equator, right in the middle of the Earth, and then I go
exactly. No, that's a good point, man. If you're exactly on the equator, right, that's the only place on a globe, hypothetically, right, you wouldn't have to turn the wheel left or right. You would keep going straight, and you would go in a circle around, and you would come back, right? But no one's ever done that, obviously, right? That's impossible. But yeah, that's hypothetically the only place you wouldn't have to turn the wheel. Everywhere else, every single other degree, you would have to make corrections.
But on your model of the Earth, the plane would be flying sideways around the edge of your equator.
No. Have a look at what Old Dude posted at 12 minutes past the hour. Right now, this is just a flat map to give you an example. It's not the flat Earth map, right? But this will give you an idea of how it works on a flat surface. All right, so you can see that the magnetic north is in the center in this example, right? They've got a bar magnet set up in the center. Okay, so the compass is always pointing towards the bar magnet, right? And then east and west are just circles around the magnet. It's exactly the same concept as on the globe. The only difference is on the equator, like you said, you would have to adjust on a flat Earth still. Right? It would be the most slightest adjustments. You would never notice it. But you would have to adjust on a flat Earth, but you wouldn't have to adjust on a globe. But no, obviously no one's ever done that, right? There's no one. Make sense?
No, I'm still confused.
All right, so
why can no one do it?
No one has done it because in reality, it's impossible to fly in nobody's ever said that they've flown in a perfect straight line around the Earth. It's not possible because in reality, we've got winds and we've got all sorts of problems with magnetism. That's why there's all different types of magnetic declinations and things like that. It's very complicated in reality to go in a straight line, especially on a boat, right? Because you've got wind, you've got ocean currents and things like that. So yeah, that's why you have to rely on a compass.
I see what you're saying there. Well, in a plane, you just have to account for what winds, and turbulence that might shift your plane off course a little bit, but then you just readjust.
You've got like really crazy differentials in like jet streams and wind currents and things like that when you're in a plane. So yeah, they have to use I forget exactly the technical term, but they use like aeronautical charts or something like that. Anyway, they use special plane mapping charts, right? That's like small sections at a time, kind of like the street directory you would use on the Earth, but for planes. Ships do the same thing. They use like shipping charts and stuff, which is basically the same thing as like street directories, right? It's just small sections that are being mapped out on a smaller scale, so they're very precise. But yeah, no one's ever gone in or claimed to have gone in a straight line, around the Earth. But yeah, the main thing is that no one's ever gone north to south. South to north.
Yeah, I was wondering about that south. On your map there, you see the north, but where is your South Pole?
Well, on that particular map, right? Look, that's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe projection, right? It's just a flattened out globe. So we're not claiming that that is the perfect flat Earth map. But yeah, south would be any direction away from north. I mean, in that particular, yeah, that's what south is, away from north, right? So north and south are straight lines, east and west are circles. So yeah, if you crossed over the north, right, then you'd be going south. If you're going in a straight line over the north. If you wanted to go east or west, you would go in circles. So it works the same on a globe, by the way. Right? If you're at the North Pole and you want to go to the South Pole, you go any direction away from the North Pole in a straight line, and you're going to end up in Antarctica on the globe. So it's the same thing.
Oh man, it just seems like you're missing something.
No, not really. Like, if you think about it, right? If you're at the North Pole on a globe, picture it in your head, you go any direction directly away from north. So just say you're standing like 10 meters in front of the North Pole, your compass is pointing directly to north. Right? So you do a 180-degree turn, and you go in a perfectly straight line. You're going to end up in the south, right? You're going to end up... So you can go do that at any direction, right? You could be standing on the other side, right, of the South Pole. You can do the same thing, right? You're going to turn around, go south, you're going to end up in Antarctica.
I think I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, when you say east and west are circles around north.
Yep. So if you were, just say you were... Yeah. Look, it takes a bit to wrap your head around at first. Even one of the big flat Earth debunkers, right? His name's Fight the Flat Earth. He was doing the same thing after years and years of research, saying that east and west are straight lines, right? And then he had to do a public apology. Say, look, I was wrong about that. East and west are circles. You can even look all of this up on like ChatGPT and stuff like that. You know, just say east and west circles around the north, and it will say yes.
So when the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, north would be where?
North would be what the sun would be circling around. You know what I mean? Just like the boat doing the circumnavigation.
Oh. So maybe when it goes up on the east and sits in the west, north and south are in between that.
They're opposite straight lines. Yeah. Like if you stood there and you pointed one finger east and one finger west, then you would be facing north with your face, and then the back of your head would be facing south.
What finger would have to be pointing to the east? Right or left?
If you're facing the north, then the right finger would be east. Left would be west.
So then my back would be pointing towards south.
Yeah.
That's so weird, though. But you claim the place is flat, yet that's still some kind of like a dimension.
Yeah, still, you'll find some things that work fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, like that, for example, like directions. It gets super technical, right? And there's inconsistencies on both sides once you dig really deep into it, but that's the basis of it, right? East and west are circles on a globe or on a flat Earth. And north and south are straight lines. It does take a bit to wrap your head around it first. Go ahead.
All this is just courtesy. This is courtesy to you. Like, nobody's under any obligation to provide an explanation for anything which is beyond the initial surface description. We're just pointing out, hey, this surface is not curving into a ball. It's flat. And then people want explanations for this and explanations for that then that aren't related to the surface geometry. And we're under no obligation to provide any. It's not the crux of the argument. Our argument is not falsified by any lack of explanation or wrong explanation or even a right explanation. It's not It's not solidified by a right explanation, right? This is a
So
courtesy
it comes
to
down
you.
to a belief.
No, we're not. We're not claiming to know the intricacies of reality in its entirety. We're just pointing out, hey, the surface, it's not curving and it's not moving.
Yeah, so it comes down to a belief from the globe side. Obviously, it has to, right? Because you have to rely on things that you can't test, right? Like pictures from NASA and things like that. But we don't have to rely on belief because all of the tests that we do, like what I was showing you before, we can't find any curvature, right? And we experience the Earth as our base reality as a flat Earth, right? You've never seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes, right? I've never seen it. No one's ever seen it. It's just like the base reality that we all start with. Now, that doesn't prove that it's flat, right? So that's why we go test it. But that's the starting point, right? So from a young age at school, right, we see the Earth as a flat stationary plane. But then we get told this globe model, right? So they tell us, right, so we see it as flat. They tell us it's not flat, really, it's curved. They tell us it's moving, but we experience it as not moving, right? They tell us that when you see the sun moving in the sky, the sun isn't really moving. It's because you're actually spinning backwards away from the sun, right? And it gives us the appearance that the sun's moving. What we claim is that the sun's moving across the sky, right? So the globe model goes against all of our basic senses, all of our common senses, right? And it's like they kind of replaced our common sense with a bunch of nonsense.
Hmm. I don't know, brother. I'd have to see that space view of the Earth. Verify.
Space is fake.
Oh God.
Oh, I heard smoke pop out of his ears.
I'm saying this is kind of like arguing with an atheist when you're a believer in God.
Being a transgender?
Or that.
So now you're calling us that again?
No, that's a good framework. I am unconvinced by state-sponsored religion claims of supernatural abilities that other people do not have. Copernicus, Newton, your contemporary, the current director of NASA, they've got a big heaping pile of supernatural claims that no one can do unless it's a US federal government. I lack belief in that. Because you can't go to space. And I guarantee adding layers and layers of top-down federal bureaucracy will not suddenly grant you the ability to go to space. It will make it harder, exponentially harder. Every layer of bureaucracy you stack on your plate will make it exponentially harder to do things you already can't do. And if you invoke some supernatural sky daddy that picked you above all other people, I lack belief in that.
Hello, Crit.
What up?
Playing a game right now. What's going on with you?
Nada. So what's a better bet? a telescope or binoculars?
For what?
For sky gazing.
Telescope.
You might want to look at that again. Apparently, for lifestyle, if you want to live a lifestyle of science, the binoculars might
Who
be a
said
better
that?
bet. Well, can you page up in the text chat? I posted the source up there a little ways back.
Trying to find it, but
Yeah, I'm tabbed out. I'll post it again unless someone can hook or brother.
how long ago was it posted?
Oh, not too half hour maybe less.
Half hour. Is it a link? Because
Yeah.
I don't think I can see one.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll tab in and post it. All right, here it comes. Here it comes.
I'm waiting, bro. Oh, this. Thinking of buying a telescope? Here's our advice. In some cases, binoculars are a better bet. It's very descriptive.
Yeah, if you go and read the rest of the story, they kind of break it down, like why it's a better bet. I mean, for the most part, like the cost difference, thousands of dollars versus tens of dollars. You're only going to use it once or twice to look at the stars and get bored as shit, not give a fuck. Binoculars, you could take it to the sports game. You could, take it to the Grand Canyon, go take it sightseeing. You do all kinds of stuff with binoculars. Pretty useful tool. So you got one that's going to cost you thousands of dollars and go sit in your closet, collect dust that you won't give a fuck about. The other one, you can get about the same view, and it's multiple. It could have other uses too. So if you're going to place a bet on binoculars. The bet's on.
Sponsored by your local binocular company.
For science. If you want to do it for science and live a lifestyle, the binoculars will give you much better view. You got the binocular vision versus monocular vision. Take those motherfuckers out to the coast and watch boats reappear. Do all kinds of shit. Have fun with it. You can do lots of stuff with binoculars. Telescope is just a big yawn fest. Like, oh, so you're trying to tell me these skylights just move and then they come back the next day and they move again? Yeah, that's all they do. They do exactly the same thing for all of recorded human history. The amount of people bored to tears by skylights is legion. Now, binoculars, that's like, I mean, damn. Look at all things you can do with binoculars. That's fun as hell.
The past week, they wanted everybody to look up in the sky at light lined up, didn't they?
Yeah, and no one did. I was going to post about that, but there was so much, really no one gave a shit. The globalists spiraled out of control, and at no point did they really even give a shit about some planetary alignment. There was more mass confusion about what even is being aligned or how than what was out there. This is like the perfect showcase of misinformation on the internet. No one even knew what planets were going to be aligned, for how long, what day. It's like you ask everybody and they had completely different answers. And the best part was, they didn't even give a fuck. It's like, here is your once in a lifetime opportunity to see the planets align. Oh, you don't care. Okay. Well, you seem like you care about stars a lot. You won't shut the fuck up about them. And here's your wandering stars all lined up. And you didn't even take the day to think about it, or observe it, or take a picture, or something. Like, something at all. No fucks given. So bet, which is better, a telescope or binoculars? Go with the binoculars. You didn't even give a fuck. That was yesterday, by the way, where the planets aligned on the 25th. You can see no one gave a fuck. Did you get any... maybe I missed it. Did any globalists come in here and talk about what a significant event the alignment of the planets were going to be? One? Just one? Any of them?
Well said, Crit. Crit, I'm very proud of you.
What are you talking about?
You're probably the coolest guy here.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Just saying, dude, you're the coolest guy here.
Well, thank you. I like you too. This channel would be less without you in it.
Not in a gay way, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to say no homo.
Oh, in a gay way. Yeah, you're like in a gay way. posted a picture of a tilting table so that people understand that water doesn't sit on a tilted table. Teresa flipping the table. Notice the water doesn't sit on it.
Yeah, I love that fact about our reality. I mean, like if you want a surface to be a good support for other objects, right? You want it to be flat, right? And the globe doesn't have that. Your flat surfaces are slopes. They're not. It's not going to have that purpose or effect.
Hey, will somebody server mute me just in case I get a call? I'm driving.
No problem at all.
With pleasure.
They should make a soundboard of that and just play it every so often.
I wonder if there's an argument in balance scales, especially when they bring up gravity. I know, I'm just thinking out loud. Because if you find trying to find a differential in weight, right, or an equalization, right? Like there's an equal amount on one side as there is the other, which is going to be basically you draw a horizontal line across, and they meet the two, right, objects on either side of the scales, and that's perpendicular to vertical, right? So, I don't know, just food for thought, right? Right, DJ. He's talking about layering of air there, right? Is he talking layering in the horizontal or the vertical? Because wouldn't you have to take both into account?
Oh yeah, no. This is just he's talking about different types of mirages. And I was trying to research if a mirage is considered a type of refraction, and this was a university link that says it is considered a type of refraction. Because I was looking up different definitions and stuff like that, right, to see if refraction can only be used to describe two transparent mediums with a boundary layer separating the two mediums. But some definitions say that, and then other definitions say that it's also can happen in one medium. If you have a different density within the medium, it's still considered refraction.
Right, but is it a hard boundary, or is it like a gradient? I understand that. Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, both can happen. So when I look up some definitions, it does kind of say that it has, it says two mediums. Then when I look further into it, I just found this definition now. 1 second, where is it? Right, so this is Cambridge University, and it says to change the direction of light, sound, or heat, or any other energy as it travels across or through something.
A good example of refracting a laser through gases would be a concert when they shoot lasers through the fog and it doesn't refract, so that's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, these globies.
But I mean, because
for their refracting light, Globers, we're going to use that now against you, especially if they use dry ice on stage.
Yeah, imagine seeing that at a concert. All of the laser beams are bending,
burning people's eyes out as they're just watching the concert, because instead of it shooting up, it comes right back down and hits them in the face.
Yeah, there's definitely light distortion, right? Some people are just going to say that refraction can apply to any time the path of light changes, right? For whatever reason, right, that you want to put forward that's happening. But like I was saying before, because he's talking about the layering of air going up, right? So there's there's a different temperature, near the ground as there is up above, however high above the ground you want to go. There's differing temperatures, but it's also the case that there's going to be changes in temperatures in the vertical too. So 10, 20, 100 meters away from you is going to be a different temperature to where you're looking from, right? So that's got to have an effect too, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. It's definitely the vertical temperature gradients that you would have to consider, because horizontal gradients still the vertical gradient really. It depends how high, I guess. Just say you were making an observation from a certain height, you could be, the light would be bouncing back to you through just say you had warmer air closer to the surface of the water and then cooler air above it. The light would be bouncing back to your eyes off the object and having to travel through the less dense, warmer layer, and then it would hit the more dense, cooler layer, and you would get a particular effect. But yeah, if you're just looking directly through one density layer, then I don't think you would get much of an effect. It's like you said, it's bit when it goes between two separate layers of density. If that makes, I probably just butchered that. But yeah, all of the definitions of like the effects, like syncing, the mirage effects and stuff, they all talk about, none of them talk about horizontal density gradients. They all talk about vertical density gradients. They don't even mention horizontal at all.
Right, QE was reading out from, I think, Andrew Thomas Young yesterday, and because he was talking about the horizontal ray paradox. That's something I've got to go look into.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was hearing QE talk about it the other day, and he was saying that there's no such thing as refraction in the atmosphere because it's only one medium, and that with refraction you have to have two mediums with a meeting point where the light changes direction as it goes from one medium to the other medium. But then, you know, I find, and he does have citations that back that up, but there are countless amounts of other citations that, you know, say that light still refracts in one medium if you have different density layers in that medium, and it's still considered, it's still defined as refraction. Like that university citation I posted in the side chat. It's every second word's refraction, right. And it's talking about mirages, and that's talking about one medium. So
yeah, but they're talking about the temperature changes in the air. That's not a That's not a different.
No,
medium.
it's still one.
It's just one.
No, it's one medium. It's one medium, but they still if they're still using the word refraction, even though it's one medium. So I think refraction doesn't necessarily have to be two mediums. Like it's still, like basically it's just like when the light refracts because of the change in the density that the light's going through.
It's still, though, if they say the word refraction, they are by default, like they are invoking Snell's law, right? Because it's a law. It's a law of refraction, right? So can you talk about refraction without invoking and talking about that law specifically? I mean, can you identify the surface boundaries within a single medium with changing density or temperature, right? Can you kind of identify where exactly at what point the light is taking a different path, and can you measure the angle at which it took a different path?
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that. You would have to have some crazy tools, sensors and stuff like that. Right. But yeah, I think the main thing the Globers are doing is they're like presupposing the radius value in their refraction formulas, and they're just completely misusing the word refraction, like all round. I think it's like the refraction argument is a terrible argument for them, for the globe side. I think it can be used right back in their faces. I mean, it says, when I typed in, right, I do hate saying stuff off ChatGPT, but I do ask it to give me like .edu sources and stuff. But when I say define the word refract, it says to refract means to bend or change the direction of a wave, such as light or sound, as it passes from one medium to another with different density or refractive index. And then I said, can this occur in one medium? And it says yes. Refraction can occur within a single medium if there are variations in the medium's density or refractive index. Right, so we know for a fact that if you have cooler air and you have warmer air next to each other, you have a difference in the refractive index, and then you get the same sort of thing. So it says light bends as it passes through the layers of air with different temperatures or pressures, creating a phenomena like mirages or the apparent distortion of celestial objects near the horizon.
Right, so what they incorporate into it is that these mirages, we couldn't get these mirage effects without the changing path of light and the surface of the Earth being curved, right? So all you need to do, if you're going to take that line and go along with them, with that definition of refraction, then you can show them that these effects, you can achieve these effects without necessarily the surface being curved. So that would include apparent bottom-up obstruction of view of an object at distance.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Like, kills their motes over the horizon argument completely. This is literally textbook definition. What we're seeing. It also kills their white swan argument as well. Even though it's still a black swan, but thinking, it was saying it usually occurs on clear days, and that's always their argument. They're like, see, in this one, the crane isn't bendy. They're like, which one looks clearer to you, you know? And then they say, the crane's not bendy, it looks clearer, so therefore the horizon is closer to its true location where it should be. But that's bullshit, because the clearer observation is when you would have that sinking effect, right? And what they say is that the sinking effect would make the horizon appear closer than what it would normally appear. That's like one of the common things that goes along with sinking. Usually happens earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon on a clear day.
Earlier in the
Yeah,
morning.
but the temperature can be different, all kinds of different fucking. So within like 15 feet, the temperature can change, and then 20 foot behind that, it can change, and then you know, opening the door, just that cold draft made something appear way different than what it was before. Just opening the door, no objects were moved. There was nobody hurt in the moving of any objects that weren't moved. Just the door was open, so the temperature was changed. So yeah, and if that's not taken, you can't. Yeah,
And early in the morning.
That's why we have time-lapse footage, like... Yeah, that's why you see time-lapse footage, right? Like the one I presented earlier, where you see the big ship out in the ocean, and in the morning, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, right? And then you watch the time-lapse, and as the temperatures change, then all of a sudden you can see the whole ship again, right? And the same thing happens in Skunk Bay, because it's like a sped-up time-lapse. You see them just constantly rising up and down, right? As like Demok said, like the temperatures are constantly changing, and then sometimes you get like combinations of these effects. Like what Demok said, at like 1 mile you could have completely inverted temperature gradient than what you have at 5 miles, right? So then you start getting like all sorts of wacky effects. So it makes it almost impossible for the globe earthers to take these into account and claim that any of these long distance observations can be used as evidence of a globe.
Yeah, and at that times of the day, it's also the moisture content is changing drastically with the temperature, and especially with Skunk Bay as well. I think if you could see the temperature data on Skunk Bay, you would be able to track the moisture content coming off the water as opposed to the land, and you could almost see it interacting and causing the distortion. Some of it is like a swirling effect between you and, you know, the landmass at Skunk Bay. And I think that's the warm, damp air rising earlier in the morning and settling later in the day, possibly.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, pointing out wibbly wobbly cranes isn't the type of, isn't a good appeal to the type of light distortion, right? That they're hoping for, because like they what they want to appeal to is a nice uniform arc of light reaching your eye, not wibbly wobbly and all over the place that causes cranes to look like, like they do in the Black Swan image. So they're appealing to the wrong type of light distortion when they say, "Oh, but look at the wibbly wobbly cranes," right?
Yep, it's a terrible argument. And at the end of the day, like, they don't have a single practical demonstration that they can set up that shows that any type of, like, Atmo effect can make you see past a geometric boundary, like a geometric horizon, right? They could set up a little mini small scale geometric horizon and they can start adding different temperatures and stuff in. At no point, are they going to show us, oh, wow, you can see 10 times further, right? And then you can see the geometric horizon behind something that's 10 times further than it should be. It's like they can't back up their claim at all when they're saying refraction is the cause. The only thing that I've found in the research is that sinking can make the horizon appear a bit closer than it normally would, but there's no type of effect that can make it appear like further away, especially magnitudes further away. And we definitely have like small scale demonstrations, right? Like all Skyfree, all those demonstrations and a bunch of other ones that back up, sinking and all that sort of stuff, but there's none that make you be able to see 20 times further. Not one.
And where are the laws written from when they write Snell's law or whatever law? Did they take it from a pencil and a glass? Is that really so? They're like, look through this glass, natural phenomena. Look through glass, then water, then put pencil in. Is that?
See, your guy here is contradicting other experts that from other literature I've read, where they're saying, "Oh, no, colder environments is where you're going to see that type of refraction that lets you see further," right? That they'll use examples like in Arctic or Antarctic regions where they've made observations over vast stretches of ice sheet or whatever. And so, while we're seeing too far for a geometric, than for the geometry of the Earth would allow. So, it must be this refraction, And now he's saying the opposite. He's saying you're less likely to see these mirage effects. What the heck? I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, none of these mirage effects in the definitions of them claim that you're able to see magnitudes further than you normally would. They just talk about, like, the vertical temperature gradient and things appearing higher or lower than they should. Or, like, stretched out or compressed as well.
Right, because this guy is literally saying in the colder seasons, you're less likely to see these mirage effects. So that he's saying that that what they're appealing to as refraction is going to be less prominent during in those conditions, right?
That's what I don't understand. It's not even in the math. It can extend it to, what is it, 1.38 or something? But after that, no. Like, where are they getting this extension on You know, to orders of magnitude.
Yeah, exactly. They're just making it up.
And like you said, nowhere in the military doesn't factor for bendy light. It plots for, you know, drop over distance, depending what kind of munition it's throwing at you. It barely even plots for Coriolis.
Yep. There's two good citations just there as well, T-Dub. I want to steal those.
Yeah, so he is talking about boundaries. He's claiming boundaries, like that there's a, and that the light will pass, like especially if it passes at an extreme angle, right? He's talking about between the hot and the cold layer. But I mean, is it a gradient or is it not? Like he's talking as if it's not a gradient. It's
Well, it's kind of a
there's a
boundary,
boundary,
but
yeah.
it's not. It's not like the boundary between a glass of water and the air, obviously, but it's still a boundary. I don't know what counts as a boundary.
Is this when they're talking about theoretical columns of air of different temperature? You're looking through theoretical boundaries of columns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, vertical temperature gradients.
Next to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and the sinking's when you've got the warmer air closer to the surface, and then a layer of cooler air above it, and that's if you have that inverted, then that's when you'll have the looming effect.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, this guy is actually arguing for magnification effects. This is interesting. This is good read. Thank you.
You looking at the American Meteorological Society or the
one you posted earlier?
the university.
Stonybrook.edu.
Yeah.
What do they say looming is? Do they say that's a mirage or?
Yeah, looming's a type of inferior mirage where you have cooler air closer to the surface of the water or ground, and then you have a layer of warmer air above it.
You sure that's not the superior mirage?
Yeah, they're both I think they're both types of inferior mirages, sinking and looming. Hold on, it says in this says in these citations here. I'm still learning, so sometimes I get it a bit mixed up.
I think the superior
sinking's.
God, sorry.
But yes, you're right. Looming is an example of superior. So yeah, higher, something appearing higher than it should be, and then the sinking and stooping and stuff's like that's to do with the inferior.
Which ones are more rare? Does it say?
From my brief research that I've done, I think the sinking is more rare than looming.
Well, the superior mirage is definitely more rare. I don't know which one that is as far as looming and sinking. I know it's when the image is flipped and it appears above the boat, like the boat is flipped bottom to the top, where inferior mirage, it's flipped top to the bottom.
Yeah, there's different types of superior mirages and inferior mirages as well, where you don't get that flipping effect.
Right. Do they call that
Sinking's an
looming?
example of that. Looming, yep. There's looming, there's super looming, and then there's sinking and stooping.
So that's when the horizon is just lower or higher, and there's no flipping or mirroring, right?
Well, it seems like when you have the sinking effect, the horizon will appear closer than what it normally would, and the object will appear magnified, and it will look like it's sunk below the horizon. Yeah.
Well,
it says here it's a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then in other references, it says, like the one I posted in the side chat there. 1 second. It says like the downward bending of the surface, and they're talking about the light ray or the light wave or whatever. Horizon, it shows a optical horizon that can be very much closer to the observer than in the absence of the mirage. Yeah. It says sinking is an example of an inferior mirage. The opposite of sinking is looming. Sinking occurs when the concave side of light rays from a distant object is up. And this in turn occurs when the refractive index of the atmosphere increases with height. Which means you'll have the cooler air higher, which has got a higher refractive index.
if you want to see an inferior mirage, just zoom in with your camera, like a P1000, and the boat or the object has to be at a certain point on the horizon or the sun, and it will flip. You'll see the mirroring of it. As long as it's clear that day, you'll see it. So you know what that means? Across vast distances, since the image is flipped down, it requires light to bend up, which goes against the globe argument because they need light to bend down, but it doesn't.
there's a really cool observation. I just posted in the side chat as well. And that Nate Edwards videos YouTube channel has heaps of really crazy mirages and stuff and good footage over water.
Yeah, that's a good channel. Good examples
awesome.
of it. The guy Wide Awake, he has a YouTube channel, and he has good examples of it too. Also with the sun, you know how the sun melts into the sky directly above the horizon. There's a band above the horizon, right? This band is not the real sky that you're looking at. It's an inverted image of the sky above it. So think of the horizon as like you have a mirror, a long strip of mirror, and it's pointed. It's like 45 degrees. And when you look at the horizon, you're seeing that mirror and you're seeing the sky above it.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. It's I think it's more common as well than people think. That effect.
It's extremely common, and you need to be zoomed in with a camera like a P1000. I was just in Key West, and I observed it every single day. As long as there's a boat there where it flips otherwise you don't see it. It's always mirrored. You just don't see it. You can only see it when there's an object that tells you what's going on.
So technically, like what you're seeing is that, would that be considered a false horizon?
Yeah.
So it just say a globe earther went there and tried to say that horizon is dipped, right? And that's some sort of evidence of the horizon dip, right? Like you see them do, right? They'll set up a bubble level or whatever, and they'll try to say, look, the horizon's dipped. A lot of the times it could just be a completely false horizon. Is that right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, like they use theodolites and try to gauge, but the light's bending. They know the light's bending. So then they use a refraction coefficient, a number to make it work out. It's just it's like clown science.
Yeah, it sounds like it. They have absolutely no idea what effect or what combination of effects are really taking place throughout, like from point A to point B in that observation.
Yeah, they assume that light's bending down because it has to bend down for it to be a ball. But like I said, if you look at the inferior mirage, that's a demonstration that you'll read that on that website, on the scholarly website. Light has to bend up for that. So.
Yep, exactly. So you said Wide Awake YouTube channel?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it doesn't come up.
You got to use Yandex to search for stuff, guys. You can't use YouTube or Google.
Try Wakey.
Oh, it's the same guy?
I think so. The Wide Awake, yeah.
He's
okay.
He's from Florida.
So that's WAKIE twice? Is that how they...
No, I think it's just KI. It's quite weird how he spells it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, the one I'm talking about is just Wide Awake. It's all lowercase, space in between.
You find him on YouTube, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Just having a bit of trouble finding him at the moment, mate, that's all.
Heath Carmody is very good. Nate Edwards videos that you guys have already found. It's very, very good. I have a YouTube channel. I'm starting to put some of my observations up there. But Heath Carmody, he demonstrates with the software how the light is bending up and how the inferior mirage works and everything.
I found Heath Carmody. Thank you. Got that one.
Yeah, that's a good
I'll
one.
find Wakey or Wide Awake. Well.
One of them been talking to Whitsitt or telling Whitsitt he's something. I don't know. One of those names.
Oh, this Heath Carmody, awesome. Yeah, this is the guy that did that 3 inches off the surface of that lake in Canada and could see 13.8 miles. That little peninsula.
Yeah, he has a waterproof camera too, where he put it like in the water, so it was like 1 millimeter above the water, and you could see for miles.
Oh, awesome! I can't wait to go through some of these.
Like a periscope.
Yeah, he's not sure what he is yet. A flat earther, a globe earther, or a concaver.
What is the shape of life?
As above, so below. Everything's a sphere. Deal with it.
Hell no. That didn't make no sense.
Yeah, it does.
Everything is a sphere. When you look up to the luminaries, not a sphere or a circle. There's many other shapes, so you can't say that you look at the sky. Look, everything looks like a circle. Therefore, I'm a circle. Because not everything looks like a circle.
Well, from like a cellular level, an atom, the biggest thing should look like the smallest thing.
Why?
Because the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, of course.
As above, so below. Okay. I think that's more of a spiritual thing, not the spheres in the sky. It means the floor is a sphere. I don't think that's what it means.
The spheres in the sky are the celestial sphere, and then the different planetary spheres, probably the moon sphere, the sun sphere, concentric spheres.
What about the radiance? The north apex and the south apex look like pyramids. Should everything be a pyramid?
Oh, you're talking about the middle of the sky?
Yeah, those don't look like circles or spheres.
Right. Yep.
And those are like the ones at the center. From if you're gonna say everything is coming from these circles, but the circles are coming from the sphere, from the pyramid, everything should look like a pyramid.
I don't know about that.
Well, the circle is around the pyramid, isn't it?
Well, think about the simplest form. Simplicity. It's a sphere.
Okay. Simplest form. Okay. Horizontal. Straight. Not curved. If we're going to go, what's the simplest? Flat. Not moving.
How do you make a sphere? If it's the simplest shape and the best, how do you make one?
I don't know. It's tough, probably.
You don't even know? So globe physics have failed you immensely.
Dan.
You know how you find a horizontal line? Look at your horizon. Look at some water in your cup. See, we don't have to believe weird, dumb shit. You guys do. It's all
How do the
about
stars work in the southern hemisphere again?
There is no sphere. Come back again.
How do the stars work in the southern hemisphere?
There ain't no sphere. Come back again.
In the southern hemi.
No such thingy.
What do you mean? How do they work?
They go in the opposite direction of the sky.
But real quick, bro, real quick. The stars are up in the sky. What you referring as hemi, the hemi, that's the ground below your feet. So you asking, how does these things in the sky work on the ground below you? Like that doesn't logically follow.
It's important to understand that, right?
Understand what? It's important that you can't show that, Hemi.
Hello, DMOC.
So okay, if you put a clock in your ceiling, horizontal ceiling, and you stand above it, you stand below it 90 degrees. The clock is 90 degrees above you, or you make circles around it. You make a bunch of circles around that circle, and then you make another one next to that one. Those are two circles on a horizontal.
No Hemi.
You can make circles on a ceiling, and that's not a sphere.
Correct. It's not a Hemi.
You can put a plasma TV on your ceiling, and that ceiling you can make the plasma TV shows you moons, suns, flowers, faces of people, whatever you want to see on the plasma TV. Circles, swirls, toroidals on the plasma TV on the ceiling, and the plasma TV can be horizontal.
I'll take 2 of those.
Yeah,
Hey,
put
plasma
one next to
TVs
the
are
other one.
strange, man. Every time as a kid, I thought the plasma TV is like controlling my brain. You know, all this weird magnetic stuff going on. I don't know. That was always so weird as a child. Huh?
Is he gonna respond to what Gemsy and then Democ said, and now you?
Who? Me?
No, not you. The guy who said about the sky when it does. Gemsy and Democ were talking, I presume.
What about the sky?
Situational awareness. Come on, bro.
No, I was muted. Sorry, I just hear that you guys were talking about plasma TV.
No, because the other gentleman said that we see circles in the sky, therefore we are a circle, and he asked about the circles that the stars do on the southern hemi. And yeah, we gave some replies about that, and hopefully he can reply back, because if you conclude one possibility, you can also come to other conclusions different from that one.
It has to do with perspective. It's actually not so complicated.
You also could be looking, we were talking about refraction earlier, and there is, in the Snell's law, there's also something called Snell's window, where an observer inside a medium can see a 360 degrees horizon looking up to the other medium. Like if a fish, when the fish looks up towards, looks from the water above him and is looking outside to the air outside, the fish see a 360 degree horizon. That's Snell's window. So if we are the fish in this medium and we're looking up to the sky, we could be looking through some type of window and see the sun doing the 360 degree circle, like the fish does.
I would say that is too complicated for globals to understand. But who knows?
Is this Clay? Clay, is that you?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
Clay,
me.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. You sounded a little different. Maybe you're something. For me, but now I recognize it was you. So you don't sound different. You just sound similar, different.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
But Clay, you scared the other guy. I'm sorry. I know he's not scared. He's just trying to have a convo and asking about the other stuff. But we give him replies and he hasn't replied. So.
But you can go ahead. I want to stand in his way. I hope he's gonna respond.
Doesn't appear to be bursting.
Nah, it's safe to say you guys buried him in evidence.
Hello, fellow flatters.
Yeah. Hello.
Holy.
What?
What's going
Oh,
on?
Satoshi, what's up?
I love
Nothing,
it.
bro. How you doing?
Always good, man.
Who's
Hola,
that British
¿cómo
guy?
estás?
Is that old dude? It's old dude.
How's it going, kid?
Yo, I'm good. How are you doing, my friend?
Always well, man.
Still living that flat life?
Nowhere else to live. Can't live in a theoretical paradigm anymore, man.
That's right.
So, how does it feel to know that you can only have a heliocentric model when you have the Earth to be factually a planar surface? Without flat Earth, you don't have a globe.
Heliocentric is kind of nonsensical because the sun itself is part of a bigger system. So when you look at the sky, you see a bunch of luminaries, many different ones, many phenomena doing different things. Similar but different, right? So if you see the sun and you say, look, the sun, therefore everything, and heliocentric. But the sun is not the only luminary. There's the lunar phenomena, the wandering stars, the stars, the North Aurora, South Aurora. We have the radiance. So we have all of these phenomena going around, kind of like, the hands of the clock going around a center of the clock, and there might be gears behind the center of that watch, right? Gears within gears. So we see a lot of movement, and then we label it heliocentric. Like, that doesn't make sense. Because the helio, or the sun, there's the helion, which is one of the radiants where the sun comes from. So it's always within the movement of the sun. And then there is that circle of light that we label the sun. Because the sun is the sun, and then the helion is basically, I will say, I would just call it the radiant, what it's called. So there is those two phenomena in relation to the sun, but the whole of the sky is not that piece of the sky centric. That piece of the sky, or that hand of the clock, or that gear of the sky is centric to another center. So how can the sky be heliocentric, or even the ground be heliocentric? That doesn't make any sense with the actual observations. When you put more pieces to the puzzle, the sun and the helion is a couple pieces of the puzzle, but the puzzle is bigger. So how can you label it this piece of the puzzle centric? You know what I mean?
Right. But in other terms, for the people that might have struggle understanding what you just said, in order to get a ball, you can
around the sun.
Okay, Twonga, how can you establish a ball? How would you create a ball Earth as an analog model you can put on your desk? What do you begin with in order to craft a globe? If it's CGI or if it's analog? What are the components you need in order to get a globe? Please go ahead. What do you start with? It's very simple. Well, okay, Twonga, if you don't know, I can tell you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, okay? In order to get a globe, I'm gonna have a flat map first. Then you're gonna slice the flat map up, so it creates a bunch of distortion. And then you're gonna wrap the flat map around your toy ball, right? And then you glue it on your toy ball. And then you have a ball Earth.
Not quite. I get where you're going, but
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, in order to get your ball, you gotta first start with a flat map.
no, to get the ball, you first need an angle measurement.
No.
And and then you need a circle of radius. Then you can project the map that you make on the floor up into the sky on a curve using now curved coordinates, because longitude and latitude are derived from the sky. And you curve your map on the curved terrestrial sphere above you and then project the celestial sphere beyond that terrestrial sphere.
Dude, your logic is like backwards. You think like the Earth can't be a sphere because of a map? What?
But yeah, they use they use a distorted flat map. I understand, but the requirement, first of all, is to have a flat map. That is the requirement, because every map is flat. Consequently,
so
that's the point I'm trying to make. So
the
what?
The logic's not backwards because it's an angle measurement. You know what an angle is, right? Yes, no, maybe so.
Are you talking to me or him? Because
No,
I know.
I'm talking to him.
Okay.
He says it's not logical, it's backwards. I'm asking if he even knows what's going on. Start right at the beginning. Do you know what an angle is?
Yeah.
Paul, what's an angle? So I know you understand what it is before we can continue, or I'll have to tell you and then we can continue.
It's a section of, a circle.
Section of a circle. Okay, I'll try and help you. Well, like a pie slice.
Yeah, there you go.
So the sides of that pie that meet at the centre of that circle, that's straight, aren't they?
Yeah, so what?
No, because this is what an angle is. It's the separation of those two straight sides. You can make things out of straight sides like triangles and squares,
so
can't
what?
you? Okay, yeah, so what? So if I'll tell you, if we're measuring elevation angles above the horizon to stars, we understand that this can only be done on a flat surface, a flat plane, the Earth. If we're doing it off the Earth and the Earth is a curved surface, then we're not going to be measuring an elevation angle up from that curved surface. It's not an angle anymore. So there's no backwards logic here. It's fucking geometry.
No.
Angles prove flat Earth.
Within that, can you tell me where the backwards logic is, please?
You're saying like because in my mind, like when I make an angle, it's flat, it's for straight lines. That means that the Earth can't be a sphere because it has.
In my mind, right? No, you know what an angle is. It's not in my mind. It's something that we all agree upon because it's a piece of geometry that we use all the time. So not in my mind.
We project straight lines off of the curvature of the Earth. There's nothing wrong with that.
No longer. You see, this is where you have a problem. When you're doing this type of measurement, you need you, the observer, making the measurement, and the ground position of the object on the same horizontal plane, because the ground position of the object intersects the Earth at 90 degrees. Much like your zenith straight line down through you, vertical line, to where it intersects the Earth at perpendicular 90-degree angle. Between you and it must be a horizontal line on the Earth. If you've got a tangent line, then your ground position's not on the Earth.
Yes, dude, who cares?
Who cares? Okay. Nice rebuttal, Sunshine. I'm going to go and have a smoke.
Wow, that was pretty weak.
Got
sir.
him.
Got him.
I thought you were firm in your understanding of a spinning ball.
Yeah, can you say toy ball for me a couple times more?
Guy,
Well, do you want to address the fact that in order to get your toy ball, you need a flat map that is projected onto.
What are you talking about?
That is projected onto longitude and latitude meridian lines as reference, diverse from the sky by flat Earth angle measurements.
That's
So
right.
what?
If we have a ball Earth, you have to have a flat map to start with to create a ball Earth, guys. It's the only way. Makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. The Earth actually needs to be flat in order for you to make up
Guys,
your
because I made this
religion.
map with flat straight lines, that means that the Earth must be flat. Sorry.
I know you're try your best
Sorry,
to hide
guys.
your insecurity, but let's point out the fact here, right? The fact is that every longitude, meridian, or latitude line, which is derived from the sky, is measured by using celestial angle measurements. Okay? So, in order to get these measurements, you gotta have a baseline, which is a planar surface, which is impossible on a sphere. On a sphere, even in a mathematical sense, it is an impossibility to have true planar surfaces. It's also an impossibility to have true level on a sphere. Mathematically, it's impossible, and in reality, it will be impossible. Therefore, your globe is nothing more than fantasy derived from vain assumptions of sheer how should I say it? I guess philosophy.
The globe is a reality.
Yeah, keep saying that. Some people
No, you're
look
all
into the
wrong.
mirror and they think they're an animal, but it never change the fact they aren't.
You think Earth is flat? You're wrong. You think we live on a spinning space ball? You're wrong.
Yeah, then refute. Yeah, listen, refute what I just said, or what Jedi said. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Only thing they can do is either repeat the same thing, which is, well, Earth is a ball, you're wrong, nuh-uh. But actually giving some fruitful substance to the conversation is really a lack.
Okay. We see too far. We don't live on a ball because it's impossible. But the stars in the southern hemi spin in the opposite direction as they do in the northern hemisphere. That tells us Earth can't be flat. There's only one other option, guys.
Okay, again, and you should never invoke the sky in order to prove what the ground is. The ground is a very simplistic foundation, which is that the ground is should be bending 360 degrees in every direction. That is the foundational premise of a spherical Earth. Problem is that when you test that in reality, that stuff falls flat. Unfortunately for the globe heliocentrists. So the thing is, either you can provide substantial evidence that 360 degrees of bending surface is actually true, right? Then we could move on with the whole topic in itself. Then we could invoke all these other fantasies of, vacuum next to gas pressure, and supposed balls spinning in space and shooting through an ever-expanding void of darkness. All this nice little storytelling, but we can't really invoke that.
It's above, so below means big and little to them. Means big and little are the same to them.
But we can't invoke this as long as the foundational premise hasn't been set, which quite literally is what I'm referring to in ground measurements. So, where are those measurements showing a bendy surface and bendy water everywhere? Last time I checked, doesn't adhere to the supposed ball model that was derived from the sky.
Neither do the specks of dust. The specks of dust you see flying in your window that go a certain way, they don't orbit anything either. So, not even on a small scale or a big scale, there's no scale you can show any kind of orbit of shit doing that kind of dumbass thing in a vacuum. And then they want to say, well, we can show a sun by showing a little dot. We can show you a spark between your finger and the doorknob, Democ. That's a little sun. Oh, really, Tweety Bird? Okay.
Well, there's not even one video that would show or prove that anything is falling around a ball. And never have I seen any video proving that there's any satellite or International Space Station that is rising like the supposed sun in their heliocentric idea. from below the horizon line, the horizontal horizon, going all the way over your head and then vanishing below the horizon again, has never been filmed, neither shown. The only thing you see when you see the ISS crossing in the sky, it looks equal to the to the vertical crossing of a plane in the sky. That's it. And it vanishes into, the atmosphere, I guess. Point is, there's no such thing as falling around a ball that doesn't exist. Neither are all the airplanes that are in the air simultaneously somehow flying over 360 degrees of bending curvature. That is absurd. But in a fantasy world where everything is possible due to invoke of certain words such as gravity, you can have airplanes fly over some bendy ground, and they call it flight level. What a joke. And the joke is on you. But apart from the people who actually get what the Earth is. Which are the one who just accept for what reality presents itself to be. But I can understand the frustration and the will for refutation within the globe believing society. Or cult. Gotta deny to Glöv, right? Come on, don't be scared. I'm saying these things obviously so I can trigger some Glover to come forth. Maybe someone who thinks he is an intellectual. Not saying that I'm a big intellectual. I don't think it requires much brain power to figure these things out.
It's okay. They're the best. Anything they say is just proof for flat Earth. They don't even know what a globe is about. They've never seen globe physics. Bottom line. No globe physics, no globe science, no globe model.
Well, they can be happy that they're experiencing equally to everybody else, except for maybe drunk people that they are living on a stationary surface right now.
Well, Clay, you just can't trust your senses. Well, it's there's all this motion and gravity and Coriolis and it's just your senses are just not able. And have you ever thought about when you're on an airplane or on a train and well then that is the same. The Earth is spinning. Very sure about it.
Was that Professor Dumbsnot?
Yeah.
Well, actually, you guys are wrong, and I have figured it all out. When you just gotta invoke this example of a train, and you're sitting in a train, and can you feel the train accelerating on a constant speed? Obviously not, so you dumb flirts think that we should be able to sense the Earth Coriolis effect or spinning. You're out of your mind.
I can feel the train moving. I feel that motherfucker wobble left to right
Of course. An intellectual honest person actually would agree that no matter in which kind of phase, you would always feel motion in the train, even if it's on a constant speed. Same for aircraft, same for cars, same for every other vehicle, same for a boat. Doesn't matter.
Right now. I'm going 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37. And I know I'm moving. I know for a fact I'm moving. 37,
but Dimok, you know what? Maybe too much fluoride could cause harm to your senses, and then you just think, I don't know, be sitting in a car or on a train and you just feel nothing. I don't know. Maybe these people are so numb. Who knows? For some reason, my senses are still working fine. Even if I'm blindfolded, I know that I'm in a moving vehicle, even if it's on constant speed. I haven't tried a magnetic train yet, but
Does anybody remember driver's ed? Where you got to keep a constant speed the first time ever in your life while somebody's watching and writing it down on a notepad. And for like a half hour to an hour and a half, depending on who's driving, where, or what you're doing, you got to drive your right speed the whole time, right? And you know you're moving. You definitely know you're moving.
Is this a contained train car?
Yeah, of course it's contained.
Well, where's the container then on the globe construct Earth?
Well, that is something you gotta ask the Globus.
It's your
They won't
shoes.
invoke this ridiculous assumption.
The bottom of your shoes are containing the Earth.
But hey, let me tell you this. Last time I asked for the proof of uncontained gas, they actually gave proof of the requirement of containing the gas in order to prove it's uncontained. Can you imagine that? Referencing an experiment that is in a container to prove that gas can be outside of a container.
My fart can hold down your fart.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. How did you figure that out?
Gases, surrounding gases. Well, this you see here is this guy, Tom's gas, and this is Bill's gas. They're surrounding each other and hugging each other. What the fuck?
Ah, come on, Globies, do something. How much more should I poke you?
If you set off a hydrogen fart, you might set off all their computers. Little sun fart.
Why the Glober scared today? Why are you sitting in your chair today? Scared to talk to flat earthers. Can you imagine? Like if there's any Glober who thinks flat earth is crazy, why are you scared to talk up? Maybe because deep down you know that we have some understanding about this.
They pray to the helium hydrogen vacuum sun fart god.
Right.
The sun fart in the sky. The great fart in
everlasting
the sky.
farting and fiery sun 93 million miles
Hydrogen's just
away.
a gas, and then it becomes helium. So a hydrogen fart is helium, and a helium fart is the sun. And then when the sun has a solar fart or flare, the electromagnetic fart shuts your computers off. This can't be argued. Not from a Glober, anyway. They gotta believe this.
The globe is so dead.
So does sonoluminescence shut your computers off? Does cavitation shut off your computers? Try it out. Put some water next to your computer and have a pistol shrimp come up and punch that mother.
Earth is flat.
Eels on wheels. You can buy your own eels, raise them, put them in your hood, and drive around. Eels on wheels. Get yours today.
Waiting for your radio show.
Do what?
I'm waiting for your radio show.
I know you are. How do I start one? It's got, I don't know anybody. I'm not. Now, if I was Joe Rogan, I'd be like, all right, it's Demox Radio Show. Time for the hour of power.
Wait, first you gotta have a microphone.
Oh, yeah, good one.
And then
first
you
have to have a good microphone that looks really weird. When people look at it, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?" Every time I see some person with a microphone, it's got the weirdest microphone, don't they?
And then you join some weird old man's club and then you get the funding, and then you talk about a sterilized version of Flat Earth, probably leading to like Flat Earth Society. And then you're gonna
or
be a
ether.
famous-
You can talk about the ether, and
Or the
that'll
ether,
work
yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Either one.
Yeah,
Either
either one.
Ether one.
Oh man. Who came actually up with that? Like, what the heck? Like, isn't ether just a term straight out of the same heliocentric science realm? Like the same people who pushed the heliocentric model, and now you have a flat earther saying, anyways, let's not even get there. Ether. The magical force that we cannot prove, but we're just gonna have a replacement story for clicks. Man, people are so fast to run away from simplicity. It's mind-boggling. And hey, you know what? Whoever is interested in that kind of stuff, go on. But don't say every flat earther is proposing such things. Yeah, that's been real quiet in the ether realm since all these weird, I don't know, symbologies have dropped. What has happened there? Oh yeah, still pretty quiet. Anyways, just a distraction.
It's pretty hard to explain how to get ether to explain phenomena when you don't know what ether is and you don't know how it works and you can't even prove that it exists, right?
And you just gotta believe the guy in a YouTube video, and he knows it all. He has some scientific paper from the same scientist claiming that the Earth is a ball. That's something real, don't you know? Just trust the other guy that the other guy has found something out that he had that he referenced from the other guy. So that makes the other guy valid because he wrote it on paper. Tomorrow I'm gonna write something on paper, and it says Clay and his big brain is responsible for things dropping to the earth. And then everybody can cite that paper. I'm gonna put some doctor in front of my name. That makes it even more credible. How about that? Big brain makes things drop. That's just a joke. I think my brain is not really big. Probably already lost half of it. Therefore, I'm here. I want to debate Globus. Globus, come on. Where are you? He's a dumb flat earther who wants to be proven wrong. There's someone new that joined. See, I was talking about a doctor, and suddenly someone just joins with the credible title of Dr. Johnson Flatworm. Please, Dr. Johnson Flatworm, can you enlighten me about the globe?
Globe?
Yeah.
Theoretical concept.
Oh, golly, the doctor is on our side.
Absolutely.
Man. Even the credible ones are.
You're running out of people to talk to, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all hiding. They're all hiding like Joe Biden in his basement.
8 billion people. You think you'd be room filled with people constantly trying to get some information about this, but no.
Bro, the thing is, you gotta look at the YouTube comments. The Globers are very, very much shivering. They have nothing to say anymore. especially the ones that have been in here previously. Well, I guess we just gotta wait till somebody comes. Oh, there you go. Embo.
What?
You want to enlighten the room about... I hope you're doing fine, man. You want to enlighten the room about why you have this ball?
No, I just wanted to check how you're doing because I took a little break from Flat Earth and I wanted to check if something changed since then, but I see nothing. Nothing changed.
You haven't been here for like... Dude, I just said hello and hope you're good. And you haven't been here for like 10 seconds and you already determined nothing changed. What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, I already was.
Is that how you do your studies?
No. I already was today, previously, earlier, when Quantum Eraser was here.
Okay. Well, and then I take it back. Anyways, you have anything to contribute to the idea or to the fact in your worldview, I guess, that the Earth must be a spinning ball?
No, there's nothing new. Nothing ever happens.
It's nothing.
So you agree that there's no arguments for the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And there's also no new arguments for Flat Earth.
No, I'm saying that there in general are no arguments for the globe.
I don't think so, but yeah, my idea is that...
I appreciate the honesty. Yeah, I would also say there's no argument for the globe.
I think I'm just going to delay my my break from Flat Earth to just I'm going to leave Flat Earth entirely because like it's just wasting time on discussing the same stuff all over again, and there's really no new arguments being put on the table at all. So I concluded that it's just wasting a bit of my time, and I'm going to stop doing that. And I just wanted to tell that to you.
Well, that's okay, Embo. You can do a 1 week break. See you later, I guess.
I mean, not 1 week break, just in general. I think I'm going to stop talking about
let's say like 2 weeks, maybe 3.
I mean, I've already stopped talking about Flat Earth since like entire last month. Right now, I just jumped in for a moment to check what happened. Since then, I don't have that urge to talk about Flat Earth at all anymore. I can just stop talking about it right now.
When did you decide this? Like today? You decided it today?
Well, 1 second, Jamesy. Real quick, I just want to know if this is the new script, right? Because we had another anti-flat earther in here previously, which is Dewey, if you know the name, right? I think he has another name also. He changes his name rapidly. Anyways, literally like a few hours ago, he said the same thing. He said, well, I'm just here to check on you guys, but actually I'm not interested to talk about flat earth. It's like literally as if you're reading his script, just saying. So if you guys have like a Discord and you share your scripts, it's very interesting.
Yeah, they're sharing scripts, obviously, but it's funny because Embo was here last night, and he heard QE, and he opened his mic, interrupting QE and giving his his spiel about his opinions about whatever topic, refraction, on that kind of stuff. Remember, Embo, you were here last night, interested in having a conversation, and now today you woke up, you're not interested anymore.
No, like when I joined last night, that was already after a long break.
Oh, so you just said that you just came back after a long break, but you came back yesterday after a long break. So you came back yesterday and came back today after a long break, and you're not interested. But yesterday you were interested, but not today.
And today it's the last time, because when QE was here, it wasn't really the best environment to announce that I'm going to leave Flat Earth. He muted me almost immediately.
Actually,
no longer going to be a flat earther.
Okay, can you repeat that again?
So you're no longer going to be a flat earther?
No longer. and I'm no longer going to be a globe earther. I'm going to be I don't give a fuck earther.
Good for you, Go for it.
We call that a success around here. You have successfully become a flat earther, and you have become deprogrammed.
Get yourself a motorcycle and a leather jacket, son, and enjoy life. Go on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, enjoy your life, Embo, really. Like, no pun intended.
I mean, the flat Earth broke him. He no longer cares. I just don't care. Fuck it.
Yeah, when you like do a break and stop talking about it, and then you join and see how people still argue about the same things, like to an extent where you can literally predict what someone is going to say because these arguments are so repetitive. It's so pathetic. And when you realize that this is what you yourself has been doing since like many years or months, then it's even more pathetic. So you just had to stop it because, like, in long term, after like many years, when I would be thinking about this, like about like what I've been doing, I would be embarrassed that I wasted that much time on doing that.
So you spent some time apart from us, and you've decided after some time of thinking that you're going to split up with us, and you're going to go.
Yes,
it's not you, Jedi. It's him.
It's him. Yes, I get it. That's fine. Okay. Well, do you want to get your things and do you want to do this?
We need your ID card because we have to turn that one off. You can't come in then. Once you leave, you can't unless you get a guest pass. You have to go see the receptionist at the front door.
Is the receptionist not an Oakley?
What is he?
The receptionist is probably Nathan Oakley.
Yes, he's announcing it.
Why? Who gives a shit?
Boys returning from
It's going to be a great YouTube episode.
Wait, 1 second. I gotta to his defense, real quick, Quizzer. I gotta admit, I asked him. Therefore, it was not on his behalf to openly speak.
Fair enough. But still, like, what the fuck?
I mean, okay.
But I can understand the frustration, you know. I truly can.
Yeah. We understand your decision.
And I'm not even speaking, I'm literally speaking serious right now. It can be frustrating to have no arguments for something that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really no offense intended. It's just what it is. I mean, I also couldn't hold up with that.
Well, for me, it's the exact opposite. For me, it's the fact that you use the same arguments all over again. We also use the same arguments all over again. But I know the reasons why your arguments are wrong. But even if I say those reasons, this wouldn't change anything because you would just ignore it and repeat it like again after the next day or even a couple of hours, just reset.
I get it. We haven't like evolved. I get it. We're still doing the same thing. The thing that was cute in the beginning isn't cute now. We get it. We understand.
Embo, you gotta remember that when you put yourself as a cartoon in a cartoon, like you playing a character, everything from that you speak as a character into people in reality is just gonna sound like cartoonish. And when we tell you, hey, we don't believe in your cartoon, eventually you're gonna feel this way that you feel right now, that you're speaking but nobody's listening to you because we don't believe the cartoon is reality, man. Like last night, Kioi was putting examples on. He cited subject matter experts on refraction, and you disagree with that stuff, which is kind of silly.
It was pretty funny because he was quoting the Snell's law definition as an authority on what refraction is, but at the same time it mentioned that it's a change in speed of a wave or something like that, and he doesn't like the fact that light is a wave. So he commented that he's just going to ignore that part, but the rest is fine. So
That was one of the definitions out of like 5 that he brought up. So you only attached to one, but the other ones, the last one that he brought up after you left, because you left before that one, I think. He addressed the whole point that you were kind of like complaining about. So your complaint was addressed. It's just that you didn't acknowledge it.
The other definition.
And he also released a video yesterday about Snell's law.
The other definition was the same thing, except they changed the word wave for light. It was a specific case for light, but refraction in general isn't a phenomenon is even exclusive to light. It's just a property of waves in general. Like light, not light, sound. Sound, for example, also can refract. Although I don't think this is a term commonly used for that phenomenon, but it works in an analogous way.
You know what, Embo? You might be right. There's other variables that have to be taken into account and this and that, but we'll never get you to the conclusion that you live in a spinning water ball cartoon. It will never take you towards that, but you're trying to push that. You're trying to say, hey, there's other variables that you guys should listen to, and yeah, sure, we acknowledge some of the stuff, but then when you say refraction paka, that part is like, no, bro, we're trying to tell you, but you're not listening, and now you're frustrated because you want us to believe in your cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when QE rejoins here, I want to you to tell him that I will be missing him, and that and to ask him that I requested to ask him if he finally figured out what the second law of thermodynamics is.
You'll have to come back and ask him yourself.
No, he wants to leave. Let him go.
He ain't going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They usually come back after a period of no contact.
So, what was the breaking point, Embo? Like, what made you quit?
Make it awkward. Just pack your bags and out the door.
I don't think there was a specific breaking point, to be honest.
Because you, last time I interacted with. One second. Last time I interacted with you, you blocked me because I posted flat Earth NASA images.
No, I think I know what was the breaking point. So I was discussing with one another glober about like the flat Earth, and we discussed about flat Earthers and why they ignore everything that we say. And he said that he's trying to reach flat Earthers and try to actually teach them something, to teach them science. And I said that he's crazy because flat Earthers don't give a fuck about that. It's just, I already know that they would never change their mind, so I just do that for entertainment. And then I realized that I'm alone on that, and that most of these globe Earthers are actually so deluded, they think they are going to convert these flat Earthers. And then I realized how stupid my reason that I'm just doing that for entertainment is compared to the reason of these other globe Earthers are actually so deluded that they think they are doing that to convert flat Earthers. And I realized I'm alone on that.
Oh, okay, I get it now. So you realize that the globers are not able to defend the globe.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, I realized like these boomers are actually like they completely ignore the psychological aspect of that. They actually think like they can change people's minds, and that these debates are actually about the arguments, not about having fun. That was like a shock to me.
One second, but what is the reason why you say that you either choosing both, like you're despising both things now, is what you're saying, right? You despise flat Earth and the globe, right? You're like in no man's land when it comes to claim of what Earth is.
Sounds like he's falling out of love with the anti-flat Earthers, as well as us.
Yes. Yeah, basically, but this also because of the comparison to their motivation, that also made me realize how stupid my own motivation is. That I'm just doing it for entertainment.
Hold tight, Clay. Hold tight. Just a second, Clay, please. I kind of appreciate that position, man. That's kind of cool. You don't really want to be mixed up in this fucking mud when you step back and take a look at, say, these two comparative sides. There's different variables that you can put on the globe side, but when compared to flat Earth and anti-flat Earthers, you just don't seem to want to waste your time in doing that anymore. Is that right?
Yes, basically. Like, my logic is basically that I thought that these other globbers are also doing it just for fun and for entertainment, right? And then I realized that they aren't, and that they have some better cause to waste all of that time on doing that, because they think they are doing something heroic, that they are, fighting for science or whatever, and that's a better cause to waste your time on. But my cause, which is just having fun and having entertainment from that, which I think is the only sensical and only cause that would make sense in this debate, because it's impossible to convert the opposite side, is pathetic compared to that. And when I would think about that, like, after many, many years back in time, I would realize that I wasted much time on doing something completely pointless, that didn't even have some greater purpose.
That's where you're wrong. Hold on. You've actually created a lot of flat earthers. They've listened to you on YouTube, and they became flat earthers because of you. There's people just specifically that heard your arguments and said, I don't want to sound like that. You've converted people.
Yeah, he has, let's be fair, been useful. But from his point of view, he feels like he's going to continue wasting his time. Get it? Interesting.
Yes, basically.
This is cool.
So, Embo,
a whole new New Year's Day celebration again. We knocked an anti-flat earther into submission.
So, Embo, do you agree then that there's no arguments for the globe that are sufficient?
No, I disagree with that. My point of view is that even if I use these arguments, you're going to completely ignore them and repeat the same misconceptions that will be corrected over again and over again and over again. That's why it's pointless. It's not because there are no arguments, but because you don't give a fuck about them and you don't reflect after someone tells you them at all.
I mean factual argumentation, sorry. I mean, obviously the arguments.
This is subjective to him now. You're asking him personally about his opinion on the flat Earth. He still thinks it's a fucking globe, dude. All right. He definitely still thinks this. Thinks we're stupid. All right. Listen to what he's saying. We're stupid. There's no point talking to us because we ignore everything that he says. And we just go round and round and round in circles all the time.
So
he doesn't waste his time in doing that. He's here just for entertainment. But he's been caught up on the anti-flat Earth side and don't like it.
So he's pretending to be on the fence? Is that what it is?
No.
Not at all.
I've never said the Earth is flat. Never. I just said that discussing about this is completely pointless. Not because the globe is pointless and doesn't have arguments, but because the arguments won't reach anyone. And people who think they will are deluded.
Because the arguments are bad, right? That was my question. Do you agree they're bad, right?
No, I don't think so.
They're bad, right?
No, I disagree with that.
If they wouldn't, if they,
he thinks it's our fault, dude. He already said that.
But if the arguments wouldn't be bad, right? If the arguments wouldn't be bad, you wouldn't have stopped arguing, right? But they're bad, right? That's why you stop. That's why you quit, right?
No, I think you created a straw man about what I said and then trying to address it.
No. I mean, there's a logical consequence, right? If you would agree that they're good arguments, then you would still argue for it. But you have realized that the globe just has bad arguments, therefore you stopped arguing, right? Because if they were good, you wouldn't need to stop, right? So they're bad arguments, right?
I think you can't comprehend a possibility of someone thinking there are good arguments, yet not having a need to argue for these arguments. You can just keep it to yourself, right? But this doesn't mean you don't believe in that position anymore. It just means you don't have a need to preach it to other people.
But then you, once again, then you just pedal back because you actually initially said...
Clay, in this breakup, he's not admitting, or she isn't admitting any fault, right? It's us. It's them, not Embo.
I was gonna say,
he's
that either he got fired from his last Globe Defender job, or maybe he got moved into a different agency and he's gonna defend some other bullshit. So he's now coping with it. So
you mean because Trump is now president or something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Clay, I think it is because of that, because he was kind of gone. Trump got sworn in, and they have all just given up. Everybody's given up. They're no longer allowed to just say whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that today. It's weird that today even the British guy who changed his name on a frequent also announced the same thing as you, literally the same script.
But that's not. Yeah, that's because I told him about my feelings about that, and he agreed with me basically. So I think
okay.
He may have got
Did you both got fired?
Who was the other one? I want to know the two people we knocked out.
Romulus, Britnet.
Yeah,
Britnet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you
soap opera now?
Listen, hello. Hello, he spoke about feelings, and Britnet and him and the other guy, Trigonometry, they joined together and buy dinners to each other and gifts. So maybe they couldn't have a relationship within the job, and maybe they all got fired. They got caught up and got fired. You can't be, you have to keep it only business. And you guys, did you get fired from the Globe Agenda?
This is the big
job?
breakup day.
I don't have.
He divorced them.
Yeah, she's hard.
God, dear me.
I don't have any authorities that could fire me. I don't have any Papa Globers.
Oh.
Have you been removed from servers?
No, I left them.
Thank you for your service. His Papa.
I left all the Globe versus Flat servers.
Jimbo, what happened to Britnet was this. I asked him if he knew what a triangle was, and I showed him 4 triangles, and after that, he completely imploded today. So that's the end of that.
That's funny.
2025.
Want to take a triangle test, Embo, while you're here?
Yeah. I remember that one meme where there's like a simplified definition of triangle, and it's a figure with like 3 sides or whatever, and that's like a very weird shape in 4 dimensions or whatever that fulfills that definition, but definitely isn't triangle. That was supposed to demonstrate that definitions can be manipulated or whatever.
Okay, Embo, I posted a NASA IQ question for you. Which of these figures below are not triangles? Now let's see if you know what they are.
Now we're fucking throw time's sake. What the fuck's going on? Awesome. Yeah, throw time's sake. What's a triangle?
So B and D definitely don't look like triangles to me.
Oh, it's working! He's being deprogrammed!
You dirty bitch.
What's the problem?
Triangle thing, we might be onto something with this. Maybe I'll make a book with 1 page in it with just this, and then you flip it over and it gives you the answer. But this seems like it's changing everybody's lives.
If only there was some intelligent nuance about triangles. I mean, imagine.
If only everybody understood what an angle was.
This is cool.
I think we do understand what an angle is.
What's an angle?
It's 2 rays meeting at a point. Do you know what a tangent line is?
You know what a triangle is.
No, wait. We're going back and forth. Can you tell me what a tangent line is?
Okay, so this straight line that meets a curved line at a point.
At a single point, right? Okay.
Yeah. So back and forth. And that tangent was it straight?
The tangent can be straight. Tangent is a straight line. Yes.
Tangent can be, or is tangent?
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. It's a tangent, right?
A tangent is a straight line. Yes.
awesome stuff. These
But
rays,
the curve that it meets, the circle that it meets is not straight, right?
Most definitely. That's a curve, and this one's a straight line, and where they meet because they're not the same thing. Blah blah blah. These rays that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about a line, like the straight line here and the curved line? When you were talking about, but no, we're talking about lines. You said rays, lines.
They usually describe angles as a meeting of two rays.
Two straight sides. Like within a square, right? You've got four straight sides. Sorry, very simple geometry. Because we're talking about triangles and squares, and they have straight sides, and they have angles.
Do you know what
inside
a ray is?
A ray, is that a straight line?
Yeah. Well, it's a straight line from a point. You can look it up. It's a pretty standard definition.
Straight line from a point. So the straightest or the shortest distance between that point where the ray is coming from and where it's going, that's straight, right?
Yes.
Good. So it's the intersection of two straight. We're going to agree to this. Two straight sides or rays, lines. Good. Mm-hmm. And we measure the separation of these two straight rays, lines in degrees of separation. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
That's right.
Good. So straight sides then.
So, yeah. So if one of those lines is a tangent line, then the other line could be like an angle of elevation, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're doing, but with reference to the pictures.
But you also know that mathematically I'm correct, right? I mean, I'm not saying anything that's out of keeping with your understanding of geometry.
No. What you're doing, you're measuring the separation between two straight sides.
Yeah, it could be between an angle. It could be between a tangent line and an angle of elevation, for example.
You can create straight tangents and measure the separation between the tangent and the other line. Yeah, we can meet the curve at a point and draw a straight line to it. Yep, still a straight line though, isn't it?
It's a straight line, but if it's a tangent line, then it would be above or adjacent, touching a curve, a circle at only one point, right? So
cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No problem at all. Just as long as we understand that we're still measuring the separation of the two straight sides.
I'm just trying to make sure we're not doing the Nathan Oakley derp.
No, we're just agreeing to what the fucking angle is at the moment. Whether other people speak about this, that's fine.
Okay.
But we're talking about what an angle is, and we've agreed that it's still, even if it's a tangent, which is a straight side, the measure of separation of two straight sides that meet at a vertices. Gotcha. Cool.
It's a shame you have a tangent.
So you can't measure an angle if one of your lines is curved.
Correct. If it's a tangent to a curved line, then you're golden.
Not tangents to curved lines. We're not adding any more lines here. We've just got the two lines. If one of those two lines is curved.
If one of those two lines is curved, then I would take a tangent line to it.
Yeah, I know what you want to do next, but I'm talking about before you do what you have to do to create another straight line to measure the separation of the two straight sides. Yep, we're just measuring separation of two straight sides. In this instance, we understand that the curved line wasn't good enough.
Right.
Good. Because
this is the Nathan. Are you sure this isn't the Nathan Oakley derp?
Because we can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. Got to do something else. Make a straight one.
Well, we can take a tangent, which is what theodolite does.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It absolutely does.
Keep going round and round in this circle, but just pointing out that the two lines have got to be straight.
Yeah, if you're going to take an angle, you have to have two straight lines, one of the two rays, and one of them would be, if it's an elevation angle, then the baseline for that, if you're using like a theodolite, would be a tangent line. But
cool, that's fine.
Wait, I think I've got something you haven't heard of though, Jedi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think this will be new to you. Do you know what a azimuthal telescope is?
An azimuthal telescope. Sounds like it moves around in angles relative to a direction, probably.
Well, everything moves around angles. I mean, right?
I know.
So so this is going to be a little scary. I'm just predicting. Maybe I'm wrong. So an azimuthal telescope is used to determine the location of a star. It points straight up. So what you're doing there is you're measuring from a vertical, not from a horizontal line, but from a vertical line.
Because we want to establish what?
Generally, the GP of a star.
Okay. So we want to establish our orientation and position, don't we?
An orientation of what?
Like we're standing up, like right here. Here's down. It goes vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal. Awesome.
So it's just a vertical line. So if I'm on a mountaintop and I'm trying to figure out, my location next to the GP of the star because I want to use it to certify my location, for a survey I'm doing, I use my azimuthal telescope, and I don't need a horizontal at all.
Hold on. It is vertical reference to being perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Sorry, it's a zenith telescope.
Yeah, I understand that. We're just going up and down, but that's got to be relative to something. And at the moment, vertical is perpendicular.
Vertical is just a plumb line. It's just a plumb line.
Yeah, I don't care what the vertical is, man. Drop shit. Don't give a fuck. Use a level. Don't care. It's all going to be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean not necessarily? Then it's not vertical.
Well, I'm saying even if you can't see the horizon, if you can't see the horizon, you don't need to. All you need to do is have your vertical axis, and then you take a zenith angle from that.
Awesome. So we got vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal at 90 degrees. Gotcha.
Well,
two sides.
Not necessarily. No, you could have
just one side. Just one side.
So Jedi. This is the thing that's frightening about it.
It's not frightening.
It is. Let me explain why. I think you're trying to avoid the ramifications of this. So
is he saying the
perpendicular to horizontal?
Is he saying that the telescope was built in a structure that wasn't taking into account horizontal?
So it's a tool. So yes, it was not. It was built as a tool to be used by surveyors.
See, find what?
Okay. So what's scary about it is this: not all horizontal planes have to be parallel to each other.
Not all horizontal planes are not parallel to each other.
They do not have to be
horizontal. Then
that is only true if you make the assumption that we are in a Euclidean geometry. No, since we're talking about geometry, right?
Yeah, no, we have
to understand that there is such a thing as spherical geometry, right?
That's not.
And we measure spherical geometry when we do geodetic surveying, but I don't expect you to believe that. But I do.
You need planar surveying first before you do geodetic.
You do not. That is not. That is a common flat Earth misconception. I'm sorry to tell you.
All right. Okay. Don't tell me about eye level then.
I see no reason to tell you anything about eye level.
Yeah, because that'd be a plane.
No. Eye level is just a level.
Yeah. Eye level is a plane.
I'm not a smart person, but I hear a lot of smart people saying really stupid things, man. I think you're one of them.
I would have to agree with your statement about yourself.
Right.
You are, but what am I?
Say omnivore. So you think that
You live on a horizontal plane on a tangent line.
No, I think
compared to somebody else.
No, what I think is that Nathan
he thinks the
Oakley.
horizon is a tangent to itself.
No, I'll explain what I think.
Whoa, we're not talking about Nathan Oakley in here. He has nothing to do with this. I gave
but he
you-
does.
I gave
But
the
he does.
No. I gave the triangle test.
He's
Not Nathan
okay. Well,
Oakley.
then you're following in your Papa First's footsteps.
Let me ask Omnivore Let me ask him a question. I only got a few minutes anyway. So Omnivore, how do you establish level?
How do you? What do you mean by establish level? What do you mean?
If I want to know that something's level, what would I do?
So you can use a plumb line and take it as 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees. So what am I creating right there when I do a 90 degrees?
You're creating a tangent line on Earth.
Okay.
That's how. By the way, that's how theodolites work. If I use a theodolite,
Thank you. You don't need to go a little bit further. I'm going to keep asking you some questions that are relevant, right? So you establish a 90-degree angle, right? And now you've got a tangent line. Yeah.
If you have a 90-degree from your vertical, from your plumb, then
and you got a tangent line, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next step. How do we know that the Earth is curving? I'm going to ask you a question. You either supply the answer or you don't. Simple. With that tangent line, how much of the curvature of the Earth is dropping away at a distance?
8 inches.
Because now we have a tangent.
It's not true.
Okay. How did we go and verify that? What you just said right now? What was the verification of that?
So the verification of that, there's lots and lots of verifications of it. So
give me one good one.
I'm going to. Okay, so let me know when I can give you the answer you asked for.
Well, at the moment we're just trying to establish fucking base axioms.
No, I don't think so. He asked me a question, and I would like to answer it, but I know.
How do you find level?
So I take level as 90 degrees from tangent.
From tangent.
90 degrees from vertical as a level line.
Okay, a level. Do you know what level means?
Level in surveying means conforming to Earth curve, but I know that you guys forgot about that.
Not according to this manual. So plumb level, square, true, and and what they mean and how we measure. So this is what we're doing, how we measure with regards to level. Now I'm emphasising this, all right, very strongly. So we need to understand what does level mean. Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. You understand this, right?
I don't agree with your definition. I will give you some. Like I said, sometimes it's it's a little frightening. I will give you some citations for what I mean by level.
What you mean by level? No,
what surveyors mean by level, which is the way that I'm using it.
No, talking about. Go on.
I just want to get to the point where he's telling me how he's doing this method.
So
can you tell me the method?
Yeah, I will. Oh, can I answer now? I just put in a link for, I think it was Jedi. You can look at this. These are from
he's gonna come right. He'll be right back to you as soon as you're done with what I asked you.
So the best example that I think of is the measurement of the elevation of Mount Everest. So in that case, George Everest's team they couldn't get to within more than less than 100 miles from the mountain. All right. So what they did, oh my dog is going nuts. So
wait. I need a timeline. What's the timeline here? What year is this?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It was a while back.
You said they couldn't get to the mountain anyway. They just rough estimated it's got to be 100 miles, so you wouldn't know anyway.
Oh, I would absolutely would know. But if you let me finish, I can explain it. But
Omnivore, I need a timeline. What year was this?
I don't remember. I have to look it up. I don't
Wait a
remember
minute.
the specific year.
Nobody had ever measured
wait,
it before. This right?
Is this an established fact? Is this an established fact or not?
Yes, it is an established fact. Yes.
What year was it?
I don't know. Why does it matter? 1840s.
But nobody ever measured the curvature before that.
So prior to 1840, was there any curvature measured?
Yes, absolutely. But you asked for an example, and I'm giving you an excellent example, a very well documented example.
So I don't need you to give me the 1840.
You probably
the one that you said that
you
omnivore. Shut the fuck up.
Shouldn't ask for questions. Shouldn't ask questions you don't want answers.
Somebody muzzle that fucking asshole. What I need you to do right now is fetch the fucking day, the year, where the first time they measured the drop over distance. Because if that mountain isn't the first omnivore, shut up.
You asked me for an example, and now you're running away from the answer. I got it. I
What the
understand.
fuck are you?
That's what I meant,
damn it.
Jedi. That's why I mean
Shut
scary.
the fuck up.
Shut up, God.
I have to fucking muzzle you. Alright. Now that I muzzled your dumbass, what I need you to do is prior to the mountaintop, because you just said, prior to the mountain, example, there has been somebody that's measured it before that. Find me that first source where it got measured the first time.
He's deafened him.
Do you
Yeah, deafened himself, so kick his stupid ass.
Alright. Who is this guy? Like,
Nutcase.
fucking.
I'm here. I'd like to finish answering the question that you asked, and then we can go to the other question that you.
Get the fuck out of this channel.
Bye. Creepy.
I don't know, where's this fucking. He ain't gonna be fucking deafened in this fucking channel, that's for sure. You can go deafened in another fucking channel.
How are you going to have a perpendicular to vertical when the perpendicular to vertical would be a curved fucking line? That's not perpendicular then.
So Embo and Britnet announced their retirement, and Omnivore joins right after. Is it like they're switching channels or something? I don't know. They're being promoted or down. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like it.
They're being reassigned to the Trump.
I tore his ass up yesterday. I tore his ass up yesterday with depth.
So if he was talking about some dumbass example, and he first of all doesn't, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know anything about it. He knows some like topical information of it, but he doesn't know it in depth. And on top of that, if somebody's ever measured the curvature prior to that, which is what his dumbass said, they need to give me that shit. Because I want to examine it, see if he knows what he's talking about. Because he doesn't. Like, he's fucking talking out of his ass, dude. Like, most of these staunch Globers do. That's what I want to point out. It's like, they don't know what they're talking about. Now, fuck, get into the minutia with them. It's like, they're not going to offer anything. We can kick them around a little bit, but I want to expose their dumbass.
Yeah, the issue with Omnivore is that he, even if you're right, he will not agree with you because you're a flat earther and you're wrong.
Well, it makes for good listening on YouTube, but since he's not here,
Can I ask you guys if you guys are still debating about flat Earth?
There's always
not
a
a
debate.
Yes.
Actually, not
Yes,
even
we
a
are.
debate, but it.
Bro,
Do you have
because
any
I was
evidence
talking
of the
to
Earth
some
being
other
a closed
guy.
Earth?
I don't know. Sorry?
Do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
What?
Do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I sort of do.
All right, go ahead and give it to me, man.
Sort of do.
Go
Well,
ahead and
because
give it
the
to me.
last time,
What you got?
the whole debate kind of got left off at like a certain point when I was talking to everybody else in this conversation, but
All right, so
it's been a
that's
long time.
yesterday. That was yesterday. That was yesterday. Today's a new
No,
day.
I
Give me your
haven't been
evidence.
on Discord for like a few weeks now. But anyway, point is,
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah,
That's fine.
I'll
Go
give
and
my
give me your
point.
evidence.
Yeah, so somebody the last day was saying something about like how I made the claim about how you can see the moon even though it's such a far distance away from the Earth, right? And then they're like, okay, yeah, of course, it's very big, so obviously you're going to be able to see.
All right. You're gonna keep going on for about another 5-10 minutes. Can you just give the evidence for what you think the Earth is a globe? Just the evidence, sir. That's all.
My point is if
None
I'm
of
in
the
a plane,
We don't need a Yappuccino, man.
Jesus Christ. I want to hear what he has to say.
so my point was like, if you're flying through on a plane, right, and you see a building from a far distance away,
evidence starts with
you
if
don't.
you're flying on a plane.
Wait.
That's how
Let me
your
finish.
evidence starts?
God damn it! Just let me finish, bro. You don't start seeing it as a minuscule small dot from a distance and then it starts to grow large. You start seeing it from top to bottom. And if you start
your
seeing it
evidence
from top
doesn't
to
start
bottom,
with if
What are
you
doesn't that
lose.
No, what are you hold on, guys. What are you seeing from top to bottom? What are you seeing from top to bottom?
the top of a building or anything, a mountain in the distance, anything in the distance, basically.
Okay, that's great.
You don't see a
What is your
small
evidence
speck
that the
going
Earth?
big.
What is your evidence that the Earth is a globe? Is this your evidence?
Can you let me finish, man?
Let him fucking finish.
I'm asking my question. Just answer it. Is this your evidence? Yes or no? Or is this your evidence
Why?
coming later?
You
Is this your
are an
evidence?
annoying man, aren't you? Anyway, the
No,
fact
I
that
want you to get to the. I want.
It's impossible to have a conversation.
Anyway,
Talk, dude.
yeah. Anyway, is this your evidence, or is your evidence coming later? Just answer.
Maybe if you let me finish.
It's a boring ass monologue that you're doing. That's not. I mean, if it's not your evidence, we're gonna listen to it, and then you're gonna say, "Well, that's not my evidence." So I want to know if this is your evidence or not, so we can cut to the old crap cake, dude. Is it?
Dude, if I start. Oh my god, I don't even want to. It's so fucking
Yes or no?
stupid.
Yes or no?
Sure. Just answer. If this is evidence, say this is my evidence, and I'm telling you.
I
If
can't
this is
even
not your
understand
evidence,
what your yes
then
or no
fucking say
question
it.
is, man. You keep mumbling. Speak a little slower.
Mumbling? What?
Let me
I'm asking you.
ask him real quick.
Okay, let me ask
The
you kindly. Can you please speak a
buildings that
little
you're talking
slower?
about. The buildings
Yes.
that you're talking about appearing top first as you approach the horizon. Is this your evidence for a globe, for a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yes, because anywhere in the world you will always find the exact same thing happening or anomaly, or as some people say.
All right. So do you think that the Earth is a globe, or did you measure it using this?
Okay, for your second question, no, but for your first question, yes, I do think it's a globe.
Okay. So we need a measurement, not a story. You gotta have some measurements. If you think the Earth is a globe, then measure it, and then come back and bring that data.
You can easily go on Google Maps and type in the Earth.
No, it's not. I'm
And
not
you'll
gonna
see the
easily
globe
do
that you're
anything.
looking for, man.
The onus is on you to provide the data of how the Earth is per the measurements.
What do
They
you
already
think I
tell
was
us how
just
big the
trying
Earth
to
is.
explain?
Listen,
You're
bro.
explaining what you see. You're explaining what you see, not what you measure. What you see is not what you measure. Two different things.
He's
I want to hear
trying
what
to
you have
bring
to
you
say.
real quick, bro. He's trying to bring you to the direct, for you to maybe provide the direct measurement, because you're talking about an observation that you might be discarding
Which
other.
proves
Listen,
something.
hello.
Yeah,
You might be discarding other variables that might be causing the effect that you're observing, there might be other different variables, and you're discarding and not checking in other reasons that might be causing this effect, and you're coming to the conclusion that it is because of the curvature. So he's saying, okay, if you think this is the actual cause of the effect, then where is the measurement of this cause? The curvature. The curvature will be causing the effect that you're observing. Now let's go directly to the measurement.
It's a visualization that proves
He gets to,
an idea or an ideology.
No, it's not an ideology. But when you say it's a visualization, but what Alpha's trying to
Does
point out.
somebody in this conversation know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah. Trying to help you understand what's going on.
You get it. Go ahead, Jedi.
So, yeah, we understand what you're saying. Your visualization. Okay. Alpha and Gemsy are asking you for the measurements of the observation, because we're going to ask you things like, what distance?
Well, truthfully, I mean, who would ever have any measurements? Because what exactly are you asking me to measure?
Because the observation is based upon a prediction. That prediction is
it's based off of visualization.
Yeah, but that visualization has a mathematical prediction because it's the Earth that's causing the effect. The curvature of the Earth, stopping you seeing the bottom of boats. That's got mathematical values attached.
Have you ever asked yourself? Okay, never mind. I'm going to start after. Never mind. Sorry.
Dude, it's fine. I'm only trying to help you. All right, that's all I'm doing at the moment. Okay, cool.
Are you? I can't tell though. Are you trying to challenge my understanding, or are you trying to prove me wrong?
Right. No, at the moment, I'm trying to help you. So, Socratic method. I'm trying to get you to think about what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Are you trying to challenge my understanding?
Okay, so your visualization, that's because the boat's going over the curve, right?
Okay.
Okay, now that curve is the Earth. That Earth's got a size, hasn't it?
Yep.
Cool. That's got a radius, for example, 3,959 miles. See, now it becomes mathematic, it becomes geometric. There becomes a prediction involved because you're making an observation. Right, it's going to go over the curve at a certain distance, depending on the height of your eye, depending on how big the ball is that you're standing on.
Yes.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
So the things like how high...
I think you understand what I'm saying fully.
Yeah, of course. So the question like, how high were you above sea level becomes very apparent, right?
Mm-hmm.
The size of the ball.
Very easily.
Yeah, of course. Because we want to know the distance to the horizon and the distance that the boat is going to start disappearing and when it is going to disappear beyond the horizon. We're talking about height, we're talking about distances. So measurements, my friend. That's why he's asking you. Do you understand?
Of course.
Good. So this is what we do.
You still didn't prove me wrong.
Yes, that's going to come next because your visualization, trying to point out to you that that's a prediction. It's a prediction to where the horizon should be for the observer, standing at a certain altitude above the sea level. All right?
Like I said, it's not a prediction, it's a visualization, an observation.
Yeah, I understand it's a visualization. I get that. I'm trying to point out to you that we should be able to figure out where the horizon is when you're standing at a certain height above sea level. Trying for you to understand that the visualization is the geometry of a ball. It's just a mathematical prediction. It's
a ball. Scary. Think about what you just said. A ball.
Yeah, a ball, a sphere.
So, are you saying that the Earth is not flat?
No, I'm helping
using a ball as
no. I'm understanding your visualization.
I don't even think he understands what you're saying to him.
I don't think he understands what he just said.
No, you don't understand what he's saying to you at all. That's why you got the giggles now.
No, man, I know what I'm talking about, man.
Dude.
What I said proves curvature.
Dude.
Who?
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
he's saying to you, he's saying to you, if the Earth was a ball.
Exactly. Why would he even have to bring up?
It would have certain geometric consequences. You're saying
one
of those
to describe something you were just trying to explain.
I haven't finished, dude. I haven't finished. You're
Sure,
saying one of those
Sunday.
geometric consequences is not being able to see the bottom of something beyond a certain point. And he's pointing out, okay, let's evaluate the distance to that certain point.
That is not what I said.
And see if what we're
By the way.
observing matches that geometry.
But that is not what I said.
But this is a total diversion away from what Alpha originally wanted.
Can I initially say again what I said in the first place? What I had said in the first place is if you see a building in the distance, it doesn't go from being simply smaller to being bigger. You start seeing it from top to bottom. That was my point of proving curvature. That was my explanation from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But you guys got pretty off topic.
I'm gonna ask you. What's the cause?
Is that a Jedi right there? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yeah, of course it's geometry.
Yeah. So, what is the cause of you not being able to see the bottom of the building?
The fact that the world curves. It's
Yeah,
lower.
but-
It's on a lower level. That's why. That proves curvature over time. And it happens with anything you see in the distance.
Okay.
Light is curving.
Sorry, you guys go on.
So you're assuming that light travels in a straight line, and that's why the buildings are cut off. But if light doesn't travel in a straight line,
I did not say that. What the fuck? I didn't say light travels in a straight line.
5 words.
Don't put words in my mouth, bro.
He's gone. Who's next?
Jada, go ahead.
All right, good. So, mate, we understand your claim that the curvature of the Earth is going to obstruct your ability to see the bottom of objects, depending how high you are. We understand that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, more or less, yeah.
I'm trying to point out to you that there's maths involved, and that maths makes a prediction. How high you're going to be, where the horizon's going to be compared to the object that you're looking at. Right? There's maths involved. I'm just trying to get you to understand this. That's all.
I'm listening.
Good. Because the observation that you claim happens always doesn't. You're making a claim to the horizon must appear here and only here and never move. But I can show you, and we can show you.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You're saying that the curvature of the Earth has obstructed your ability to see the bottoms of things at distance. Well, what if I told you on a different day, if you used a different camera and it was better atmospheric conditions? All right, if you're just going to talk for me, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to do something else. Someone else can talk to you.
You know, no one's talking about specifically what I said. Like,
well, I'm going to talk to you, and I'm going to keep you on a very tight control. That's why you're muted right now. So it's going to be very, very calm, casual, and very slow. And if I detect that you're not responding to what I'm saying, then I'm going to put you back on mute and reiterate what I said. The reason I'm doing this, because I kind of put, this on speaker so my girlfriend can hear it, because this is one of the few times we actually talk about curvature. But he left like a bitch, just like the rest of them. They always whenever yesterday a dude was talking about stars and certain like lumen and things. I was like, okay, well, do you know what's required for that? So I went to Google and posted the formula, and the dude skedaddled. That was your point, dog. Now this dude is talking about things don't disappear and get smaller and smaller and smaller until because apparently flat earthers are so dumb that all we can say is things get so far that you can't see it. That's not all that happens, though, when you're looking at a ship very far in the distance and it seems like some of it is cut off. If you're looking at a very far away building, like, say, across to Jersey or something, and you can't see the bottom of it for some reason, whenever you can't see the bottom of something, they assume that it's Earth curve. So we're saying, actually, there's a formula. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. That's what you're calling the curve of the Earth that's blocking things from the bottom up. What we're trying to show you is that when you plug in the formula and when you actually have something to reference to see whether or not it's actually the horizon or not, it's never the horizon. That's the point. But they don't never stick around. Yeah, it was pointed out to him the there will be other variables that he will have to take into account to be able to come to that conclusion. But he came to that conclusion even without thinking that the horizon is one of those things that he's claiming. The curvature, like you mentioned, Jedi mentioned it to him, and he said, "No, I'm not saying that." But that is exactly what you're saying, that the curvature or the geometry or the horizon in that case, in that ball, is causing the blockage of the bottom of the observed object. But he didn't even get what he was saying himself.
No, he didn't have a clue what he was saying. Even though I explained.
And I mentioned before Jedi, I was trying to bring him up to say that there might be other variables, right? So you will have to discard or take into account a bunch of other variables to be able to come to that conclusion. And he was kind of there, but he never made it. He didn't saw the whole picture, like you guys were trying to bring him up. Yeah, go ahead.
On to the next person.
Oh, I could destroy you guys.
But I
You
don't know
can
if I want to
destroy
do
us
that.
while sleeping. You while sleeping, you can destroy us. Wow.
Maybe
Yeah, I could
have some
destroy you.
coffee first as you're waking up, bro.
No, I was yawning. That's why.
Go ahead. Speak to Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah. Speak to the destroyer guy. Speak to Big Daddy.
I heard you say that you can destroy us. I would assume I would need to make a claim for you to destroy, right?
Yeah.
Or you're not a bigot, right? So you don't think you're not going to just copy paste someone's worldview onto me because I say I'm a flat earther, right?
No, it wouldn't make me a bigot, even if I was to do that. But I'm not gonna do it. Let's go.
Yeah, well, you would be a bigot if you're like, well, you believe in ice walls and this and blah 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 blah. No, I don't.
Okay. What is your view then?
Well, my view is that there's no measurable curvature anywhere. In fact, the measurements that we do take are for definite horizontal measurements of the Earth. And you can go with either one, the debunking of the curvature or the fact that we measure the things with reference to the horizontal Earth or the horizontal plane of the Earth. You can pick one.
He fell asleep. He was falling asleep, and he finally did.
He left? Oh my God! See, because if they can't, but you see what happens when you set it up in a way that you're only going to talk about what's pertinent. They kind of just check out from the beginning. But if they can say, so I can disprove you guys. So are you saying that the ISS isn't real? So are you saying that? Fuck all that. Are you here to talk about what I'm saying? Yeah? Oh, okay. Well, there's no measurable curvature. Or we utilize the Earth as a flat, motionless plane. Which one do you want to go with? The nigga dipped. I mean, but
I'm
that's
not sure if he did, but did he?
Yeah, he dipped. I don't see the little cat icon. He just straight up dipped.
That's how he destroys people, by leaving. Well, that's 2 out of 2, Elijah. You're like 2-0 today.
Wait, we have a nice one there.
Even Ember announced retirement, and Britnet announced retirement. Everybody will retire eventually. Who's hot micing? Is that someone is hot micing in the background? Check your mic.
Mic check. Is this better?
Yeah, much.
All right. So, any new people would like to ask any questions to the panel? We have Jedi available. Elijah might be still available. You can open your mic. And Alpha Veritas took a break, so he won't be yelling at you. So, take advantage of this. And Quantum hasn't joined yet, so you'll be able to have a longer conversation.
Has QE rejoined the server?
He's been here for 2 nights.
Really? And I've missed both of them. Wow, okay. How have they gone? Is he still part of the server? Is he not been banned yet?
It's been good. I like it. He's overall awesome, but it's just his points are very, how do you say? He's kind of like a concentrated punch that knocks you out.
Yeah, that 1 inch punches. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, hopefully I'll bump into it at some point.
The last 2 nights he joined, I think it was about 11 Eastern Time, United States.
Okay.
So for him, it's probably maybe 9 o'clock, maybe if he's Central or something.
I get you. About 3-4 hours away, maybe then.
Yeah. He stays for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then he leaves.
Okay.
Maybe less. That's why I mentioned to Embo that last night he joined while QE was talking about refraction, and Embo opened his mic and started, telling QE how QE was wrong.
I just assumed that was on 24/7 because you said QE, to be fair. So that took place here. Yeah, I get you.
Mm-hmm. So then Embo announced his retirement today, and I was like, oh, maybe that was what happened last night or something?
Wow.
Would you guys agree, no matter what the sun does, the Earth's still not a ball? Water's not curving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What the sun is actually doing is another question. But it's over a flat plane. When we're going to ask the question about what the fuck it's doing, where's it going, that type of shit.
The sun, if you ask me, the sun is an effect that's being caused and it's between the medium below our feet and the medium that we're in, and the medium's above it. So it's not the medium below our feet. So how can it be the cause of the shape of the ground below our feet? It's not it. It's not the ground or the waters across. So if the sun is doing something in its medium, it's doing it over there, right there.
I agree, Jimsy. It's almost like it's a spiritual realm, and for me personally, I've come to accept that I may never know what the sun's doing, but that's okay. That's just me, you know.
Oh, good to hear from you, Dallas Dave. It's been a minute.
That's
Say
not Dallas Dave. He said Dallas Dave.
What's his
I'm
name?
not the Watergate guy. I'm the other Dave.
That's not what I mean. All right, but I know who I'm talking. not
Yeah,
the water guy.
Kentucky
I know
Dave.
you're not the water guy.
And
So
you're
we just
exactly on point. People should come in here and be asking us questions about where's this curvature at, and they never want to talk about that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Kentucky Dave, not Dallas Dave.
Dallas Dave was water gas guy, right? The water gas.
Yeah.
He was a character.
Water gas. You fucked up, Elijah.
It's redneck racist.
It's funny how these guys want to talk about everything, the sky and everything else, except what we're actually trying to talk about. Where is the damn curvature at? I'll shut up.
We've been putting them into retirement recently, mate. That's what's going on. They've given up with it. They've come in here. They've broke up with us. They told us it's our fault. We haven't changed. We pointed at our other friends or their other friends and pointed out how they haven't changed. No one's grown. We don't want the same things anymore. And left. It's been emotional.
I'd talk about
almost feel-
it, but I'm deeply involved in chocolate ice cream, a bath, and some scented candles.
Yeah. It's just what they're doing. They're getting on with their lives. Probably go to a spa or something, get their nails done.
This moment of silence brought to you by NASA. We've been probing Uranus since 1958. Back to you guys.
It's Uranus. Uranus.
It's Uranus.
It's no,
That
it's
joke
yours.
stinks.
Oh dear. There'll be blood in the water soon. The sharks are just swimming around quietly at the moment in the still waters, waiting for some blood. First one to sniff it, then we're all going to act like mental cases.
Or we could think, hopefully, that somewhere in this vast audience that's listening to us right now, there's somebody with a generally curious mind that wants to question about the reality which they live. Is that a possibility? Maybe they'll come in here and talk to you guys.
I mean, it's possible. It's happened before. It's few and far between, dude.
Yes,
There is curious minds. It's just the attention span, I think, has been reduced from, I don't know, 1 minute 30 seconds to 10 seconds lately or something. It's very low. The attention span of many people that join, if
Good
they
point.
can just get a word in, or they just say something and then leave without even listening to the reply.
Yeah, it's a good point, James. It's almost like they're being programmed or indoctrinated or whatever. Nobody wants to just think for themselves and just, here's reality. What is it? What's wrong with that? I don't know.
So obviously not everyone, but has for the past few days there's been many examples of people just joining, saying something and leaving. Like they kind of sound it, like they wanna have the conversation, but it's like, okay, all I got is 20 seconds of attention. That's it, or day. We had a couple examples like the Sleepy Destroyer guy. He said, "I will destroy you." And then Elijah said 10 words and he was gone.
Just using us. At least Embo stuck around for a while. Like these one or 20-second stands you got.
Yeah, these fleeting encounters aren't sustaining us. We need something a little bit more meaningful. But good on Embo and Britnat. I hope they'll be very happy.
Well, Bo and Britt riding off into the sunset together. On a ship going over the horizon.
Yep, it is as gay as it sounds.
He mentioned Britnet and feelings and that kind of stuff. He had a conversation with another Glober, and yeah, sounds like it was Britnet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's maybe like a triangle of love because it's trigonometry man, triangles, and Bitnet and Embo. Decided we're just missing one to announce his retirement. You got a triangle of love. That's Radwin's fault. Bringing up the triangles to them.
Gemsy, why do you deny the curvature?
I mean, I don't deny cartoons. When I look at a cartoon and I see the cartoon, I say, hey, look, a cartoon. Cool cartoon. But I therefore don't say, I live in a cartoon because I see a cartoon.
Have you ever touched grass?
Hold on, let me hold on.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Is that the question?
The question is, why do you deny the curvature, Elijah?
Okay, so from the Navy, how do they define curvature so that we know what we're looking for?
Is the rate change of slope of non-zero?
Can somebody grab that for me? For us? For him? So that we know what we're talking
I mean, I don't even disagree with that. That's a forward approximation of what I'd be talking about.
Slope-intercept formula. It's not an approximation.
Well, it's accurate if the distance between your 2 points is 0. So the limit of what you just said, as the distance between those approaches 0, you get to true curvature, right?
We're talking about... Sorry, Elijah.
You take two samples. You measure the slope at both points.
Slope.
And then you...
What slope?
The slope that our good friend Gemsy just introduced.
Awesome stuff. So that's a rate of change.
Yes.
From horizontal, isn't it? Good.
Yeah, so in calculus terms, it'd be like the first derivative. You do like f prime of x minus f prime of y divided by x minus y. And what you'll realize is that is the forward approximation of the second derivative being f double prime of x.
Good, Elijah. You can carry on.
So where do we have this change from horizontal? Where is that measured at in reality?
Have you ever touched grass?
Hold on, let me, because these are the kinds of situations.
Have you ever touched grass? Like, it's a simple question.
Why do we deny curvature, babe? Right?
You've touched grass, correct?
Okay, I said, well, do you know what the Navy's definition is? Gemsy gave it to him. Yes,
we literally just went there. F prime of x minus f prime of y over x minus y.
So I said, okay, so where do we find a change from horizontal in reality?
Actually, one actually. Yeah, I'm happy to answer. Can I answer?
Actually, dick sucker, you're going to be quiet because I don't like when people talk when I'm talking. So you're on mute. You're probably going to leave or you're going to stay on mute till I'm done talking. So he asks me, have I ever touched grass?
Yeah, we know. Frustrating as fuck.
I know what the fuck that got to, but in your mind, when you subconsciously thinking, my boy, I gotta let you hear how some of these people talk to me, babe, sometimes. I'm just saying. All right, you can continue with your grass and whatnot.
It's foundational, right? Because what I'm appealing to is if you actually fucking stepped outside, you would see the curvature in front of your two eyes. Supposing you have two eyes.
First. He's gonna need to be a little bit more specific than fucking have you been outside, dude.
Well, have you? Have you ever seen a sunrise?
Dude.
Have you?
He's being specific. You're now being fucking ambiguous.
You have seen a sunrise before, correct?
Kind of pestering type of questioning on your.
No, it's directly dispositive, right? Because the sunrise is going to prove the curvature.
The sunrise is going to prove the curvature.
Correct. And so I'm asking if he's seen a sunrise, so he can't.
So apparently, you're going to show a rate of change of slope on the horizon, and it's going to be interesting.
What's up, chat?
Yeah, I'm not doing it with him. Listen, you're not going to tell me that looking.
What up, chat?
Oh, what's up? What's your name?
What, my name? Are you asking for my name?
Not anymore. You're muted. Thank you. Okay, back to what we were talking about. So Rye, whatever it is your name is. I asked you for a measurement that proves the claim. Are you fucking telling me that looking at a sunrise is a measurement? Of rate of change from non-zero. That's it. So we talked about the definition. So now you're going to tell me that looking at a sunset is the measurement that I'm looking for. Are you for real?
Yeah, the photons are going to hit your eyeball, and that's going to be a measurement that we care about.
I don't know. I mean, guys, I'm muting him because I don't know what to. That's how we going to get a good conversation out of that.
He's just being stupid right now. He's thinking like you're a robot that can detect the photons and measure it just by looking at it. This person's a monkey.
You know what? I'll let one of you guys. He's not. I don't talk to people that aren't receptive. So
he's just going to talk about.
You just look at it. If you want to determine if a dog is a dog, you look at it. If you want to determine if a cat is a cat, you look at it. If you want to see if a ball is a ball, you look at it.
And if you want to see if a sunset is a sunset, you look at it. But what the fuck would that have to do with the measurement of a change from horizontal? Like the fuck? Jesus Christ! I gotta roll up.
Can one of you ask this person, if it knows what a triangle is?
Oh, mate,
I think you know what I'm getting at here.
I get you, but those are too many sides at the moment. We're still trying to figure out one side and an orientation, that being horizontal. So maybe later when they get this very simple term. Baby steps, right? Maybe
I don't think it gets the term, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I go on to more sides.
I don't think it ever will, to be honest with you.
There we go. I mean, if you want to knock yourself out, feel free.
Oh, man.
Do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, do you know what a triangle is?
A triangle is the area enclosed by a bivector.
What?
A triangle is the area enclosed by a bivector.
Man, I can't find the picture.
This is Differential Geometry 101.
Citation, please.
Wikipedia work?
As long as the source is good, I guess we'll find out.
Okay.
Post it in chat.
1 second. Here you go. You'll see for two vectors A and B, the enclosing region, that's what we call a triangle. And this is a good definition because it generalizes to the complex numbers, it generalizes to the quaternions, it generalizes to differential geometry, it generalizes to manifolds as well.
Ah, dear. We're not interested in. Maybe we should ask you again, but maybe be a little bit more specific. In Euclidean geometry, what's a triangle?
It's the area enclosed by a bivector.
Okay, what's a bivector?
So a bivector is a two-vector quantity. It's two vectors with the same origin point, but different directions and potentially different lengths.
Okay.
Look at the link that it just posted.
What's useful is that these are meaningful on manifolds as well, which is, I think, where we're going.
A non-specific.
So a manifold is... What's up?
Just remembering our conversation from a few days ago.
I don't remember you, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
And here's what I mean by manifold, if you're curious. They even show a picture of the globe, which is perhaps where we're going.
No.
Okay, Ree, can you look in the side chat and answer that question?
Ree, I've got a question for you.
What's up?
Damn, I just was about to get a.
Do you think that all a priori truths are analytic, or can some of them be synthetic?
We're not answering that. Sorry. Nope. No.
No, I think they're by definition analytic. The former.
Better
So
question.
you're making.
The better question is, what's a right angle triangle?
A right angle triangle is a triangle that's generated by an orthogonal bivector.
Okay. So what's an elevation angle?
What's a what triangle?
What's an elevation angle?
Can you demonstrate the relevance of that question? You bear that burden when you ask a question, by the way.
Well, yeah, because in on the Earth, especially for navigation, you take elevation angles to the.
I do? I mean, this is the term that you introduced, Gamer.
Well,
I'm happy to use your term, but you do need to demonstrate how it's relevant. Like, what fact at issue is...
Excuse me.
How does it connect?
Excuse me.
You're excused.
They use a right angle triangle, right, in celestial navigation. So you asked what the relevance was?
Wait, where's your source for that?
Look it up, like you asked
Look
me.
it up? I'm expected to post sources that you can just look it up? How is that fair, Gamer?
All right. So you want to source
Notice
for
how the
elevation
Globers
angle?
are held to a higher standard because they are inherently more evidence-based. The flatters get away with bullshit.
Then I said, okay. But
Okay, well then, when you have your source in SideChat, we can talk, okay?
All right. Well, all right. So
Yo, Creed.
all right, there you go. Put it in the chat right now.
Yo, where's GD? Yo, where's GD at?
Oh. Yep. All right, there you go. That's the relevance. Any more questions before I continue?
Where does it say anything about navigation? Where does it say navigation at all? You said this related to navigation. Where is navigation in the screenshot?
Do you know what a sextant is?
Again, demonstrate the relevance of this term you're introducing.
Okay.
Is this your homework?
Yeah. Okay. Now, in the context of sustainable design, elevation angle refers to the angle years in the sky measured. That is an elevation angle from the horizontal to the celestial body. Now, before I unmute him, altitude angle in navigation, because what a twat he is, right?
Yo, is this a debate for snails or something? Why is it?
Yep, exactly. I like it nice and slow. Now, there you go. That's what an elevation is. Relevance to celestial navigation. There it is. Now, what? We're trying to unmute you, but somebody. Oh, okay, somebody's being a dick. Jedi, can you find out who's muting when I'm unmuting this guy?
Plot twist, it's Jedi.
Are you saying that altitude angles and elevation angles are the same thing?
Yes, they are.
Can you demonstrate that?
Look at the first thing I posted.
The first thing you said relates to sustainable design. Is that what I'm looking at?
Mm-hmm.
What do they mean by sustainable design?
All right, he's staying on mute. He's not obviously. I mean, because he's acting retarded, but we all know that elevation angles have to do with navigation. In fact, it's what built the globe and latitude. So I'm not about to do this every 1 inch. What's this? What's that? Can you? No, fam. That's too ridiculous. We asked you what a triangle is. You couldn't just give a regular fucking definition. You're like, what's that? No, we're done with you, bro. Forever. I'm never unmuting you. So just so you know, we got beef. Have fun somewhere else. You see me, you're on mute. Hate annoying people. Sit here trying to cook dinner at the same time, trying to talk to a hard ass.
I just sent him to the void, where he belongs.
I don't know how to boot people. I damn sure would.
It's wasting people's time here.
That's wasting time is like. So I don't.
Yo, Rhea's trolling this chat right now. Oh, it's gone. Somebody banned him.
Good.
He's gone.
Good riddance.
I don't know why he does that. He specifically, exclusively talks in a purely mathematical form with his terminology, and he'll refuse to talk like a normal person.
I mean, that's fine, but he's still not answering questions. Like, okay, what is elevation? What is that? How is it relevant? Suck my dick.
No, but the thing is some definitions in high-level mathematics make no sense when you're referring to real-life situations.
Yeah,
like his bivector thing with the triangles, because that makes polygons triangles, that makes circles triangles.
I didn't know that, as I hate math. So thank you for.
It's nothing real. It's just mathemagics, really. And I guarantee you he thinks he's smart when he acts like that. Like, he actually thinks he's intelligent.
I mean, I know what a bivector is. It's two directions.
It's literally just two lines with an angle between them.
Yeah, but he said, say bivector is close. Okay.
Yeah, because that's when you get into differential geometry. That's the mathematics he's trying to pull on you.
I mean, he still got to the two lines. But unfortunately, like, we need 3 angles, so that equal 180 degrees. As long as he was going to get there with his whatever he was doing, I really didn't care. But he wasn't really trying to move forward at all.
He was in here before, and he was trying to say everything is just a mathematical construct.
No thanks.
How are you doing, Big Daddy Flurf?
Have you spoken to Ree in other rooms, Satoshi?
No, only here, but I noticed every time he comes in here, he refuses to talk normal. Only in a mathematical way he'll talk.
He's a brain in a jar, that's why.
Yeah, he's getting fucking live programmed by the simulation.
That's why he can't commit, because it's everything. If he were to commit, it would be a tangible acknowledgement of reality. And he can't do that because he's living in a paradigm in his own head that he can be or can do, or his world can be as he pictures it. And
Dude,
he's found a way to back that up with math.
The first thing he said when he came in this room was, "If you want to see the curvature, just go outside and look up." Or I don't know, something like that. Look up or look outside or something.
I think he was going to sunsets. I mean, he's stuck in this little loop where he has to be a sarcastic little bitch and say things like, have you seen grass? Have you touched grass? Instead of just asking someone, have you been outside and seen a sunset? Because I think that implies earth curvature. I think that's where he was going. But he gets stuck in his own nonsense.
Part of me makes me think that they do it on purpose because deep down they know they're really not on a ball, but they're trying to like keep that illusion going because they're like, oh, space, oh, we're going to the stars.
I think a lot of people have actually seen through flat Earth and realises it implies a creator, therefore some sort of religious accountability to it. And that terrifies them. But I mean, Earth's not flat because of that, but a lot of people see through the heliocentric lie pretty quick, I think. Because we're quite adept at explaining the nonsense.
You know, the rovers, all they have is distractions. Because if you could boil it down to, there's no measurable curvature, or to use everything. Once you boil it down to that, they either have to say that's incorrect, which you would have to substantiate your claim, which is fine by me, or, well, yeah, either case they would have to say incorrect, in which case I would substantiate what I'm saying. But as long as they don't have to respond to just curvature, which is the one item on the table that is the only thing that matters, they could talk about everything else and all a distraction. All of it. Because it's not about how it's not curved or how it is flat. All of the rest of it is a distraction.
Yep. You're not wrong.
Like I could see Professor Dave and shit like that because like somebody like Professor Dave is probably. I mean, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But it's like we know the best of the best Globers. They know how to avoid certain conversations or avoid saying certain things. I don't know if that's where the level of Dave, because I've never seen him have to actually debate somebody on serious level. So I just imagine they're all like that. So when you get on somebody's platform and then they could twist words and can't really just articulate the simplest thing, which is there's no measure of curvature. Here's how I know. Is used as a flat plane. Here's how I know. If you can't get that out in its most simplest form, so that someone on the other side can go, okay, well, how's that? How do you know? And then you just give them a couple of citations. That's literally all you got. Give them a couple of citations or a couple of demonstrations, or show them how they can validate it for themselves, right? And then the conversation is done. I'll look into that. When they start talking about, I'm not sure I trust your math and this, that stops the audience from actually seeing the conclusion and then making a determination for themselves.
Again, you're not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. No need to be overly complicated about it, like to rub your intellectual penis in our faces or fucking hell, man. It was plainly, oh, I can't help it if I'm intellectually superior to you. Fuck off.
There's nothing intelligent with what that guy was saying.
Oh, I know.
You're getting close by a bivector.
Yeah, bivector. Oh my god.
But could you imagine going on like, a popular show and then, asking about a triangle and then they pull that up? Now, if he's the type of person that Professor Dave is going to talk all up and down while you're trying to make you look stupid because he already has the moral high because he's a globe earther, right? So all he has to do is jab, jab, jab just enough for you to be off kilter, and then whatever he says doesn't really matter. But imagine Professor Dave saying some shit like, these enclosed bivector, blah, 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 and you go, that's interesting. Let me just go ahead with Webster, and then and then pulling that up. Look, guess what? Common folk like simple shit. Then they'll be like, well, I know that he just pulled as a triangle. What the fuck is this dude talking about trying to sound smart? But they'll listen like, okay, what's the relevance? But then when you go on about the triangle, whatever point, you know what? I've been hearing that for a while. What is the triangle thing? Is there like some kind of argument for that?
I'll tell you. Because we're talking about, and you're talking about the same thing, keeping things really simple. Now, the formulation of this particular thing about the triangle goes like this. First, you ask them what the definition of an angle is. Cool, they'll probably get that right. We understand what it is, don't need to tell you. We then show them the the IQ test from NASA, which gives us 4 figures that look at first glance like triangles. The question is, which of these figures is not a triangle? One of them's got a curved line in it. In one of the other figures, 2 of the lines don't meet at the vertex, so don't meet the definition of what a triangle is. We have that conversation. Ends up in point 3. Can you measure an elevation angle if you curve your horizontal line? is at an angle. That's where we're going. The keeping things simple thing, because we're getting to what you're getting about, like keeping it simple.
Yeah, I can just imagine putting some of these Globers in a third grade classroom and putting them next to these 8-year-old kids and asking them all the question, which one's not a triangle? I guarantee you the kids would get it right.
Yeah, it's just the point cognitive dissonance jumps in, or somebody likes to try, because they've heard the argument before, likes to come in with fucking bivectors and shit. Or in the case of somebody, say, like Donald, likes to try and get his way around when he starts drawing tangent lines to curves and shit like this. So it's just another one of those interesting talking pieces at the moment. Like elevation angles, like measuring the earth and shit. Keeping it simple, what's an angle? We've been doing this for ages. It's just we've pulled it back out of the pocket for a recent couple of days because we've got pictures and an IQ test from NASA. Radman brought it up.
Have you heard of the show Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be it right there.
Fifth graders are pretty smart, man.
Definitely smarter than what comes in here. Oh my god.
So, do you get where the triangle thing comes from, Eli? Did you understand the explanation I gave you? No, I see. Ask a question and don't stick around for the answer. Gotcha.
I think he's doing something right now.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm only taking the piss. I thought I heard Bonks out there. What's up, Bong? My friend, how you doing?
What's up, Jedi?
What's up, brother?
Well, it's good to hear you, mate. Yeah, good to listen to the learning. Learning a lot, listening to you guys.
Likewise, my friend. Always been a pleasure when you've been around. It's good to see you back, man. You stuck around for a while since your recent vacation, so it's good to have you still around, mate.
Thanks. Good to be back. Talking to all these smart people that don't know what a triangle is. It's because children don't have that preconceived, you know what I mean? They're not they just answer the question.
It's interesting, the psychology that takes place when these people come in and try and answer the questions. The globe earthers, however we term them at the time, these people that come in with questions and claims. It's interesting to watch the psychological journey that these people take, whether it's a short one or whether it's a long one, a few minutes or a few hours, a few days, a few years. Some people. It's interesting, the psychology that takes place. The things that, the way the conversations go and the things that they struggle with, because the cognitive dissonance is starkly obvious for everybody to see. Struggling with something. One of those things is what fucking straight lines are. It's just fun.
I got a weird question.
What's that, mate? What's up, Kitty?
Yeah, so the world being flat, and y'all probably been asked this before, but if the world was flat, or say it is flat, right? Would there still be different, or would there just be one time zone, or how can you make the statement on multiple time zones? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Would the sun shine completely on the Earth? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what do you think controls our time? Where do we get time from?
Well, Well, I think time I think is like a man-made thing. It was just made up, right? And then we made our own time zones and all that. But you see what I'm saying? Like the sun would just be directly shining light over the whole Earth if it was flat, right?
Yeah. So we get our time because of the sun, specifically how the sun appears in the sky above the horizon, right? So the time zones, they're like lines that are drawn because of the way the observer at this particular line of longitude observes the sun. So they're waiting to observe the sun at, we call it 90 degrees when the sun is at its highest point at solar noon in the sky. Right? Yes. Now, if an observer was observing this looking south with his back to north, then this would be a line of meridian. Everything to their left-hand side of them, which was towards the east, would have been anti-meridian, right, before noon. Everything to the right-hand side, remember, still looking south, looking at the sun in the sky at its highest point, everything to the right is PM, post-meridian, after that line that we draw using the sun. As the sun moves across the surface of the Earth, we measure its solar noon and we divide them into 24. Now, it gets a little bit more complicated after that because there are different time zones because of political reasons and different maps and blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, this is where we get our time from. You have to understand, for us to explain how we explain time zones, it's just by observing the sun move across the sky. The Earth is flat and stationary, and the sun in this question, right, is moving across the sky, like the moon and stars. What we're talking... Sorry, just for a quick, what we're talking about here, though, right, is a flat Earth measurement, because we're going to be measuring this in angles, right? The sun moving across the sky from a point, and how much the separation between, if you point your finger at the horizon and point your finger at the sun, how much that's going to change throughout the year. Now, that's a flat Earth measurement because it's an angle measurement, and an angle is the intersection of two straight sides. It's an elevation because it's taken up from one straight side. Now, that straight side's the surface of the Earth. More specifically, mean sea level, water. It's used as a horizontal reference. At this point, the surface of the Earth is treated as a horizontal reference to measure an elevation angle and find its ground position. That's the position directly underneath the star, for example, or the sun in this question. So we can do that and figure out our distance. This is trigonometry. This is triangles, require straight sides to do so. It's a flat Earth measurement. So we can explain time zones really well. It requires a flat Earth to do so.
Right. Okay. I got you. So the Earth being flat, does it still have a spin? Like, does it still spin? Maybe not on an axis, but does it still like turn or
No.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. No. So like I said before, the Earth is stationary, and it's the sun, moon, and stars that move in their courses across the sky.
The only thing, as far as the Earth moving, is its revolution around the sun, right? Or is it still fixed in like the same position or state?
No. So maybe try and understand it like this. The surface of the Earth is the floor, and the sun is the thing that is moving across the surface of the Earth. Now, it changes throughout day to day, but it kind of regularly does the same type of thing. It will go from one place to another throughout the course of the day, and it will go from one diverse location to another from the course of season to season, north or south, for example. But it's the sun that is moving across the Earth. The sun, maybe you've got the idea that the sun is this super huge object and the Earth is kind of small compared to the sun. It might be the other way round. The surface of the Earth, however, is measured flat. So if the Earth is flat, it's just the sun that is moving across the sky. There's no motion to the Earth.
Okay, I see. That's a fair point. Bong Sol is the anti-flat earther.
He is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he puts high up on that.
No. I'm not an anti-earther. I am a flat earther. All right.
Oh, you're just
So
posting it
when you
on.
ask the question you're asking, okay, comes from government. You know, when Obama said we do not have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. So Flat Earth Society is a government psyop. Okay, it's controlled opposition. They created this group called the Flat Earth Society, and they basically just replaced the globe with a disk in space to make actual flat Earth look stupid. So this is why people ridicule it because of that. And even what's his name, Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel says, yeah, he even mentioned, what is this, the anti-Israel Flat Earth Society? So obviously they're promoting the Flat Earth Society to hide, us, the real thing, or not us, but flat Earth, the real thing. The Bible's, well, I believe it's the Bible's description is, as well as the ancient cultures, what they thought it looked like, a dome. Okay.
Sorry, do you see the images that Bong posted in the side chat of like this disc type thing?
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because he put psyop over it. Or well, that's why it just had me a little curious. I got you.
Yeah, it's definitely not that.
Now, Bong, you were saying the Flat Earth Society. So the leader of the Flat Earth Society is Mark Sargent, right? Or he's like the main talker or whatever. I've listened to a lot of what he had to say, and a lot of what he had to say kind of does make sense.
I don't think he's Flat Earth Society. Flat Earth Society is a particular website, particular characters, and I don't know for how long I've been talking about FE, and everybody I've known has been about it. None of them have any affiliation. I don't know anyone who actually has, which is weird.
Right.
So.
Okay, I got you. So when the sun reaches to like the middle point up at the top, like where it says the sky, would it be shining light on all of the Earth though, or
no?
Is that a claim that you're making?
No, I'm just asking a question.
Oh, I mean,
yeah, I'm not really here to debate, just here to learn and listen.
All right. Well, I mean, seeing is that it's measured, we're saying that we still have time. Don't you think that, it's not what you're asking? Obviously.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Mm-hmm. That was related to your most recent thing that you posted, Bong.
This is how the Bible describes it, and this is what I think it could be. It's just, yeah.
Well, no. I don't know if we can make a diagram and say this is what the Bible describes. Nah, it doesn't describe it that way. I understand what you. I'm just saying, there's a lot of biblical colleges, but it's like, what is the cosmology specifically? It's a little wonky in there. At the end of the day, nobody can give you an entire snapshot of the. Funny enough, even the paradigm have that because you can only see 50% of the sphere, can't you? Never going to see 100% of the Earth. That's kind of what people are asking us for. That's not why we're here. That's the claims that we make. we're saying is the measure is flat. I just think that people are that because they think it means that Eli from Brooklyn has to come an entire world of cosmology. I'm like, no, it just measures flat. What does that mean? You're just a person. What does that mean? No, if you open up a navigation book, or if you look at the history of latitude and how that was derived, you'd understand very quickly if the minimum angle Polaris can be achieved at the equator, and that's essentially a circle, and you're at the perimeter of that circle. It's not a sphere. We're talking about elevation angles, straight horizontal distance for the adjacent, and you have the vertical measurement of the body in the sky. But what's that have to do with any of the 1,000 questions? Absolutely nothing. So I just think that people don't understand what we're saying, and we're saying it's measured versus what quote unquote flat Earth is.
Yeah. You can yeah, what he said, it's about flat. The whole religion thing is just, yeah, you're asking for a model, and we can't say we have a model because that's what got us here in the first place. You know, what Elijah said. I mean, just minus the religion aspect and closer sun, smaller sun, day and night. Well, the yin yang symbol.
You know what I could ask? But I'm not
What do you
gonna
want to
just
ask?
yeah, there it is. I could ask questions, to Glovers in the same way, right? Like, so, for example, now we could be talking about the globe, but I'm going to start talking about the million other things, right? Like, okay, so, like, let's just say I am a flat earth. I don't know what the moon is. I know what it looks like. I don't know what it is, right? There's a claim on NASA's website. Okay, so it's a rock. It's this big. It's this far. Okay, how do you know? Do you want to know the answer to that? Someone's going to assume yes, since you already asked.
I would like to know the answer.
Yeah, the answer is 4 billion years ago, a wayward planet about the size of Earth crashed into Earth. It's called a glancing blow, so not directly, where it actually deposited its iron core energy into Earth's dying core. Not only did it do that for Earth as it was whizzing by, it broke off just enough for the moon to exist. That's where the moon comes from, some planet named Theia 4 billion years ago. And it's right size and right distance for the sun for there to be eclipses. Now, I would expect somebody, that was a really crazy claim, right? I would expect a rational person to ask me, what's your evidence of that? The same way we ask them evidence of curvature and stuff like that. But what do you think?
Well, they claim that this iron core that we have is causing a magnetic field, but
no, focus on the 4 billion years. They told us the story begins 4 billion years ago. What's the evidence for that?
They got none. It's obvious. They never have any evidence, dude.
So you can ask ridiculous questions their way all the time, but again, Yeah, who wants to do all that?
Elijah, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You do get my point, though. This iron core, they say that creates your magnetic field. Its temperature, it loses its magnetic properties a lot sooner than the temp at the heat that they say it's currently at.
The Curie point. It's beyond
Curie point.
the heat that they claim is at the core where any material is magnetic. How could that be called the magnetic field? Which is crazy. It's crazy that people still, man. I don't know.
Hey, Elijah, I got a question for you. You there?
Yeah, I mean.
All right. Where do you think that our Earth's magnetic field comes from?
I don't think, because I never made a claim. Like, when you don't make claims about things, like, how could you know? Like, that's like saying, I wonder the inner workings. I don't know, a Tesla car. I'm not a mechanic. I've never built cars, but I wonder. And then someone goes, so what do you think is it? I don't know. I never claim to know. I have no idea. I just know it exists.
Okay.
Hey, why does this catchphrase, what does that mean that some guy made a metal iron magnetic core that you haven't demonstrated? What does it mean to you to demonstrate an iron hot magnet?
Well, I don't think it's possible to demonstrate a magnet at that temperature consisting of iron.
So if you don't think it's possible, what are you asking us about?
Because we have a magnetic field on Earth, right?
I don't know what we have on Earth. It depends on what you're calling magnetic field, actually. What are you calling a magnetic field? And does it differ from any other magnetic field or any other thing? Or does it stop here by me and you? Or does it stop between us? Like, magnetic field to what extent? From where? I don't know.
That's what I'm asking.
You're asking me to explain reality? That's going to be hard. It's going to be fucking hard.
All right.
Here's the best explanation I can give you. Do stuff happens. Record what happens. Maybe it'll happen again. And then you can use that to do stuff with each time, that thing that'll happen every time when you do the same thing to get the same output. Maybe you do it a little different next time, a little different output, right? So you go play with iron, go play with magnets, go play with temperature, go play with cold mountains, go play with hot stuff, go play with lava streams, and then cold stuff above, and then sand over here that's super hot. And then, like, when you get all those things as a conglomerate, and you tell me what one magic effect of something is, I mean, you got to let me know, brother, because I don't know. You just saying the word magnetic field doesn't really help anybody. It just makes you be more stupid and think that Google has the answer, right? So the answer you came up with as a question just leads to more questions. Hey, this magnetic field we're all talking about, what is it? If you don't know, what are you talking about? I mean, what is it? Shouldn't you be able to answer it? Say there's all kinds of fields. There's field of temperature, kinetic energy, electricity, magnetic, wind. Like, I mean, come on, man. There's different materials that react. I mean, you tell me what's going down. You tell me why your little cat toy does magic stuff. Magnetic field. Everything acts like a fucking magnet. If something pulls this way, pushes this that way, has a reaction, that's what magnets do. It's like frequencies. You aim something there, it hits the thing, it reacts. Lo and behold. I mean, is that magnetism? Is that your field? The television, is that your TV magnetic field? Probably. But your radio, but your Wi Fi. Magnetic field. I don't know, brother. Did you figure anything out yet? Are you separating magnetism from everything else in the world? Like it's its own magical thing that nobody can even mess with. So it's not a magnetic sphere, right? It's a magnetic field. I just want to make sure I heard that correct.
What's up, Castle King?
What's up, folks?
What's up? I watched your video, man, and I checked out your channel, bro. And I checked out your channel, bro.
Right on, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, yeah. I subscribed and everything, but you gotta take down your flat Earth video because that kind of makes you look ignorant, man. Because you're misrepresenting. You misrepresented us. You strong man us on that one. You know, maybe you can make another video after we, maybe go through it.
There's room for a part two. Yeah, there's room for a part two.
Part one, but part one. All right. I mean, but you gotta admit that you strong man us in part one.
Oh, don't worry about it. Take his video to boys over at FED. We'll just review the video. No problem. Then we'll...
You think I strongmanned it?
Yeah, man. I don't want you to get banned because I checked out your channel and I know you mean well. You know, I see what you're doing, but you know, we got to get this right. You got to, at least be serious about this. You know what I mean? If you want to get it right, like learning about it. You don't have to accept it, but at least don't say "fuck this is bullshit" and walk away.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I never said that.
I don't even use that word. We'll even send a couple people to his channel. Maybe give him some views or whatever. But yeah, tell him, hey,
yeah,
Nathan Oakley in the panel, your video. We hope you take a look. So that's what we'll be doing.
It's not
I just want you to keep it real. I just want you to keep it real with us. Because if you're not keeping it real with us, people are going to know. All your audience and everyone watching you are going to know you're not keeping it real. You don't even know what you're talking about. You know how many flat earthers out there that are in a closet? I'm just saying, man. I'm just trying to help you out. I think you should take it down because it's a bad look one. And we can go over it again. And maybe you could do another one. It's up to you. I'm not trying to...
I mean, I do too, to an extent with human being. But I'm not above using your content.
You should watch the video.
I damn sure am.
That laugh you did was a bit creepy too, man. I was like, what the hell is this guy laughing about so long, so hard?
It was that musical intro that I was laughing at. Those notes.
Oh yeah.
Castle, for 3 minutes, were you laughing at the beginning of your video for the first 3 minutes?
Because it was those notes that I was hitting. It was funny.
2001 Space Odyssey. Yeah, I got that, man. But it was a bit creepy, though. Like, I mean, for just a normal audience.
It's not what he was laughing
at. Somebody who... I'm saying somebody who doesn't know, me as a person would probably think it's creepy, but yeah.
I understand. I'm Samuel, bro, but if I'm just saying for everybody else.
You know what it's like when we're overcome with the spirit of laughter. It's hard for us to stop.
Yeah, I get it. It's demonic. Sound like a bunch of hyenas and shit. Hey, I'll tell them to pipe down when I come out there with the slipper.
Yeah, I'm saying, a lot of our culture is like that. When we are excited, we faumu, and a lot of people think that's scary too when they hear that sound.
Yeah, for us, it's offensive because one, you drew the serpent and everything and made it look like, the serpent and the flat earth was a thing. There are Christians out there saying the flat earth is from the devil. You know what I'm saying? And I'm showing you stuff from Genesis 1 from the Bible, straight from the Bible. So I just want you to understand our position so that you don't strawman it.
Yeah, how do we safely do that?
Yep.
That whole video really felt like a big copium, almost as if you were inwardly crying about the fact that there's no borders. No offense at all, but it's a really strange video, to be honest.
Okay. Hey, this is good. I'm getting to hear your input on the video.
Yeah, it's also strange because it's almost like as if you haven't learned anything in here. Because there was literally no one positive.
I learned a lot.
Okay, then tell me why we say that the Earth is not a ball.
Because everything that you see out there measures flat. Sea level, it's flat.
Yeah, but that last part of your video where you zoomed out, right? And you showed, it looks flat, but it's a ball. That's what we've been trying to explain to you with the black swan and the radius, right? We've been trying to explain to you that it's not like that. You're 6 feet tall, right? And this ball is has only a small radius. It's not big, but you're trying to make the point that it's so big that it looks flat, and we're trying to show you that it's not. Go ahead.
Wait, what I find strange is he just drew a comic of something he has imagined in his mind, and then he laughed about the comic nobody claims. And it's I don't like the dishonesty, right? When you misrepresent people, there's a specific reason of why you do that, and it for me, maybe you can address the point, but it really looks like a misrepresentation. Like you drew something on paper which we never claim. Some dragon with some flat disc floating, and then you're laughing about your own drawing. It's really strange.
Do that. Have a valid refutation of the argument.
I'm telling you, man, it was those notes that I was hitting that busted me up. That's what was funny to me.
You drew a comic of
I don't believe
flat Earth that nobody claims.
No one believes what you just said.
It's like just so, but try it. That's fine.
Who's muffling in the background?
Wait. Let me say this. You're an artist.
Hold on. One more thing.
Yeah.
I was trying to get in. Yeah. Here's the thing. We only talk about two things: how they define curvature, and how you should see it, and how we see it, and how there isn't any in reality, and also how we navigate, fight fires, communicate, do all of that stuff. Reference up in the heart of God. Those are the two things that we talk about. Did your video address either one of those things?
No.
Well, didn't think.
I mean, what? Fight fires, and what was the other thing that you said?
No, the two things that I said, either doesn't matter to be a globe specifically because they what you should see, and we don't see that, or we can just go how we reference practice and measure practice. There's only two ways we're going: measurements, or the fact that they said geometrically is true, is not true.
I'm sorry, brother. It was hard to understand that you're kind of coming in like you're far away
muffled,
or something.
Man. You're muffled.
He's saying that measurements, right? It's two ways to do it. It's either measured flat, right, or it's curved.
How did you understand that, man?
Yeah.
I can't literally hear him. I really. It's like really.
Some people's headphones are like, "Babe, this must be."
What?
I'm telling you,
I said
man,
some
it's like
people
you're.
sound. Some people's sound is like really like Bong does music. So if he hears anybody, he's probably just gonna have ways to turn them up. But I'm not. It's still. I'll switch headphones for a second. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. It can't be my headphones. I'm using analog headphones, which are very expensive.
Hey, Castle King. Castle King.
Yeah, what's up, boss?
Instead of trying to draw something that we gave you, I think because you're an artist, try to like visualize Genesis, right? Just read it and try to draw what it's saying, what it's describing, right? And see what you end up with, right? Not being biased. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you can tell, but you can tell by the quality of those drawings. I didn't spend much time on that. I just did it real quick.
Well, hey, Castle King, I like you, man. You're really cool guy to talk to. But what I just don't find quite positive is if someone what the heck? Every time I'm talking, somebody is interrupting me. Anyways, the misrepresentation is a bit strange, All
right. Thank you for your input. And, I was watching the video back and I was not happy with the audio in certain parts, so I might have to bring it down for that alone.
But you gotta explain to me how, and sorry if I need to phrase it like this, but it's just the truth, how a grown man puts down a comic of Earth and misrepresents the whole group that he has listened to for 3 weeks, and then laughs about this misrepresentation nobody claims of a snake or dragon surrounding, I don't know, an island that is hovering, and then you're laughing at it. And I don't know, man, that's just strange.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, if you look at the beginning, it was a combination of the way I did the camera work and the song that I was singing. It just cracked me up. It was funny. But then when I started talking about the points, I wasn't laughing about it, and I didn't call you guys stupid about it. I just thought this is what I thought,
I didn't say it.
Look, man. Stupid. Yeah. The other thing is that, the comment you made about how, like how we, like gay people, think we're female. I mean, trans think we're female, but when we're really male. You know what I mean? That comment, plus the laugh, plus the misrepresentation, equals sending out a really, the wrong message. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are going to see that you haven't kept it real with us because they'll see that you've strawmanned us. That's why that's why I'm asking you, hey, let's do this again. But this time, like pay attention, like be here. You know what I mean? Like fully here with your friends, like you said on the video. We're friends. I mean, Uso, you're my bro, man. I think about you now, man. I'm praying for you, man.
Yeah. Well, remember,
free in my head.
I never. I'm saying, remember. I never called you guys, Fafafinge. I just said the way you believe.
I understand. We get it. You're forgiven, but we
so
just
confidently,
want a chance. If you just give us the chance, right, so you can understand what we're talking about, then all is forgiven. Like how that is, right? Yeah, Jesus.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm a Christian.
Yeah, man. So just a little bit of humility while you're learning about. Because you did say you were watching one of the videos, and you couldn't keep watching because it's like you felt. That's called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is a real thing. It happens to people when they realize, like Neo in the Matrix. This isn't real. You know what I mean? He can't. Yeah. So you just gotta let it happen, man. Just try to take in what's being said. Suspend your belief in the ball and reality, if you want to call it that, to understand what's being said. That's what I meant by empty your cup.
But what about that part in the video that I explained clearly about looking at the Earth from top down, and then how it's the Earth looks like almost like a pizza or something. And then I was saying, if you went from Australia and you didn't go east west, you just went south, could you theoretically get to the edge? And everybody in here says no. Everyone says no, you can't do that.
Wait, yeah.
So the edge is south. Everywhere.
No.
What's up?
Long.
What's up?
No. Because
What's
remember, I just asked him if he talked about measurement or how it's referenced, right? He said no. So his question can't be debunking one or the other because it has to do with neither. It's a non sequitur.
Look,
Why?
Elijah. Wait, guys. Hold up. Elijah's right. First of all, Elijah's right. But my dad, my friend at work, co-worker, both asked me that question first. This is why I stopped to think about the edge. It's like my dad asked me and my co-worker. Yep.
Yeah, but your answer to them should be, well, considering that I'm just talking one or two or A or B, do you think that has any relevance? Your question and your query. Because they're going to ask you a million questions. You think they came up with it? No, you already know they've been inundated by media. So you have to steer the ship. You have to steer the ship. If they're not talking about measurement or lack thereof, what are they really talking about?
Yeah. But what I'm trying to do is just to satisfy the question, get it out of the way, because I know it's going to lead to another question, which is why what you're saying is important, right? But are you listening? Are you hear what Elijah said, Castle?
Measurements?
He asked why.
He's saying that your question, okay, is irrelevant. It doesn't have anything to do. That's what a non sequitur is, right? Doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, where it does not follow, right? Well, the edge doesn't have anything to do with the water. With you realizing the water's flat and level, okay, you realizing that it can't occur. Okay, that's number one. That's a measurement. You can measure it to be flat 180 degrees, right? You use it to get elevation angles to whatever in the sky. Are you getting it? Do you understand, Castle? Are you following?
I don't, like I said, for me to ask that question and then for the answer to be it's a non sequitur, that's not an answer.
Okay. That's why I wanted to answer the question, because I had to do it for my dad and my friend at work, because that's why the answer must be important.
The answer is, listen. The answer to his question is unavailable because it has nothing to do with our attachment to reality. How could you possibly answer that?
Unavailable.
I look. The answer is not. My answer is this. I don't know what's at the edge. The answer is how can we? Here's the question. Here's the answer to your question. How can anyone know that? So go ahead and answer that question.
We go to Australia, we go to a land down there, and we ask the 6'4" man in Brussels, and then he gives us the Vegemite sandwich, and we take that plane and go south, homie. That's what we do.
Okay. People have done that.
Well, what happened to them? Where they at?
Well, listen, what do you think you're going to, what kind of answer do you think you're going to get from doing that that's going to show you that the water is not flat and level but curving, even though it doesn't look like it?
Right.
You know,
what answer you can get
there's
from
optical illusions.
Well, listen, hold up. Let's say we are on a dish. What answer are we going to get from the edge of the dish, okay, to verify that the dish is not a ball?
I guess it's done.
We just go out to see what's up. We're explorers by nature as mankind.
No,
it's our duty to explore.
All right. People just went there. Okay, some flat earthers also just went there, right? And they say they saw stuff, right? And you know what happened? We're saying that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. See, nothing has changed. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. Oh,
do you understand?
Liam did that.
What's up?
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I got to mute.
Oh.
The
measurement what I'm saying, Castle? Yeah, go ahead.
Not an illusion, dude.
Yeah, why did he start with correlation? I don't know. But he doesn't even understand what south is. let alone make the claim, well, we go there.
South is opposite of north.
Oh, so sorry. So, without any presuppositions that you think the Earth is a ball, what is south?
Without presupposing that the Earth is a ball, what is south?
Yeah.
If north is in the middle, then south would be underneath that.
No. We're not talking about a ball, dude.
I know. Now I'm going back to your flat Earth. If north is dead smack in the middle of your flat Earth, that means south would be right under there where the snake is wrapped around the bottom of your flat Earth.
No.
See, that's what I'm talking about. What snake are you talking about? That's just
the one that you showed me in the picture.
That's supposed to be the devil in the hole in the ground, like buried there. Abaddon. In Revelation, is gonna open up the thing and he's gonna come out. That's what it means, man. Like what? Like it's a biblical. That's the biblical cosmology. That's the story of the Bible. It's the Bible's model of the world. Do you understand? Can you accept that?
If I drew pictures of what I think Revelation is describing, I would come up with some crazy pictures, man.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm talking about?
We're talking about Genesis 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand.
Listen. East means you need to look up these terms, right? East means where the sun rises. North means left. And now if you're facing the sun, north means left, right? Which means left of the sun where it's rising. And south means right. It's to the right of where the sun rises, okay? So south is always out there. Now if it's flat, the north is the middle. And the south is the outside, all around.
No. Sorry, Bong.
Okay.
No.
What's wrong? Yeah.
Sorry,
what's wrong?
Because this is why I'm in this conversation. I do apologise, mate. Where do we derive north and south from?
The North Pole?
What's that?
That's the northernmost part of Antarctica.
Okay. All right. So how do we know that this is the North Pole?
Because the North Star.
Bingo.
When you stand under it, it goes.
Bingo.
It stays right there in place, and everything else revolves around it, turns around it.
Almost. All right. So this is why I interrupted. We get north and south because of rotations. 2 in the sky. 1 we called the north, 1 we called the south.
Where's the South Star?
All right, so Polaris, that's not the center of rotation. It revolves around a point that is just in free space.
Wait, Jedi.
Well, yeah.
Well, okay. I'm agreeing with you, right? Did I do the AE model? Was I not specific? Is that it?
Yeah, and it's the only kind of. It's because south is not 180 degrees from north all of the time. It's only at one time. If we derive them from points in the sky, we've got 2 poles. We put them on the floor. One's north, one's south.
Let me ask you a question, Jedi. Yeah, I gotta get thoughts. Hold up. They should be charged.
I didn't mean to jump up and down on you, Bong, but certain things have.
I'm trying to picture what I'm getting wrong here. I'm trying to visualize what I'm getting wrong.
Okay, good, better.
So
question. My question is, if there's 2 different, star rotations, this sounds like a simple question. I'm just trying to figure things out. That would mean, or are you okay? So we have 1 rotation in the north. So we have those constellations. Are you saying there are different stars, different constellations simultaneously? Or, well, during their nighttime.
Okay, so what we observe, right? What we've always observed, right, is two rotation points in the sky. Both the rotation points, whether there's something there or not. Sorry, even with Polaris, it's rotating around a point. In the south, it's rotating around a point. The Southern Cross, the crux, rotates around that southern point. The Big Dipper in the north rotates around the northern point. There's two rotations.
So that's different constellation. The Dipper versus something else.
Say that again. Sorry.
Like, I'm not looking at the Big Dipper in the south. I'm looking at something else. Or am I looking at the Big Dipper going east to west?
Yeah, you have to remember that when you're moving, you're going to have to move between and under each circle. So the one that's performed in the north by the stars that do that in the north, and all the stars. It's like a figure of 8, dude. All right, but you've got two circles. Hello.
You guys are getting confused, Castle King. I was talking about, like, I wasn't talking about the celestial sphere. I was talking about the you know how to use the magnet?
It's because he said when you go south. Right, now south is a pole on the floor, as we can imagine it, underneath the rotation point in the south. Much like the north is a pole directly underneath Polaris and that rotation point. So there are 2 points on the floor then. So when you go to the south, what are you going to learn about the edge? You've just gone to a pole. That's why I brought it up. So why would you go to the north? Because it's in
Wait
the
a
middle.
minute. Wait. If I'm standing right underneath the North Pole in Antarctica, south would be opposite of me then, right? Like right the reverse of where I'm standing.
Well, underneath you? What do you mean the reverse of what you're
standing? Imagine I'm standing on the surface of the earth. Well, just now imagine me standing but in reverse. That would be south, right?
I don't understand why you're using words like reverse and stuff.
I'm saying if you're describing north to south, if you're describing north to south on the same flat plane that you're standing on, well then you're living on a 2D world.
No,
it's not 3-dimensional.
Sorry, it's not a 2D. It's not a 2D world when we express the ground position of stars as in poles. That doesn't make anything 2-dimensional. I've stuck the fucking poles in the ground in the example. 3 dimensions. What are you on about?
Well, actually,
I was saying 2D, man.
Actually, in south is 2D. Not that the Earth is 2D. Remember compasses, right? So how it's expressed in angles and whatnot, because it's plane. Doesn't matter which elevation you use. Wherever you're at, once you're level, you're using the plane of the Earth.
Okay. So, along this idea, Eli, right? Because you brought up a compass. If you imagine that you've got 2 circles next to each other on a piece of paper, we express this as the rotations of the stars in the sky. They perform circles. One's north, one's south. You're in underneath these circles and you've got a device like a compass that points to the ground position. We call it magnetic north. We'll put it at the ground position. It'll point there. All right. Now, as you walk around this north pole, is every direction 180 degrees behind you south?
That's okay.
What's up, Osh?
Get off the PlayStation, bro.
Why?
Bong. I'll ask you. I'll ask you, being as Elijah is away from his mic.
Yeah.
If you draw and express like the 2 poles in the sky as a point with 2 circles next to each other, one we'll call north, one we'll call south. If you imagine taking a measurement where you point north in one circle, and you walk around that northern point with your compass pointing at north, is 180 degrees, that's directly behind you when you're facing north. Is that south? Always.
I'm already lost. Where am I standing?
In the northern circle.
Okay, like under the polar.
And let's do it. Like we're pointing at the North Pole, and we're inside, like north of the equator. And you were to walk around this circle using your compass, knowing that there's a circle next to it with a pole in the floor that you're not pointing at. That's the South Pole. You're pointing at the North Pole. If you were to circle this North Pole, pointing your compass at it, would directly behind you always be 180 south?
Yes.
No.
What, am I facing the pole? Am I facing it or?
Yeah. No. Remember, you're walking around it with your compass. The compass is pointing towards the pole.
Yeah.
So if you're inside,
is my back pointing to the South Pole? To the south? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, yeah, that would be expressed as 180 degrees. You point at the North Pole, and directly behind you is south, right? This is what we've been told.
Bro, that's why we have southeast and southwest.
Bush, you're not helping. I'll get to that in a minute. Remember, you've got one North Pole that you're pointing at, and one South Pole, which is pointing the floor that you're not pointing at. If you were to walk around that pole, pointing at it with your compass, is south directly behind you? Always directly behind you.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Because you said it earlier. So when is it not behind you?
No, Bong. Listen. I get it because I just there's a North Pole and a circle, and there's a South Pole and a circle. Think of a Venn diagram. Now you have a line from north to south. If you're in the north, then there's a line to south. But if you deviate in any other direction in your circle, it'll no longer be pointing to the pole, though. In the second circle.
I can't visualize what you guys are saying.
Okay. You know what a bike is, right? A bike.
A bike?
Yeah, a bike. Yeah. A bicycle. It doesn't matter if it's got an engine, you've got pedals, you've got two wheels. Now they've got spokes, radials, right?
Yes.
Good. We'll call one wheel north and we'll call one wheel south. Now, you know all of those radials, you've got how many point from one to the other? How many point from north to south? How many point from one wheel to the other? Those radials coming out from the middle of the wheel, and when you compare it to the other wheel, how many of those spokes line up?
What do you mean line up?
Like in a straight line between the center of both wheels.
Two.
How many lines can you draw? How many straight lines can you draw between the center of both wheels, dude?
I mean, yeah, there's a straight line in the middle, right?
Yeah. Right, now if you're on that line, right, now you've got the two poles, the north, the south, the middle of the wheel. You can only go on that line once. If you were to go round in a circle, say you were to on the north wheel, and you were to go round in the circle, behind you wouldn't always be pointing where it was before at the middle of the other tyre. That's what we're saying. 180.
Can you say that again?
Oh, dude. So there's only one straight line between the two wheels, right? Yeah. If you were to go round in a circle, facing the middle of the north wheel, the North Pole, south, as you travelled around in a circle, would not always be directly behind you.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Good.
Oh, okay. So that's because south is over there, where that pole, that other wheel is.
Yeah. You've got two circles. You can only be in between the circles. Yeah.
So what direction is behind me? Okay, when I'm say on the other side of the
You know what I mean? Of the wheel of the north.
See, this is weird, right? Because we have to understand that this might be a trap, right? East and west being circles around both poles, right? This is why when Castle King said, when you go south, you're going to find something about the edge of the earth. Now, that's the centre of the point, not the south point. So what is, if east and west are circles around both points, right, north and south, then you're going to need to come up with another way to express going away. It's like outside of being in between the two. You can be in between north and south, right? If you keep going past south once you reach it, you're not going to come back to north.
So what do we call it then?
What?
That area.
The southern circle, if you want.
No, I mean the area opposite that.
I don't know.
Okay, so it's unknown.
Yeah.
This is weird. Hey.
Yeah, I don't know how to be at one pole facing the other pole in a straight line, and then what's directly behind me in a straight line.
Have you tried walking there, taking a boat or taking a plane there?
No.
Why?
Because all planes fly around within the grid system that's been provided, and east and west are just circles around two poles. So they're just going to imagine circles anyway. Like the stars do, and like the sun does twice, with circles throughout a year. See, this is why I jumped in, Bong, right? Are you aware of the final experiment?
I'm still confused. I'm still trying to.
Okay. Let me dial it back. Let me dial it back for you, because you've been away for a little while, right? Are you aware of the final experiment and what happened in Antarctica?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand that at face value, we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
That's where I'm. Yeah, that's where I stopped, hey, because I'm like, oh, look, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Look, it's Witsit, man. I mean, what, you think Witsit's going to do this, go over there and bullshit about it? But you know me, I'm like, yeah, I don't trust anybody. I don't know what to trust. I don't want to trust anything I see. Okay, I say there is a 24-hour sun. Is there an explanation? That's why I was asking QE. DJ mentioned Robotham. You know, I'm trying to understand what the hell a 24-hour, how the explanation of how does it work, like how can you see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, you know? But I first have to believe that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I mean I have to know that, and how can I know that? I mean, is it, you know what I mean? Like that's where I'm at. Sorry,
well, it would be circling the southern point, like that he's talking about.
The sun?
I can think of a scenario where you wouldn't have to believe it, but then you could end up knowing it by simply traveling to Antarctica while being under like not thinking it either way, and then while you're there, just stumbling across the fact that there's 24-hour sunlight there. That way you would go from not believing it or knowing it to just knowing it.
Well, I know it's possible. I've seen some.
It's dead ass. But look, it's it's dead ass. I mean, it's hard to think about. No, it's not hard to think about. What's hard to think about is what we're looking at and why it's doing that, because we're again trying to reify. Here's what I do know. Okay, in the summertime, when is Antarctica 24? Oh, right now, right. In the summertime, I can see the sun coming from the northeast, arcing around me. I can see it south at noon, and then it leaves northwest. In the wintertime, though, it comes from southeast, still in front of me, arcing in front of, and arcing, right, if you will, and going southwest. It looks like two rotations to me, though. I don't know. I mean, because it's not going around me when it's around the south. That's a different rotate. I don't. It looks like what it looks like, and what we're talking about is what we're seeing. And everyone's like, "Well, explain how, if not a ball." No, no.
Yeah, Jedi. With that bike version you come up with, that's the best explanation I've heard so far. That's a good one. Fair play to you.
No, not for me. For me, I've seen some explanations where they say it's an apparent sun, right? But for me, if that's what it is, okay, I'm wondering like, is this one sun?
No,
how am I seeing this here? If over there, or
No. So it's for all intents and purposes, it's still the one sun. What we're pointing out is it might not be one circle of the sun throughout the year. There might be two.
Two rotation points in the sky.
And it jumps from one to the other.
Okay.
No, don't
like a little 8.
Listen.
It's like an 8, right? Like a figure 8.
Listen,
yeah.
Bone. Yeah. Don't laugh because the moon does.
I'm getting it.
Listen to what I'm saying. The moon jumps all the time.
Yeah, and in fact, where does it go for 3 days? New moon.
Right. Okay. Now I'm getting it. Okay. I get it now. All right. That makes sense. Yeah.
I'm just saying shit happens that we don't really talk about because the only things we used to talk about with Globers is guess what? How stars move counterclockwise in the south. But we've only got to look at their little diagram, YouTube videos. But I keep telling people when I'm talking about the moon or anything like that, I'm like, fucking go outside, dog. Just like the guy was telling me earlier, but I'm telling you, like, when it comes to these separate rotations, I don't really, like, we're saying it, and no one else is saying, no, that's not true. The best I've heard, which kind of, I mean, it sounds non sequitur to me, or like a red herring, is all the stars rise in the east and set in the west. Okay, but still, look at the fucking sky, dog. What's that? That's all I'm saying.
I remember watching 2016-17. I was looking at Sigma Octantis, or what's supposed to be Sigma Octantis, where it's supposed to be at, and then I got a little scared because I saw the Southern Cross, kind of go. It's like it looks like it's about to go circle. The stars were about to circle, go around Sigma Octantis, so I just kept it out of the conversations. It was like, what the hell? And I started looking at these things, and I just left it, put it aside. But now it makes sense. I was like, oh, there's, like two rotations. Yeah, that works now. But I still got to look at it to understand it more. I'm still confused about, let's say, the other side.
I mean, look, we get that we might be a little bit bamboozled about it, but it's why I jumped into the conversation earlier with Castle King. It's where we get north and south from two different things. It's just two different things.
But I didn't want to confuse. Hey, Castle King, just everything you just heard, just put it aside for later. Let's just get back to where we were at earlier. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, guys.
Again, right? It's why I jumped in, because we're trying to find the edge of something. Why are we going to a pole to find the edge? We have to understand what north and south are when we try to express finding the limitation of the environment. Just found out that we've been caught in a north, south, east, west, clockwise, counterclockwise navigational system because we follow the stars move around in circles, so we do. That's the system we've been caught up in. Outside of these circles of rotation we follow in the sky, I don't know anything about the Earth where the edge is, because that's where the edge is. It's outside of north and south. It's not in between north and south. North and south are points, and not the edge of anything.
Yeah. So, but your east and west simply rotates around that north and south. It can never actually go to the no man's land that is there, but you just say it's unavailable.
Can you draw me a picture of what you just described?
I actually agreed with what you said. Yeah, that's basically what we're saying. Like outside of the grid system that we use for navigation, that's not the limit of the Earth. That's just the limit of our maps.
Probably a lot of water around. Don't know if it's always